Well, there we go. It timed it perfectly. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Charlie's Collectible Show 50K Invitational, the largest Disney Lorcana prize, cash prize pool I think we've ever had. It is Sunday morning, early Sunday morning for me, and we are gearing up for the top 16. It is day two. I am here with Justice, who's going to join us between rounds. And for round one, Justice, how are you doing today?
Good morning, Liam. I am doing great. It is a lovely, sunny, British afternoon where I am. So, I am up and ready to take a look at some great games.
Me too. Hey, what did you think of? So everybody, their players are meeting right now. They're meeting right now. The judges are doing their thing. We're going to go to gameplay, very soon. In fact, I'm going to bring up the table so we can take a look while we're talking about stuff. But that's the table down there. You can see we're getting ready. Those are not the names we're going to see, but that's the view we're going to have. But you got to see some of yesterday. I'm not gonna lie, I've had a really hard time diagnosing this meta. It seems to change on a day-to-day basis. What did you think of what you saw yesterday?
So the real surprise, I think, right? Like what an incredible first couple of rounds, getting to see like green, purple, retro, and green, yellow, like book control being featured on stream. The meta is there's not a clear best deck, right? There's a bunch of really good decks, and they're all seeing very moderate levels of play. And then there's a handful of like challenger decks that are starting to appear, including those two, right? Those are both decks that have had notable presences on like the higher rankings of the ladder online in recent weeks. And so to see them like immediately take the stage and get some representation there was maybe the most surprising thing, that like people are willing to take these decks to tournaments in real life and look like make a pretty good run with them, right? The round two green yellow book versus ruby amber, fantastic pace of play from both players. I almost couldn't believe my eyes that they were like playing that complicated of a game that well that quickly.
There were people in the chat who said, "Yeah, they're clearly sped this up."
Yeah,
but no.
Which that's what happens in a quick game sometimes when you have to put the pressure on. I've had people said the exact same thing about me when I played in my Bologna feature match, right? They're like, there's no way this is the real time. And it's like, no, that was exactly how fast we had to play to get that match done in the time. And so, if you're going to bring those decks to a tournament like the LCQ or just Continentals, being able to play them at that kind of speed is like the most important thing, right? That you can't afford to be going to time and losing, especially not in like the LCQ pods, right? Those are single elimination.
Mm-hmm.
There's you don't want to be playing green purple retro device and having it come down to game 3 on who's got more lore after 5 turns.
Yeah, absolutely. They're bold choices, these control decks to bring in that book deck. Like I didn't think many people would bring it in. But clearly, and actually almost cracking the top cut with it, which is interesting enough. Katie did work, as we see the players getting ready down there. They're checking deck lists. Katie did some work last night, a lot of hard work digging through tournament data, and this was our meta breakdown for day one. So big shout out to Katie. We'll see her here shortly for doing this work for us. But I am. I guess I'm a little surprised. There's one thing that surprises me, I think, and it is how high the representation is for Amber Amethyst. I knew it was a good deck. I'm kind of surprised it's the second most represented. I'm also surprised at that many Amethyst Emerald. I'm surprised that with all of the tournament results that it's had recently, that Ruby Amethyst isn't higher. I feel like more people should be gravitating into that deck because it keeps taking down CCQs and representing well. But overall, what do you think of this breakdown?
So this is really fascinating, and we can draw a neat point of comparison to the D23 numbers that we have as well. And so some of this is about as you'd expect it, right? Green yellow shows the most raw numbers, but it's really split between like the Songs deck and the Princess Aggro deck. So yellow purple, the mid-rangey deck, is like the most popular single deck of the format, and that is maybe not a huge surprise. It's the people's Blurple, right? And that deck has been, it was red blue before the first rotation, it was Blurple after that, and now it's yellow purple. And so that's, expect to see this deck being popular and being the most played archetype probably in like every tournament for the rest of the set, or possibly like the entire rotation block. I definitely think, like you said, the green purple turnout here as the like 4th most popular ink pair, probably 5th most popular deck, that's really surprising to me. And it's not right. There was no green purple reported from the D23 event. Different crowds, right? A lot of the highly competitive players are here at this event for the
Hmm.
casual. But notably, only one of those decks made it into Top Cut, which is not a great look to be in for the 13 players who decided to bring that deck. Now, on a conversion basis, this is closer to a half the ratio you would expect in terms of like raw cutover performance, right? That like 13 coming in to 1 or 2 making top cut, that would actually be about on rate. So maybe it's not quite as damning for that deck as it might be, but it's not a great look, right? The yellow purple and green yellow and emerald steel decks converting at much healthier like ratios into this top 16. Those decks are looking strong, and honestly, Ruby Amethyst was not that high on my radar for being a super strong deck, and obviously converted very well given its like limited pool of the field coming in. It benefits from having extremely respectable green, yellow, and emerald steel matchups, and being happy into yellow purple on the play. So maybe.
Yeah, no, great observation, and to just put an exclamation point on that point where I started, like I am surprised it keeps performing well. Red, purple, ruby amethyst. It keeps taking down CCQs, and yet only I think 7 people, if I looked at the graphic over there, right, bringing it into this tournament and it converting at 12%. So it just continues to perform well, and I'm surprised we don't see it at a higher meta share. But I see the players sitting, they're cutting, they're shuffling. We're going to go down to the table here for this round here. Now we're watching Ryan Jorg. I'm bad at the last name. Who's on the one Emerald Amethyst player who made it into the top cut against Dylan Crowley. This is your 2nd seed against your 15th seed. And so fascinating matchup here. What do you think about these two colors into each other?
So this matchup has quite a lot of play draw impact, right? So yellow purple, if it can immediately go into its ramp on 2, right, it can lay down some pressure from its early 4 drops, can put a lot of pressure onto the green purple player. And on the inverse, if the green purple player can sort of take some time to build up their resources and the yellow purple player isn't able to race out effectively, they can effectively drag the match out long enough to where they have the big inevitability, right? You can see that here, just going, Aladdin 2-drop into this Louisa. This Louisa is not going to be able to quest at any point for threat of getting banished by this Aladdin. And, with Dylan missing ramp here on 2, that's a brutal way to start into this deck, right? So this is going to be an uphill battle for Dylan to try and find some breathing room here in this matchup.
Oh, is there no 2-2 play from Dylan?
Nothing.
No, that's really, really rough. And this beautiful Elsa here, exploring the unknown as I try to. Sorry, I'm trying to do a couple things on the back end here as we get geared up.
Yep. And so we can see, Dylan's doing a great job here of flashing his hand to us. And this hand is it's full of 4 drops. We've got a Demona there and a Horseman strikes in there. And so, there's a reasonable chance that Dylan's turn here is going to be ink a card, play this Horseman strikes to do nothing and draw a card. Or he might decide to like hold on to it for later in the game and get access to Prince Philip removal. But no, there we go. He's going to take that draw there. And, he's just got to try and find a way back into this game with his 4 drops here, right? Slow down any amount of Ryan's building his board. And we'll see now, an immediate pass from Ryan. So no retro device here is maybe his equivalent of missing ramp. But when he can just ramp into a 5 or ink into a 5 drop and play that instead, it's not as bad of a place to be, I think, when you're on the play and when yellow purple is going into their 4th turn with only a Luisa on the board.
Yeah, that's fair. If you're going to be off your curve and a little bit slow to start, you can just kind of pray that your opponent is the same. And it does feel like both of these players not on their ideal draw here. So you mentioned Retro Evolution Device. It's a card that's been gaining popularity in several different iterations of these decks. I haven't seen it in green purple as much, but Ryan making use of it here. What are you aiming to do with that? What are the big cards you're hoping to cheat out early, oftentimes in this build?
So because you have access to the Amethyst package in this deck instead of like the Amber Emerald version that's playing the retro device, you get to play all of the incredible 5 drops like the Hades. And you also have the Aladdin and Genie duo shift, as well as options like Chernabog and Tehran. So you play a bunch of 3-drops that generally just replace themselves, right? You're playing Elsa, you're playing Todd 3, you're playing Lenny to disrupt your opponent's hand, and then you're just getting rid of those guys and going right into your opponent's you're bumping into these 5-cost characters that are either going to generate you even more resources, right? 2 of those 3-drops are replacing themselves when they come in, and then the Hades is going to do that as well most of the time. Or you just like play this Chernobog here, right? Remove Dylan's 4-drop that he spent all this time getting towards, and it really lets you cheat that out. But we did see Ryan choose to ink the retro device that turn, and I think it's just a statement from him that he doesn't think he needs it to get the pressure on to actually stabilize and win this game, right? He's in the driver's seat here. He's got the board, he's got time and resources. And so he doesn't actually need to give up any of his characters in order to develop his larger threats. It does a bit more for you when you're on the draw and you can go, turn 4, go into a 5-drop, and then try and go into a Milo as soon as possible.
And this Gaston coming down here on Dylan's side of the board, taking care of that Chernobog in short order, a card that Amethyst Amber players have pretty much universally worked into these decks. Any card that allows you to develop your board while banishing one of your opponent's threat feels pretty good. Speaking of which, Ryan turns around, does the same thing. It's just a little bit harder, offering a deal to Dylan saying you can lose your Gaston, which is your biggest board presence at this point, or allow me to draw 2 cards. And wouldn't be surprised to see that Gaston go away, but we'll see.
Does seem like the heads-up play here, actually. This is perhaps the deck where you actually feel the best with this Hades, where it's like either option is great. So, right, slowing your opponent down by having them bot deck that card is phenomenal. You have so much other draw to get you through the rest of your cards. And having access to more cards just gives you answers to every possible play your opponent can make in this deck. And so you're entirely happy here to go sort of 1-for-1 with your opponent on like Chernobog 1 threat away, lose it to Gaston, draw some cards off the Hades, and how does Dylan follow in and break this, right? He's got access to this Demona. It's a good card, but it's not necessarily, he can't get a good trade on this board with that, and it wouldn't draw him any cards. And so you've kind of got to spend some time here establishing your board a bit wider. But if Ryan's going to follow up whatever he plays, whatever Dylan plays this turn with a Milo next turn, it's starting to look really dire.
Yeah, it was one of the reasons you kind of mentioned this earlier. One of the reasons I actually really like the idea of Retro Evolution Device in this deck. A lot of us focus on its ability to ramp and to like build threats, build bigger threats. But when you have a deck like this, Demona comes down, exerts everything, and we get a little board clear there. One of the reasons that Dylan hung onto that Gaston is to do that. Pair it with that Demona there. But it's these interplay abilities that Amethyst brings to bear, whether it's Hades or actually Chernobog in Emerald, but you also have things like Isis, Vanderchill, all of these cards, these utility cards, which can impact your opponent's board that you can cheat into play. And especially when you have a card like Hades, you can pair with it well, where you're banishing one of your own characters, but you're potentially drawing 2 cards. Feels pretty good. And we're going to see that right there, where Retro Evolution always comes in, immediately banishes the Hades to play another Hades. And we're getting, so for 1, he played another Hades, drew 2 cards. That feels good.
Yeah, incredible turn sequence here from Ryan. So he opens with this Lyle, draws, and lets him discard the Under the Sea, which is not doing anything in this matchup. Trades the Gaston with the Hades he's already got on board, and then retros into another one, which also triggers Lyle's second ability to, if Dylan had any lore, remove the lore from his remove one lore from him for that turn. And so, just seeing the incredible power there, and Dylan has had to respond by playing another Demona here to try and like trade this board down. But that Demona is going to be pinned now because he's got 3 cards in hand.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Having the second one feels pretty good, but yeah, having those. And I'm trying to take a peek here. We see 2 besties assemble. We see a 3rd Demona there. As this Elsa, all the way from the first chapter, Elsa, the Spirit of Winter coming down, exerting 2 characters. Now, neither of those will exert, not only because, Elsa's ability, but also refilling Dylan's hand. So,
Yeah, an incredible piece of tech here. So you don't often see the Elsa in these builds because she costs 8, and there's no way usually to bump up into her off of your 5 costs. However, she can shift on the 3-cost Elsa. And as we've just seen, right, a pretty incredible tempo play here for this deck to stabilize by pinning your opponent's characters, not letting them exert. And then because you're already now at 8 ink to play her, you're only 1 away from being able to ink and Philip combo at this point in the game. And so, it's just a phenomenal position for Ryan. But we can see he's still at 0 lore, and he did ink a book last turn. So the question now is going to be all about, resource management. Can Ryan find enough draw to start developing some of his bigger threats that quest for 3 and finding a way to start slowly closing this game?
Yeah, Absolutely. And then Elanway comes down on that side, and then Sven coming down, going to challenge immediately into that Aladdin. Is that no, that's Lyle. Sorry, challenging that Lyle, and it does feel like Ryan has been able to do some decent control. He does drop a book here, going to refill his hand a little bit, but Dylan managing to maintain that pretty strong board state. Ryan. This is the thing about Elsa, like a fantastic play to stall your opponent out a little bit to perhaps keep them from winning to push yourself over the top, but doesn't remove anything, and so just kind of delays things a little bit. I didn't get a look at Dylan's hand size. I assume he's sitting below 3 right now.
It does look like it. He just drew a card off of Ryan's Demona, which actually a 6 cost that you can bump into the Elsa. So, there's actually a little bit of synergy there. And now he's pinned these Demonas again because of his own. This is just like such an oppressive line here to deal with Dylan's, what he's just managing to eke out here. And while this Elsa doesn't necessarily trade very well after she's come in and done her ability, 4/6 stat line is actually really phenomenal in this metagame right now, right? There's a lot of ways to hit something for 5, but not a lot of ways to hit something for 6. And there's a lot of characters that get banished for 4.
Absolutely. You're likely to at least remove 2 things with it. Most likely. And we're going to have some Demona wars here because I do see that Dylan is sitting on 1 as well. So can actually lock down Ryan's, reduce his hand size, and unpin his. We'll see if that's the line we choose to go here. But first, we're going to do Besties Assemble, take a peek here. I love this card because it's from Turning Red, but it's seeing a bit more favor now in multiple different Amber builds. And I'm kind of a fan.
Yeah, this is a great cantrip here for Yellow Purple to play. There are so many great character cards in your Amethyst package. And so this is almost like a 1-cost Visions of the Future for Yellow Purple. Really great to be able to find answers and just get you through more of your deck to, if you don't grab them off the Besties itself, to hopefully find them in the cards beneath that.
Absolutely. We're getting 6. We are... Oh, no, it's a Gaston coming down, taking care of that Demona. Why pin it when you can get rid of them? Sven going to challenge and finish off that Elsa. And now, are we... Okay, inking the Dumbo and passing back over to Ryan. All he's left with is that Retro Evolution device. Nothing to banish with it. That felt like an incredibly impactful turn for Dylan. We'll see what Ryan's answer is.
Yep, and so Ryan should have... possibly as many as 6 cards in hand right now, depending on how he went from Demona into Book into drawing for turn here. Yeah, he has a very full hand. And so even though he doesn't have any targets to play the retro with, with Dylan still being on 0 lore, he could just afford to play MMS this turn and then play a Philip the next. There's going to be no, excellent way for Dylan to move that damage around without anything on Ryan's board. But he can, play a Milo here and bounce one of these cards to potentially pin these Demonas, or, just develop this Hades here. Oh, and you know what? I think he just flashed the Milo. So this is a 1-2 punch, right? First, you get your opponent to give you the draw. Then you retro this into the Milo and put the Gaston back in their hand and pin the Demonas.
I'm actually surprised Dylan gave him the draw there. You called it there. Oh, what we're going to do? Oh, we're going to take a peek first. Okay. Take a look, see what we got. Hit World's Greatest Criminal Mind. And now, are we going to see that play? I think we almost saw it. I think you called it Justice, and then took a peek with Eleni first to see what we're going into, get that information. Luckily, hitting the World's Greatest Criminal Mind, I think that was just a peek to see what we were dealing with.
Well, the tricky thing here now is that he can no longer bounce the Gaston back into Dylan's hands to pin these Demonas because he got the card with the Lenny. And so I actually don't love this approach compared to just, going for the Milo, because the Milo has ward, right? So he's not threatened by this World's Greatest.
That is true. Now, is interesting. Is Lenny a May ability? Right? Could you peek the World's Greatest and choose not to discard it?
It's a great question. If you get the card up on screen, we can take a look.
Yeah, let me take a look.
I don't think I've ever come across that scenario where there's obviously your opponent's Daisy trigger shows you a character and you might choose not to take the thing. And this says an action card of your choice. I do believe that not picking is a valid choice in this game. I could be wrong, but there's a chance that actually Ryan could have said, you can keep the World's Greatest and then bounce this Gaston instead of the Demona. And and pin them both onto the board.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the right line, but it is an interesting thought experiment. Oh, and if we get some challenges come in here, clearing the board again, and Ryan's gonna have to rebuild once again. I think that's the third Demona we've seen on Dylan's side of the board. Probably one more lurking around, but Ryan's doing the math, and he's like, "How many of these do I have to deal with?"
And the big thing is he is dealing with them, right? So still 0-0 on the board here. And, plenty of cards still in Ryan's hand. He's got, I think, 2 Demonas, and I thought I saw maybe like an Elsa 3 in there. And so he's in a tough spot to actually get draws off his own Demonas right now. But, if he can just get in there a little bit further, clear his hand down a bit, he still has the resources to keep digging through his deck.
So many cards in hand, and a lot of ink. Amethyst Emerald is not a card I typically, or a deck I typically think of as one that wants to build a huge resource base, but it is incredible how much ink Ryan has managed to stack up simply by inking each turn. Now we get this Genie and Aladdin, or Aladdin and Genie coming down.
Yep, incredible card here. Lets you basically cycle out all of your worst cards. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Ryan just tucked both of the Demonas in his hand under, right? He doesn't want those at this point in the game. They're not doing anything for him. And so instead, he's just gonna, get rid of those and probably see if he can find another Milo here. Because if he can retro into this Milo, right, we can repeat the play from last turn. Although this Demona is upright, you can simply, put her back in hand. Ooh, but no, instead we are going for Taram. And love this card here. You can see he's using the effect to put his own cards from discard onto the bottom of his deck. And so he's just re-added the Shift Elsa and the Milo to his deck for later in this game. And with the power of that Aladdin and Genie, you really can dig through a lot of those cards to try and eventually find them.
There is that Demona. It looks like it will give Dylan 1 card, and not terrible, but getting a pretty big body on the board. And now that Demona will stay locked, courtesy of that card draw off the Demona. The Demona wars are still raging in Disney Lorcana meta. But yeah, Dylan has been consistently not quite playing off the top deck, but pretty close, down to 1 or 2 cards, consistently refilling his hand with the Demonas. And it just feels like Ryan has had a bevy of choices to choose with, courtesy of Hades and books. Down to 3 cards now, though, but I don't know. It just feels like the top end of Ryan's deck with those Elsas running around with MMS MMS and Prince Philip. It feels like the top end is a little bit better. So as this game goes and these players draw, it just feels like the haymakers. Ryan's bringing some haymakers that Dylan isn't.
Yeah, the most powerful options that Dylan has to interact with anything Ryan is doing is these Demonas. And, we're through 3 of these now. And so, we're looking at this besties here, right? We've got a Willow and we've got a bunch of 4-drops. And those 4-drops are just not delivering the value you need at this point in the game to try and somehow find 20 lore before dealing with even more of Ryan's like top end threats. And so it's tough here. I actually think if you're Dylan, this might be the point in the game in which you actually consider, like, do I need to go next to start? If this wasn't Top Cut, we are 15 minutes into this round, I believe, and it is 0-0 in game 1, right? And so this is a matchup where you need to be incredibly mindful of how long it's going to take you to play this specific head-to-head and how you actually plan to deal with it. And, if this was back in the Swiss round still, and you're a third of the way into your time at this point as the yellow-purple player, you have to ask, like, how are you planning to win this from here? And how much longer is it going to take you to do that, even if you can?
Right. Ryan plays that Aladdin and Genie, tucks 2, draws 3, finds a guidebook, plays the guidebook. So all of a sudden, was it, 3 cards in hand at the start of turn, play the Genie. Now he's up to 4 cards, having cycled.
Yeah, you get that draw for turn, the book. It's you draw a lot of cards in this deck.
Yeah, apparently. This and man, Aladdin and Genie really showcasing why that card can be so impactful. I mean, it says +1, so it's always replacing itself at a minimum. But then the ability to smooth out your hand, get rid of cards that you don't need, uninkables, top end cards, whatever, and to continue to draw to find your answers feels really good.
Yeah, this deck, the way it deals with the aggro matchup is with that Under the Sea that we saw Ryan discard earlier. And so, one of your lines to get that is like Aladdin on 2, play any 3-cost character, and then turn 4, shift in this Aladdin and Genie, and effectively, you can put maybe 5 or 6 cards in your hand onto the bottom of your deck to draw for that Under the Sea, which if you think about like Dogs matchups prior to the most recent rotation, where it was a lot about like setting up Singer 8 into Tramp 7, you can actually see more cards by shifting in this Aladdin and Genie on 4 than most yellow-green Dogs decks were on the turns they were playing their first Tramp 7 in the previous format. And that's pretty powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. And this game, I mean, what a game one. This is wild.
Yeah, incredible back and forth here with both players just constantly jockeying for control of the board.
Yeah, what is interesting to me, also, like a lot of the Amethyst decks that we're used to seeing, one of the reasons you play Amethyst is for the solid mid-game core cards like Sven, Tigger, Isis, all of these big, and of course Demona cards that, as we see our fourth Demona come down on Dylan's side of the board. This green-purple deck, this Amethyst Emerald deck, isn't bringing a lot of that core to bear. You do bring the Demonas in, but it's really doing something different and working in this top deck or top end Elsa, the Genie and Aladdin, and then some early game cards. But it's a different flavor of Amethyst than we're used to seeing. We do get some significant board show coming in from Dylan. That Demona coming in, exerting the board, challenging, and now we are going to get some lore on board. It looks like, I think, for the first time.
And a very well-timed Mowgli here. Ryan's hand just now, right? Shift Elsa, Milo, double Philip, and MMS. And so that was, Dylan's fourth Demona here. And all Ryan has to do is find an MMS here. And he just has the answer that he needs to remove every threat that Dylan has managed to establish and effectively ensure that he doesn't have any in his deck left that are going to be able to get him back on this board. So this is now like a pivotal moment in this game for Dylan possibly being able to find a way to start racing out here, or Ryan finding a way to seize back control.
Yeah, man, I'm on the edge of my seat here. This pivotal few turns here, it does feel like Dylan could turn the corner if Ryan doesn't have a good response. I think I see a big Elsa in hand.
Yep. So we have a couple of good options here, right? We can play this big Elsa, pin the Demonas, or we can play the Milo and bounce one of these cards, possibly the upright Demona, and pin the one that's on the floor. But so we're gonna
okay.
What are we doing here? Do we just Okay, so we retro to the Elsa for nothing in order to get her in the graveyard so that when we discarded with this Milo to bounce the Sven back to the opponent's hand, we actually get the draw at the end of the turn.
The Milo, fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, I'm glad you diagnosed that. Because I'm like, what's the retro device doing? Okay, interesting play. So pulls another card, does bounce a card back to hand. That Demona is locked.
And of course, Dylan now having played this fourth Demona, so we've seen Ryan not play this Milo at all this game. And that's likely because I think he might have played one earlier, but the second Milo is effectively protected as long as his opponent doesn't have access to these Demonas. And we know that he's out now. He's played all four. And so now the Milo can safely come down. If we can find a way to trigger this every turn, we can just continue to draw more cards, keep the engine going, and just look for the next MMS to play with one of these Phillips and actually, get the blowout you need to close the game here. But, Mowgli coming down, taking another card, still good if you can stop your opponent finding an Aladdin and Genie and being able to put that extra card under. Every single card that you get rid of is still doing something for you.
It's a great point. It does feel like now it is just a race to find that MMS. And I think Ryan or Dylan probably realizes he is on a clock now. He does have the lore to close this out. As long as he can ready those Demonas. But yeah, it just feels like it is, can Dylan close this out before Ryan finds the board wipe? That's where we're at, I think.
Yeah, and so we drew Hades for turn here. We are, asking, do you want to tuck that Demona under? And then we are, okay, going into this Elsa after Dylan decides to tuck the first Demona under, pin the second one so it can't ready up here, even though Dylan has only got 2 cards in hand as he passes this turn. So it's, truly what do you say to that deal? There's no good outcomes against this deck.
No, absolutely not. The thing about Hades, the thing I hate about Hades, by the way, is it puts the agency on you. If there's a card come down that says banish one of your characters, you're like, okay. If there's a card that comes down that says, your opponent draws 2 cards, you're like, okay. But the fact that it makes you choose your fate, it just feels so dastardly. It just feels bad. So interesting choice there to forego the continuous card draw, play the Elsa instead. On Dylan's side, nothing super impactful yet, a ham, but at this point, we're just looking to close things out. So every bit of lore matters. We are going to deal with the Hades, and once again, going on a quest. Almost halfway to victory now.
Yep. And so, there's plenty of cards for Ryan to top deck here. They're going to see him more cards, right? Unbelievably, green purple is a deck that has more card draw than yellow purple, right? So we've got the Todd 3, the Lyle 2, the Aladdin and Genie on top of all of the ones that Dylan is going to be playing in the books, the Demonas, the Hades. And so, this is it. It's a matter of time on this race here. Can Dylan get over the line before Ryan can find an MMS? And instead, we're just, we're seeing Ryan here. He's putting more of his cards back onto the bottom, and he's just going to, chip away at Dylan's resources one by one to make sure that he can't put a good enough clock on to close out this game.
Yeah, and speaking of that clock, remind everybody this Lyle Tiberius work is, Lyle loves to take away your opponent's lore, and this card does knock your opponent back one every single turn if 2 cards are put in your discard. So it's a card that can sit there and just slow down that clock a little bit as Ryan tries to find that board wipe and a way to deal with this wide board state he's looking at. So that will help a little.
I think he's debating double challenging into the Demona, which would put the Taran in grave and leave this Elsa on board. But no, he's going to take the safer play here, right? Doesn't feel that he needs to get this Lyle trigger at this moment, and I think that's entirely reasonable.
That's true. I mean, you prevent allure either way, and reduce your opponent's options a little bit here. So slows him down just a bit. But I do like the insurance that little bit of I feel like Lyle gives you a little bit of comfort, a little bit of insurance to maybe buy yourself another turn as you're digging. So that feels pretty good. Isis will take care of that Terran, and that feels pretty good too, because now you've prevented a quest, and that Terran's essentially 2 for 1 characters over there. So
yeah, you're feeling good about that, I think, if you are Ryan. And feeling great here with this Demona, right? Now you don't even have to worry about responding to theirs for another turn. And, okay, Dylan's at 12. He is getting there, but if we can find a way to trigger this Lyle, which book is a great start.
Yep.
Ooh, and you know what? I think I just saw the flash of the MMS, but Ryan, he's just going to be patient here. He's going to hold on to it. Under the sea. Oh,
you don't need to sing it together when you have an 8-cost character on board. Elsa crossing franchises that are sing Under the Sea, wiping everything. And as you pointed out, that Demona will draw Dylan into a hand that prevents that Demona from readying. So that is the board swing that he needed. And oh my goodness. And did we miss the knockback too? Because I think
so a double Lyle trigger there. So Dylan went from 12 to 10 because the first Lyle discarded the second copy of Under the Sea, and then the Elsa sang the third copy. And so triggering both of these Lyle's conditions to see 2 cards go to the discard, and just bumping Dylan back down to a point where, he has now firmly lost control of this board. And Gaston is a great answer here to take some of this pressure off, but without a Raging Storm in this deck, which most of the yellow-purple players are not on, it is going to be very difficult to come back into this.
Yeah, and just without any Demonas available, that is kind of the top end for this deck. I mean, there is some removal, but it just feels at this point Ryan has some haymakers left. Dylan does not. And although Dylan's managed to get all the way up to 10, I don't know. It feels like it's going to be tough to close this out. But not out of the woods. Managed to put 4 characters on board. We have a couple strong characters. So another Genie and Aladdin coming into play. We're going to discard a couple, draw a couple.
So maybe we did not have the MMS in this hand, and we are still searching for it, because it does make sense not to go through your resources too fast when you don't need to. Your opponent's not putting enough pressure on. But, at this point in the game, it's definitely a spot where you can just threaten to close out here if you can remove this board. And so we are going to trade down into this Elsa. Does get that first Lyle into the discard for the potential remaining one to trigger, and it looks like, bumping this Elsa in. So now we're going to draw off the Milo and take another lore off with the Lyle. And I think just thinking here if we want to bounce something or if it's not really worth the time. Yeah, and it looks like, just going to the end phase, drawing 2 here, or 1 and -1 lore.
Yeah, Dylan checking the deck. Look at this. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I missed one there. We're down to about 11 cards, 11, 12 cards in the deck. Dylan's starting to think about alternate win cons here.
Yep.
um, that, I'm amazed at how much Ryan has gone through this deck. I have not
There's
seen this Emerald Amethyst deck in action for a full game like this, and I'm impressed.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal showing here. And we have, both times we played Tehran this game, Ryan has tucked some of his absolute powerhouses onto the bottom of his deck. Since then, he's played at least one, maybe two Aladdin and Genies. And so we just know that our draws in these next 10 cards contain like Milo, Philip, Milo, Elsa 8. And so, even though you only have maybe 10, 11 cards left in there, you're just drawing into some of your most aggressive 3-questers who are going to be able to, we just need to resolve this Philip one time and then quest out from there. And, we're through most of the Gastons too, right? There can't be that many of them left.
Now, speaking of being through cards, I swear, Justice, I swear we had gone through 4 Demonas, and yet Dylan here dropping another one. I must have miscounted or missed a bounce somewhere, or perhaps a Demona was cycled back to the deck. Must have been, because now this Demona coming into play again, allowing Dylan to do some serious board control. And if Ryan was hoping to clean this up or close this out in the next few turns, he's going to have to build up another board state, enabling him to do so. Dylan dropping a book for good measure here. Not going to crack it yet in case that Demona gets exerted, I assume. MMS bounced 8 minutes ago. Fascinating. So now Ryan again having to figure out how to answer this. We'll draw another card, and that clock.
Whoa. It looks like, we got it here. Ink, finally. We finally found a copy of this MMS to take this board here. And, now the race is on, right? Can we get to 20 before we deck out? And, Dylan, he better hopes he has a Horseman Strikes or another Gaston here, because this Philip is going to start questing for 3.
Yeah, and goodness gracious. I've the number of games where I've been on the edge of my seat about a deck out. I can count them on one hand. It doesn't happen super often. Emerald or Steel Song iterations of it I've seen do it a few times, but on stream. But this is fun. If we're going to look for answers, one way to do it is to establish a Dumbo, and Dylan dropping that down here. And it's interesting because if Dylan is digging for answers, digging for ways to deal with some of these things, that Dumbo is a great way to do it. And Ryan does have an evasive answer, but if Philip is challenging, he's not questing. And that feels pretty good when you're waiting for your opponent to deck themselves out. Speaking of which, Ryan will draw another couple cards off that Demona. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards, I think, in deck. Dylan does the check. So that Demona will come down. We'll see if Ryan chooses to deal with that Dumbo.
And one very important question here is whether Ryan, so here's the Elsa that we took back onto with that first Tehran. I'm going to let him start questing out here for like 7 from 0. And if he has access to another Tehran, or if he looped the first one with the second, he's actually under no threat of decking out, because you can just play those cards, retro them away to play the next one, and tuck 2 cards under for each one. And so a good green-purple player should be able to dodge that.
That a great point, and perhaps a line that Dylan is not thinking. I mean, of course, at this point of the game, if you've known you've lost the lore race, then you just start to think about that alternate win con and just try to stall it out and hope for it. But perhaps a line that Dylan's not thinking about. But it's a great point. But he may not, come to that at all, because this Elsa here going to lock down a couple characters. She quests for 3 on her own. So Ryan now with 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9 lore on the board can close this out pretty quickly. We'll see if there's an answer. We do have the Willow, and Hades offering a deal on the Philip. Ryan not even thinking about it. Dylan immediately drawing 2 cards. It's something to pay attention to. How much lore is Dylan establishing? Because it is going to take Ryan 2 turns to close this out as well. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over on Dylan's side of the board. Dylan at this point, if he can just drop a bunch of little characters and go wide.
But unfortunately, only this Dumbo is eligible to quest this turn. So he can go to 11, but then he needs to set up 9 with no way for Ryan to be able to interact with it to actually be able to threaten a 2-turn clock. And so Ryan is actually in the driver's seat here to just race out.
Yep. Yeah, really fascinating. This is game 1. And so Mowgli does come down, zap another evolution device. The only other card in hand is that Elsa. The other interesting note here, for several turns now, Ryan has been drawing cards which he has seen and actually positioned at the bottom of his deck with that genie. If you're proficient with this deck and you can have a good memory, um, it's often that you get to the state of the game, you can actually stack and order the cards in the bottom of your deck in the way that you want, and it's very possible that Ryan knows exactly the order of cards for the past few turns, like 10 down. He could have predicted the exact order of cards that he was going to draw into over the next 10 turns, which is interesting.
Yep, he should have a very reasonable idea about what is left in there. And unfortunately, these lists do only tend to play 2 Turan, and so it's very likely that Ryan does not actually have a method of shuffling more cards back into his deck. But he is able to use this Milo here to bounce one of his own characters. So we saw Dylan pick up the card there to possibly confirm that, and might be having to check that wording, because Ryan, it's definitely close. He can start questing these cards again. He can start going for it. But we are just going to put that Dumbo back in hand and quest out with everybody we've got here. So that is another 9 lore, taking us all the way to 16. Any one of these characters survives with the Milo, and we have got this game. And looks like Dylan checking there whether Ryan has to draw based off of this Milo. But unfortunately, only 1 card placed into the discard this turn, so the Milo does not trigger. It is a mandatory effect by the look of the card text on the screen there. And so, unfortunately, Dylan's hopes of getting a deck out here are looking slim.
They are, but Ryan's fidgeting over there a little bit, kind of wondering, I think, if Dylan does have the answers. There's a lot of exerted characters. Dylan has a lot available. The question is, does he have an answer or two in hand or find them to deal with some of these bigger characters? Because there's not a lot of strong challengers on his side of the board. A couple. We do have that support ability there with the Augustus, but or Augustin rather, but so you talked about the Terrans. It is open decklist in the top cut here. So Dylan will be aware of what's in there. We're aware of what's in there. There are only 2 Terrans, and I do believe we've seen a couple. So I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
both of those definitely gone. So
yeah.
We are playing with the cards we have available, but looking at this board state now, I think those cards are going to be enough to get it done. Because there's, likely we're through all the spends that Dylan has access to. We're probably through all 4 of the Gastons at this point. I would be very surprised if there's, maybe one left to dig into here. But, finding enough damage to deal with this board is just going to be difficult when, the Philip is evasive. There is 18, 21
cats,
effective health.
2 cats, though, now, and plenty of ink. That'll help.
That will help. I think we have access to 7, 8, 11, 12, 15 points of damage on Dylan's side of the board against 21 points of HP. And we can obviously move over 4 more with the cats.
That would be just short, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's looking like we needed another character of some kind. And an evasive, which Dylan currently lacks. Which makes sense for why he bounced the Dumbo last game. So, yep, we can see here.
Oh, my goodness.
Scooping up 38 minutes left on the clock. I think we started with 75. And so, almost a 40-minute game 1. I think Ryan pointing out there how far into his deck he had to dig to get some of these late game threats because, it certainly seemed like, we saw 1 Philip MMS that entire game. And we're rifling through the inkwell here to take a look at, what we might put in there.
What a game. If you're just joining us, if you're one of the 700 people watching this morning on a Sunday morning, this is Ryan Jorg, the second seed at Charlie's 50K Invitational, piloted his way into the second seed during Swiss rounds, facing off against Dylan, the 15th seed. Ryan is the only Amethyst Emerald deck that converted into the top cut, and you can see his deck in action there. We got to see the full display of what it's bringing to bear in that bajillion-minute game against Dylan Crowley on his Amber Amethyst deck, a more standard deck in this meta. Ryan bringing the Retro Evolution device to bear, and it was really fun watching this deck, Justice. Again, there's been kind of a dearth of live Disney Lorcana, this meta, and I've gotten to do a few tournaments recently. I've gotten to see Retro Evolution piloted in some other colors, not seen it in this build, and it was really fun seeing how it pairs with Amethyst. And what that allows it to do in the mid game with some of these interplay effects. I'm really interested to know though, like I'm used to thinking of Amethyst Emerald as more of a tempo deck that can run aggressive, but generally kind of plays in the mid range area. This doesn't seem to have many aggressive lines, and I just watching it operate. I'm going to venture to guess. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to venture to guess that a good preponderance of games go long like this, and this deck is much more of a control build than previous iterations of Amethyst Emerald that we've seen.
Absolutely. This is, spiritually, this is very close to Brainiac, right? That was a deck that also was playing like very little early game aggression of its own. It was trying to, draw with the Amethyst Chromicons into bend to my will, take all of your opponent's hand, and then, slowly race out after there. And this is doing a similar thing. There are no 1-drops in this list, usually. And there are very few 2-drops that are doing anything as well. And your 3-drops draw you a card, and that's about it, right? They have very pitiful stats. So you are actually taking most of your first 3 turns off most of your games, and you are hoping, if you're playing this, to simply win every single one of your games if they're going to be taking you 30 to 40 minutes. And if we do look at Ryan's record in Swiss yesterday, right, he went 5-0-2, and his game record was 10 wins, 2 losses. So he only dropped a single game in 2 of his 5 matches that he had to play, and both of his draws were intentional.
Fascinating. And yeah, that's a great point. But talking about going fast, last game, one of the reasons Ryan was able to pull that out early is because Dylan got off to both decks got off to a kind of slow start. I think that's what Ryan's hoping for. Dylan not finding that 2-drop this game, though. Dylan showcasing why people play Amber Amethyst, getting that ramp on 2, working very quickly into an Isis to impact Ryan's board. So doing kind of what he wants to do and putting a little bit of board pressure on. Not a lot of lore out there, but starting to go wide. On Ryan's side, he does get that Evolution device in, which is a deck that can power into some pretty strong mid-game interplay effects and ramp a little bit. So it feels like a slow start for Ryan, but having watched it earlier, I'm not convinced that he's feeling terrible right now, having gotten that Evolution device in play.
So this is almost textbook perfect for Dylan in terms of what you want to be doing. He managed to find 2 1-drops, the Willow, and has able to use those Louisas to answer Ryan's Aladdin. And in turn, Ryan has responded with the best on the draw line into this setup where he's actually just played the retro on 3 instead of playing a 3-drop to try and bump into, because now on 4, he can play that 3-drop, ink a card, and then retro immediately into the 5-drop. Often the Hades, possibly the Tehran to slow things down a bit here. Depends what he's got. Even Chernobog to sort of shuffle back the Louisa and let his opponent bring back a Louisa 1 is decent, but, doesn't stop the fact that Dylan has actually gone very wide here and is going to be able to put a lot of lore pressure down by just turning sideways every turn with every character that he's got. So this is what Dylan wants to be doing if he's going to find a way to win this game here that he's on the play. But this is probably the best response from Ryan here.
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up. Fantastic response. And you called the line right there. Evolution device, 3-drop character, ink, evolution device into a 5-drop. Terran coming down, rushing, getting that Willow off the board. And just, oh man, goodness, what a big body in the mid game here. It's kind of, I'm used to Amethyst working in these mid game board swinging cards. Terran, not a card that I've seen run, a ton ever since it came out. But it is a natural fit into this Amethyst strategy, into this mid-game board swing, kind of filling that Elsa role now that we've lost her. But there's a lot of recursion, a lot of cards that care about discard now. And so, especially as you pointed out, in a deck where you're likely to deck yourself, giving you that option to keep yourself from losing that way. A really fun card to see worked in here. Of course, only 2 of because of the Ininkable, but it's actually done a lot of work the last couple games.
Yeah, Tehran saw some niche play last format as an answer to Lilo versus the Dogs decks, but is instead, I think, a much more natural fit here where you actually benefit from every single one of these effects, right? You get this 5/5 Rush Challenger. You get the ability to either disrupt your opponent's grave, which is incredibly relevant in a Circle of Life meta, but also to give yourself the ability to never deck out by playing 2 of them. And, it's just where it was okay before for that uninkable slot, it is much better here for actually covering, multiple different scenarios and threats here. And so all it's got to do is slow Dylan down a little bit here and, give us some time. We're already at 5 ink on Ryan's side. We can potentially go like play a 5-drop, bump it immediately into a 7 if we find the Milo. And After that, it's easy to get right into the Phillip if you have that. So, yep, we're going to see the Milo come down here, ditch the Under the Sea to put that Demona back into his opponent's hand, draw a card at the end of the turn for the Milo effect, and just slow him down, right? Damage on both of Dylan's characters already, and no way to deal with this Milo except giving up the big Louisa if he wants to play that Demona again to exert it so he can challenge. That is just a phenomenal spot to be if you're Ryan.
And a really fun sequence there. One of the worst things when your opponent plays a Hades is to like allow them to draw 2 cards and then have your character removed anyway. And I'm willing to bet that sequence of Hades into Milo, I think we've seen it twice now, is one of the key sequences Ryan's looking for in this deck. Is get the cards off the Hades, say thank you very much, then play the Milo, discard one of the low impactful cards that you drew and impact your opponent's board anyway, and then get the extra card draw to boot. So really fun 1-2 sequence there, and we've seen that a couple times now.
Yep, and it is, again, the rock in the hard place. You can either give your opponents the draw, lose the character anyway, or you can bot deck one character and then lose a second to the Milo coming down. And both of those options can just be backbreakers.
Yeah, the illusion of like choice is like the worst part, We do have an Elanway come down here. Her supportability pairs well with Kistan and World's Greatest Criminal Mind, followed by Demona, which will exert that Milo. Luisa crashing in there, removing him from board. And it's back over to Ryan with an empty board. Dylan managed to push his lure early, but having to take a couple turns here to do some control.
Still in a very favorable position, I think. Ryan, excellent response here. Demona back, right? And make sure that this Demona is not going to ready on Dylan's side. Takes 2 lore off of his board for this turn, leaving him just these smaller characters. And, offering the ability to retro into that Elsa 8, which I believe he's playing 2 copies of. But no, Gaston here. Phenomenal response. And Dylan's still in it.
Yeah, these haymakers getting thrown back and forth here. Now, Ryan going to take a second to drop that guidebook, draw some cards. And normally when you do that, you're like, you won't see a super impactful turn with the amount of ink available. But with the evolution device, you can do that. But instead, another guidebook here, drawing cards, just kind of taking a moment, looking for answers. Very low tempo play, nothing to board. It's back over to Dylan.
Yep. And so we inked the Phillip there. And so that would tell me that Ryan definitely has another one in that hand. And, we are back to looking for MMS, right? Dylan's got, he's got 10 lore. He's got 5 on board here to go to 15. So he is now in a position to actually start threatening to close this game out very rapidly. And so, we do not have a great spot here if we're Ryan, because we can't afford to sing the 3 and play the Phillip in the same turn, right? We need a 7 cost to bump into it. And so maybe we're looking at something instead like, an Elsa 8, pin things for a turn, and just try and slow your opponent down to get you that extra turn to go to Phillip. But, it's going to be a knife's edge here to find a way to stop this.
Yeah, and Dylan all the way to 10. That will help a little bit.
Ooh, very effective, actually, right? Taking 3 characters off of Dylan's board, slowing his clock down. I think we are short some of the lore on the sidebar here. I believe it should be 15. And, just mean that Dylan's not going to be able to go any higher than 18 on this turn.
It's funny. Sven crashes so hard that sometimes I forget he's just a 2 strength with that 3 challenger. So clearing three characters off the board buys a little bit. And to your point earlier, it's just about buying time right now, I think, to find that board wipe. But the problem is, the closer Dylan gets, the closer we get to a board state a game state where he's just going to need to drop 1 character to close things out. Does get the Dumbo on board here, but still plenty of cards in hand. And so if Ryan does manage to find that board wipe, I think Dylan, 2, enough to ready that Demona. So 2 cards in hand, but enough to drop a couple threats on the board, and that's going to be it. We're on to game 3. So game 1, super fast. Game 2, or game 2, super fast. Game 1, a slog.
Yep. Perfect game 2 from Dylan. He got exactly the opening he wanted to. He maintained pressure and controlled the board sort of the entire length of the game. And he did not give Ryan an opportunity to keep a Phillip on the board to offer him a chance to sort of sing MMS and retro into Phillip. And so that is textbook right there in terms of how you want to approach this game if you are yellow-purple on the play.
Yeah, and not that he didn't try to game 1, but no ramp in game 1. It just gave enough breathing room that Ryan managed to get things clicking. And yeah, so you get to see both decks kind of do their thing now. And we're getting what I really love, Justice, is game 3, having had both decks showcase kind of what they can do here. And this is your second seed into your 15th seed. Dylan trying to knock off Ryan, who, as you pointed out, only lost one game all yesterday. So, yeah.
Yep, it's definitely, it's a tough spot to be in still. Dylan has evened up the series. He just needs to get one win here to take it back, but he is going to be on the draw. And here you can see, he's just giving the deck a real good shuffle, wants to try and hope that he draws a well-balanced hand here because you've got to go fast if you are in Dylan's spot here in this game. You want something like 2 Willows and a bunch of low drops into an early Demona to just keep the pressure up, 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 and chain those Demonas to make sure your opponent can never stick a Milo. And, how these hands open up here is going to have a big impact on how this game 3 goes. So we can see these both players taking a moment here to, keep themselves calm, get a drink of water, and go into this very important game 3 mulligan.
Yeah, I mean, we were pressed for time early, and we saw how long these games can go. But with 25 minutes, it feels like you can kind of take your time in the first few turns. So if you're Ryan here, now you're on the play and you know that aggressive start your opponent can take. What is kind of your opening that you're looking for in order to keep that momentum, to keep Dylan from running away with things while you establish your mid game and your late game?
So a turn 4 shift under the sea is a very effective answer into yellow purple if they find themselves, with a bunch of 1 and 2 cost characters that they've played out and they don't have access to a Isis to get an exert and a trade there. But we actually saw Ryan mulligan no cards this game.
Fascinating.
So he's clearly thinks he's got, nice options here. Ink the Aladdin turn 1, not bother to play it, and we'll see how Dylan responds.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, that you're talking about the Aladdin shift line into Aladdin and Genie with the 3-drop. Immediately saying, yeah. And it's just about slowing Dylan down enough. We do have an Elanway on turn 1 here.
Yep, and we are looking like we've got a pretty good hand for Dylan overall here, right? He's doing a great job of showing that to us. We see like a Willow, a Ham, a second Willow there. So this, is shaping up. We've got another 1-drop here. Not quite, a little bit unfortunate, but it's still a decent spot overall for Ryan.
He's setting up for it. 2 Willows is great, but both of those susceptible to that under the sea. Let's see if we go that route because you highlighted that line.
So
well, he needs
to hit that perfectly. Yeah, exactly. So we skipped the 3 drops. So we're kind of saying that we're not too bothered about that. But these Willows cannot effectively quest into this Aladdin because, you trade 1 and then you bump it with the retro device. So we're still doing a great job. Dylan has not been able to find a chance to quest here.
Yeah. No Isis. I'm looking at anything to impact the ready characters over there. There's no Isis yet. I do see the Demona. There's a Dumbo and
Gaston.
The Gaston. So on Ryan's side, he did find the Under the Sea on that Todd draw. And so we're going to zap into the Chernobog, get rid of the cat. And now we have a board state that will facilitate that. And he does have the Under the Sea in hand.
But he discarded a Hades and inked a Hades here, and Dylan gets to respond here without inking and play this Gaston to remove the Chernobog. This is actually, I think Ryan's hand must have had very few inkables here to work with because getting rid of 2 Hades in that spot is maybe like the worst spot to find yourself in.
It is, especially when you have an evolution device that can sneak them into play or even play them back to back in a turn or 2. Will we get some quests here? Yes, we will. Dylan pushing his lore up to 3. It's back over to Ryan for the response.
Oh, it looks like we're thinking actually about how much we want to quest here. I think I like the questing because you just have to do it. But, Dylan has got this Demona in hand. And so, oh no, actually, did he just ink it?
I did not see.
So definitely some choices to be made here, right? These Willows are going to let Dylan keep getting onto the board quicker and keep developing more threats that can quest. And, the Elanwi's good to trade back with either this Aladdin or this Todd if they want to challenge in and hit her. And so can this Gaston. And so, we can see Ryan does have that Under the Sea in hand, and he's definitely going to want to try and sing that if he can find a way. But he needs to stick a singer, right, for the extra turn.
Yeah, and we know there's a Demona available next turn with those Willows that'll be available. So it's like now, oh man,
it's a a real rock and a hard place after having to do that last turn, right? We can see, I think his hand's got the Aladdin and Genie, the Under the Sea, and the the Elsa shift uninkable, right? So clearly sitting there breaking up his hand. And Ryan is actually making some very tough choices here about how to manage, the cards that he has access to and which ones he has to give up to keep finding a way to play this game. So this is a tough spot. This is very actually in the hands of Dylan in the pilot seat being able to get this Demona down next turn. Ryan has got to make some tough choices here, to keep inking and to keep finding a way to get up onto the board.
And I think Ryan I mean, this is the Demona turn coming up. I think Ryan knows, and I do like not questing the Willows, just not putting that Demona at risk at all and saving yourself ink perhaps, but here we go. We're going to ink for turn. There comes that Demona discounted. Ryan immediately exerting his characters, likely knowing that that's a significant possibility. And now we have a couple characters who can respond over there. Let's see how we choose to sequence this.
So the Gaston is, a clean trade here. And then the Elanwi gets to buff up one of these Willows to take out the Todd. And I think that is just going to be, take two guys off, take a little bit of damage on them, and get 2 lore from your questing. You are now off to the races, right? We have 6 lore on board for future turns and 3 cards in hand. It's not as fast as last game, but Dylan's got a shot. But Ryan gets to respond here with his own Demona, right? Pinning that Demona down, drawing a card here, and giving himself a target to get into the Elsa with if Dylan does not have a Gaston to respond with.
Yeah, he drew something amber. I was waiting to see how much he didn't have one earlier.
He's got a significant amount of discounting here with these Willows. So, if we had access to something like a Besties, we could possibly be looking for the Gaston first. But, the fact that the Gaston did not come down right away. Ooh, another Demona instead.
Yeah, you can either banish it or lock it down, and the Demona wars are raging once again. So Ryan drawing a card, and you know what? We're gonna get rid of it for good measure.
Showing a lot of respect here for the ability to shift into that Elsa 8 with the retro device. And now it's just a question of do we have maybe a Milo here would have been phenomenal. We do not. We can see it looks like Ryan is putting his entire hand under because he does not like the cards that he currently has.
Yeah, I know. I don't know everything he had. I know he did have that one Under the Sea, but nothing to sing with it at this point. He's got 2 Demonas across the board, so oof. Yeah, this is going to be tough. So inks a Lenny.
Yep, and so we are going now to 7 ink this turn, which means he can go to 8 next turn, right? That's important for things like playing a Milo and then immediately bumping it into a Philip. And so this is the back and forth now. Dylan just has to be able to keep an MMS Singer off of Ryan's board as best as he can. And so we're going to be bestiesing, right? We want to find those extra Demonas. Or this Gaston here, excellent grab. Lets him take out the Aladdin and Genie with the Elanwi. We can see Ryan, fumbling some of his cards here because this is a high stress situation, I think.
Yeah, and just Dylan with the answers every single time. Love that Elanwi. She's been sitting there since turn 1. And that's what it's the old was it Basil play where they just sit there until the right moment and pairing very well with that Gaston. And here we do have the Under the Sea, so that we've been sitting on one for a while. That's a new one. We shipped one, drawing into that one, and we'll send 3 characters away. That feels pretty good. You're leaving your opponent with 5 lore, but you still need to deal with 2 Demonas.
And we are having to ink that Philip to get access to this play. So it looks like we've got Philip Taran left in hand, but only those 2 cards. And with Dylan here, he's going to go to 15 now. He's just established 3 more lore. This Ursula, this is actually looking like a phenomenal spot for him. And, I don't know if Ryan's got this.
Yeah, we're going to ship again. Genie sending, 4 cards, or 2 cards to the bottom. Draw 3, but not much ink now to do anything, and that's it. He draws the Militia Scare. There's the handshake, and that is the game. So, my goodness, Justice, we saw a marathon of a game 1, ton of fun. Game 2 went by lightning fast. Game 3, pretty quick as well. And, Ryan just not able to find that opener to slow down Dylan's momentum, opening 2 Willows into the Demona. And, yeah, man, Dylan taking down the 2 seed.
An incredible showing there. Dylan, phenomenal play and choices there into that game 3. Ryan, maybe, a little bit too greedy with that keep 7 in game 3 with that Aladdin under the sea plan when he never got a chance to do that, and he was never able to stick enough singers or the option to shift in for that. And so, a tough going out there in the top 16, but really well played match from both players.
Yeah, it is fascinating. I mean, you pointed out this is a slower deck, and you pointed out just earlier that he's only dropped a game, all yesterday, and there are a lot of fast decks running around. Of course, Eleanor is all the rage. She's being played in, I mean, almost every Emerald deck. Not this one, but almost every other Emerald deck. And there's some really fast lines available there. And so, Ryan will have built this deck to deal with some of those fast openings, just not able to do it here. And yeah, it is interesting too, like because he was in a situation we saw where he had to ink and discard like Hades is, kind of mess with that under the sea math as well, and he shipped nothing, which is interesting because to me, if you're sending nothing, either based on your deck math, you're anticipating drawing into one of your key cards in your first like 3 or 4 turns because you haven't seen one yet. You've got 4 of, and you're doing that calculation, and you're worried about an uninkable problem, or B, you've got your response already. And so interesting to me that we didn't see a more solid line to deal with that aggressive start in game 3.
Yep. And so we had what would traditionally be the best counter for Ryan, right? He had the Aladdin 2-drop, he had the 3-drop, he had the retro device, or maybe not actually, but he had the Shift Aladdin and the Under the Sea. And he probably kept all of those cards and just some inkables. And he opted to go into I think he played the retro on 3, so maybe he didn't have the 3-drop because then he went into the Chernobog, got punished by the Gaston, and then was never able to set up the singers after that point because played the Todd and then got demoted. And so Dylan, a very fortunate spot, he actually did not need that second Willow there to play that Demona after the sequence that went Chernobog into Gaston. But I think just maybe too many uninkable cards in Ryan's hand, if he didn't have that 3-drop on turn 3, he probably wanted to be mulliganing for that turn 4 Under the Sea.
Yeah.
Tough.
Yeah. Yeah, tough. And sometimes you do the math and you're like, I've seen no 3-drops. I've got, let's say 12 in this deck, or even if I've got 8 in this deck, I know, hypergeometric math, yada, yada, yada. I've got 2 draws before I have to play that 3-drop. So I have a, 85% chance of drawing into that. Sometimes that math if you haven't seen one yet. Sometimes you miss.
Yeah, and it may have been the other way around, right? The inverse of that is that you have a hand that has 1 or 2 uninkables, you think that's fine, and that, this deck only plays 8, 9, 10 uninkables, and you go, there's no way I'm going to draw 2 uninkables here on my next 2 draws. And I have been in the spot where I've gotten stuck at 2 ink and dogs for like 3 turns running because it's just like uninkable, uninkable, uninkable. And, sometimes those spots just put you out.
Yep. It's happened to me. I'm like, this hand is like 80% good. I'm just going to make it just a little bit better. And you draw into your 2 of your 4 uninkables in the deck. And you're like, well,
a little bit greedy.
Makes terrible decisions. We do have a look at some brackets here. Mike has been working hard in the background to jam this out. So I'm just going to show you in the Google Docs version. This is one side of our top 16 bracket. You see that Zan Siad did manage to take out Bryant Zarita. Bryant, one of my locals. I'm sorry to see him go, but Zan is the #1 seed making it through, and we're going to have a mirror of Emerald Amethyst. Or Amber
and Stan versus Nathan. So it's the Club Lorcana top 8 head-to-head. They've got to go for the team kill. I believe they're both on green-yellow aggro, and, really unfortunate to draw into each other on this side of the bracket. But, we can see Garrett beating Amber Steel with Ruby Amethyst going to the other side of the bracket. And, we're waiting to see either Green Steel or Amber Amethyst advance from that remaining game to face him. But it's a pretty, you're pretty happy, I think, on that other side of that bracket if you're, Green Steel or Red Purple going into face for sure Green-Yellow aggro in the top 4.
Yeah. Yeah, really interesting. And we are seeing, Amber Emerald representing very well there, knocking out their opponents. So we're going to have good representation in the top 8. But
Ooh,
Ruby,
it
oh,
looks
look at
like
that.
results in Green Steel's unfortunately out in top 16. It's going to be, Ruby Amethyst versus Amber Amethyst in that top 8 spot.
It's a bummer because I actually really like the green steel builds this meta. It's kind of a bummer there. We'll take a look at the other side here. It looks like we're still waiting on some results, but you can see them being updated in real time by Mike in the green room there. We did see Ryan lose there. Dylan Crowley making it through. Chance for another green steel there with Gengar versus Haymaker. Haymaker is still there. Nathan Shaney making it through with his Ruby Emerald deck, and he'll go into Dominic on Ruby Amethyst. So interesting, and looks like Green Steel is making it through. So 2 Emerald Amber in the top 8, and pretty good spread of other colors.
Very diverse metagame here, both in our top 16 overall and advancing into the top 8. It is a bit of a rock paper scissors thing going on. If you are green steel or red purple, you're very happy to come up against green yellow. But if you are green yellow, you'd really like to see, I think, the Amber Amethyst players or some of these slower decks like green purple or Ruby Emerald. And so, it's a question of who can get their favorable pairings into some of these matches, right? Green Steel doesn't really want to face Amber Amethyst or Ruby Amethyst. And so, looks like a tough draw for Haymaker here, having to play into Dylan. But if he is the higher seed, he's got a decent chance there. And we do seem to have some colors moving around here.
Yeah.
Perhaps a correction, in which case, bit of an interesting change on this side of the bracket. And we do have Mike in the chat saying that, we can bring him on and he can explain what's going on here.
Well, let's bring in a couple folks. We're going to bring in a couple folks who I think are going to broadcast our next round. I'm going to bring in Mike, who you see working diligently on this bracket here, as well as one of my favorite people in the world. It's Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn, who's in the green room getting ready to go for the next round. Hey, everyone.
So yeah, I apologize for the color mismatch to chat and to those trying to explain the Google Doc as I'm doing it. I'm getting conflicting who is on what colors. So I'm doing my best to align it to match with what Katie's total numbers from last night look like. Because I believe Katie's numbers over everything at this point.
Oh, yeah, that was fun. You guys, if you're not doing Excel at night, what are you guys doing on Saturday night?
I don't know. You jam those graphics out pretty quickly. As we work on that, I'll show you the graphics we're talking about. Katie jamming this out in the wee hours of the, I don't know, night, morning.
To be fair, I got done by midnight, so that wasn't so bad. I did it from 9 p.m. till midnight, a nice 3-hour. Here's the sad thing, though, is that, so my big anxiety is I want to make sure the top 16 was right. So I did go through it a couple times, but if it's wrong, that's not my fault. It's the fault of early mornings, time zones, and rain. But fascinating stuff in there.
Yeah. And there's another graphic. Justice and I were talking about this earlier, Katie, making use of your graphics. Justice giving us some awesome analysis of the conversion rates, et cetera. But you actually have a conversion rate chart, which allow us to show exactly how these decks played out. So Justice, Katie, what are your thoughts? Big observations here.
I mean, everybody switched to Emerald Ruby now. It's 100% chance of making it into the top 6. So I think, anytime you have a Dark Horse deck, there's two stories. I think they're both at the bottom, where it's kind of like, there's some meat on the retro device bone, because I just think that if that many different people believed in it, and by that many different people, I mean, we had like T. Maelstrom, we had Diego Saz up in Canada. Then we had Daniel Shaney, who I don't think is on a team, and he's on just a completely different retro device build here with Leviathan build. It just makes me think that there is something there. It's kind of like a pseudo ramp type situation, but it's like a cannibalistic ramp in some ways. So anyway, that was just, it makes me fascinated. But then it also makes me go, well, obviously there's other stuff that's a little bit more predictable, other than the retro device. I'm going for like the least converting thing. Well, 100% and 7.5. So it's kind of a riff there.
Yeah, maybe it's best if we consider that like the Emerald Ruby retro deck and the Amethyst Emerald retro deck are probably occupying a similar slot in the meta as these big control decks. And so actually that would give us a combined like 13% percentage of the field going in and 13% going into top cut, actually is, pretty reasonable conversion for that deck overall.
Yeah.
Which is similar for everything else we've got up here, except Ruby Amethyst. Ruby Amethyst doubling its conversion, right, for general pop to top 8.
Yeah. I think that's fascinating because, I mean, it did make up the finals of the Gen Con CCQ, which is like, it's notable because I think it's a deck that a lot of people guffaw at. They scoff because it can it can be laughed at in some ways. But I think it's because if we think about Amethyst Ruby as a control deck of yore, yes, it is not a control deck anymore. I think it behaves very, very similar to Amethyst Steel of, the traditional Amethyst Steel we've known pre-rotation. It's more similar, it behaves more similar to that. And if you can change your brain, then I think people will understand why it's being brought to tournaments, because much like Amethyst Steel, it's just a nice, stable deck doing things at a predictable way.
Yeah, and it does benefit from being, a pretty good pick into the green-yellow aggro deck if you get a chance to run into it. But I do worry, like, if you're on that deck, that the Amber Amethyst portion of the meta has to be scary, right? Not what you want to face. That half mirror very much goes in the favor of the Amber half versus those Ruby cards, because it has incredible tools like the Gaston and the Horseman Strikes to answer the things that Ruby Amethyst wants to put out there. But, with more of the room on green-yellow, if you can find the run that you want, maybe you can just slip in there.
I did last night. I didn't make a graphic for it, but I did go through all the deck lists to break down of the green-yellow, which ones were control, which ones were items, and which ones were aggro. So I have that data, but I didn't make a graphic for it. But I can use my mouth analysis if you guys are interested in that.
So real quick, chat is kind of throwing up their hands requesting that we have the Ruby Emerald deck on stream.
They're throwing up their hands. I mean,
yeah, a lot of people are asking for
as
it.
long as they're throwing up their hands, they're not throwing hands.
Hands up in the air.
I mean, I think if we get it up, they won't throw hands, but I'm afraid they'll throw hands if we don't put it up at this rate.
So, well, I mean, I'm a person of the people. But this is technically Liam's ship. We are driving on the SS Illumiteer.
Hey, you've got next round, Katie. It's so you and Mike, your call. Yeah, it's up to you. We will take a look over. I'm going to pop back over real quick and just take a look one more time at the brackets, just so everybody's familiar. Everything is locked down. You can see the numbers on the previous slides that we showed, and now you're seeing it updated in real time with Dylan, Haymaker. Are going to be 2 of your top 8, Nathan and Dominic, your other 2. And in the top of the bracket, there's that team match we talked about, Zansied, Nathan Tripp on that Amber Emerald mirror, and then Ruby Amethyst into Amethyst, Amber, or Amber Amethyst. One of the biggest, I keep talking about this, but having watched tournament results, seeing Ruby Amethyst continue to win and seeing it continue to be like a fairly small percentage of the meta share, it surprises me, especially with the color comer that's so beloved.
So that's why it's fascinating, because I mean, it wasn't, everybody accepted that Amethyst Steel was a predictable, I call it many times the Honda Civic choice to bring to a tournament, because it's not gonna do like a lot of crazy things, but it's gonna do a lot of things predictably. So it's kind of, I wonder if people, I just wonder like if it's something, because you think about like the audience of players, the people who are at this tournament are kind of not your set champ people. These are people trying to win. So maybe there is some kind of like, it's just the non-palatable deck for the top players. I don't know. I'm very fascinated. I mean, Justice, what are your take on why people are resistant?
So it's a very interesting way we've seen the meta develop, right? Amber Steel was our first big part of that initial trio. And then Amethyst Steel was the natural point to go to punish that deck specifically, right? Because the Amethyst cards in that matchup effectively deal with the Amber cards really well. But then we saw Amber Amethyst come out and really establish itself as the most popular deck in the format. And both Amber Steel and Amethyst Steel struggle with that matchup. And Amber Steel gets a little bit of a resurgence there because it's a little bit better into the other matchups that it might have to run into, particularly some of these like super controlling aggro decks, than Amethyst Steel is, right? Amethyst Steel slightly taller, slightly better control package and options to go longer with the bots package, but not as quick to put lore on the board and to threaten to race out. And so it's got this awkward position where it's not a good choice into these emerging decks like the book control and the retro device green purple deck, where an amber steel still has a bit of an angle into there. So, blame Amber Amethyst for bullying both decks out of the format a little bit. Long live Blurple, going nowhere anytime soon.
Right.
But I think in a room like this, you can see those players going, there's not a great reason to take Amethyst Steel into this event.
Right. And I think it's so funny how much the psychological goes into it. Because I think in a meta like this, it's interesting to see, do people bring what they believe is the best deck, or are they bringing are they trying to dodge their least favorite matchup? Like, because there's a lot of people that are like, oh, I don't want to lose to bleh. But every deck that's in this room has to be at least a little bit honest with themselves that there are going to be decks that they're going to lose against. Why I brought it up. Do you guys want to know what the breakdown inside of Amber Emerald was? I feel like Joseph might.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like you guys might like this. So of the 33, was there 33 or 32? 32. Amber Emerald. Of those, there was 21 aggro builds. The aggro builds, though, included 4 with Under the Sea, 1 toys, and then the rest was just the aggro that you expect. So 4 had Under the Sea in them. That is both Zan and Nathan. So the Zan Nathan mirror is going to be an aggro mirror with Under the Sea, which, makes sense that they would have a similar or the same list. But 16 were just normal aggro, no Under the Sea, go fast.
And by the way, not to interrupt, it looks like we are going to be getting Martin Garrett and Barbara or Joshua Ladont as our feature match.
Oh, we're not doing the
We are getting Martin and Barbara.
Oh, okay.
There we go. So we're going to get to see that Ruby Amethyst deck. We've been talking about the Ruby Amethyst deck. We've been talking about Ruby Amethyst. We're gonna get to see it here, and see if we can take another big event. Be fun. It'd be interesting matchup though, because I feel like, it's tough, because Ruby Am, it relies very, very heavily on evasives. That's kind of what it's trying to do. It stalls out the game or the board early with its high strength and willpower Ruby characters, and then you're working into the mid game. You've got that Peter Pan to help close things out. Peter Pan and Tinkerbell. There's some really great evasive answers in Ruby Amethyst, and so in Amber Amethyst. So probably not a combo that Martin is hoping to run into very often. It feels bad to lose a Peter Pan and Tinkerbell to a Horseman Strike. So I don't know. I feel like this might be a rough matchup for Martin.
He does have the benefit of the open lists there. So, the cards you're looking for in this matchup, yet those Horseman Strikes, not every yellow-purple player is on them. How many copies of Sven they're on, and are they on Mrs. Incredible, right? Those are the 3 sort of cards that are going to decide that head-to-head.
Deck lists are open. We can actually find out.
I have that too, yeah. And the last one, of all of the 32, only 1 was items control. And yet I had to cast it twice. Statistically unlikely that that'll happen to you, but it did. I saw that they actually not bubbled out. They just didn't make the top 32. So that was their karmic punishment, unfortunately. Just kidding. Shout out to them. And then as far as songs control, we had a total of
should be 10.
10. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. 10, but 3 of them had retro device. That's fascinating.
What a phenomenal breakdown there. You answered every question I had as you
because
went
these were questions I had, right? It's like, what's the difference in here? I went through because my big question is aggro putting in any songs? Because last night I was like, okay, well, if having songs does not make it Amber Emerald songs. It is basically the circle of life, I think, that is. And I call it songs control because that is kind of what it's doing, is being a control deck. But I thought it was fascinating that 3 of them said, I'm going to do retro device, which means retro device worked its way into several different color pairings. I'm fascinated to see. I kind of want to pull up. There's 2 Emerald Sapphire players. I might pull that up right now and see if those Emerald Sapphire players were also on the device. Because I'm just fascinated by players wanting something to work and believing something to work, and is it the same thing? Like, do they want it to work because they know it will, or is it just like a folly ado? Everybody's in a mass delusion or something.
I love it. The device. That's a great way to put it.
Yeah, retro evolution device.
You do get a phenomenal play exclusive to Emerald Sapphire, which is, if you can shift in, if you get that Mickey Mini, they're dry on the board for just 4 ink, you can shift in for free, sing MMS, retro 3 cards into your inkwell while playing a Prince Philip to banish your opponent's board. If that's not the dream combo.
Oh man.
Don't. If you're at home, don't do that to your loved ones. I'm just kidding.
That feels pretty
I did it
awful.
2 nights ago, practicing with my wife. So I'm
Does she still
I'm
play
a bad
Lorcana with
person.
you?
Oh yes, she does.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just got to throw up your hands. We do see the players sitting down at the table here. Justice and I are going to step out and let Katie and Mike take this round. Justice, any last thoughts going into this round?
Yeah, Katie, if you can tell me how many of those Circle of Life decks have Lost in the Woods in them, that's maybe the one remaining question. But no,
The question on everyone's mind.
Great breakdown there. I appreciate that very much. And hopefully we get another good match here with Garrett and Barber in this Amethyst face-off.
It's going to be fun. Well, we are heading into the top 8. Thank you all for joining us. I'm going to take a step out. Katie, Mike, take it away.
Alrighty.
Yeah,
Nope.
and we are headed into the top 8 here. And like we mentioned, this is a funhouse mirror. I always call them funhouse mirrors when it's like one deck. They both have a color in common, but they have a little bit of color difference. So the story of this match is going to be, well, what are the differences? So Mike, how do you feel heading into this round?
I'm actually excited because I don't think this is a matchup we had yesterday. And I think it's a great example of seeing how Barber built his deck in comparison to what he expected to see today. Because if he does have Horseman Strikes, he's in great shape in this matchup. But I do not know if that's what we will be seeing.
Well, I'll pull it up right now. So I'm going to do that while we're talking. Or actually, I'll finish my point and then I'll do it while I'm not talking. That'll be better for everybody. But I do think that is going to be kind of the story of these tournaments right now is what deck did you bring because of what you thought the room would be? And then how did you tech your deck? Because I think a lot of these decks have such subtle differences. One of the things that I noted in the Gen Con finals between Elrathion and the Penguin Child was that they were just kind of very, very different builds. So people are going into these rooms and you look at the ink period. And I think another point of that is the fact that Justice said, well, how many have Lost in the Woods in it? Because these builds, you can't just assume, oh, it's going to be copy and paste the same deck list. There are going to be very, very big differences between the decks, even within the own ink colors.
Yeah, I love that. The Penguin Child is sorry, I laughed a little bit when you said that, not in a bad way. That's a great way of explaining it.
Yeah, I think he is like the Penguin Kid, or something. I think he has some kind of.
Yeah, I think he's TCG Penguin Kid on like YouTube or something.
There we go. So yeah, I mean, and these two players. I mean, going into this matchup, the difference is one of the things we mentioned is that Amethyst Ruby has changed its identity in the sense that we traditionally think about it as a control deck. And that is because it had access to a board wipe for the first 8 sets of Disney Lorcana, but it doesn't anymore. But Barber does. My big thing is I'm going to see, did Barber put in Raging Storm? Not every single Amethyst Amber Amethyst deck brings Raging Storms. So if that's something that you can't assume, okay?
I mean, you can assume. Doesn't mean it's a good thing to assume.
Right. And they did look at the deck list at length here. So, I mean, at this point, there is no more assumptions here. But go ahead. Sorry, you're going to make a point there.
No, I was going to say, do you have their list? Can you send it to me so I can add them to Lorebot, the stage cards? It will make my life a bit easier.
I'm trying. It's, there are a lot of screens here, but yes. So what are your thoughts going into this matchup?
I mean, ultimately, it's like I said earlier, I want to see how the evasive threats get handled. A lot of decks have been, you just mentioned that Barber could have Raging Storm. A lot of your decks seem to be dropping it right now. And I'm curious if he came into this event building differently than others because I know him, like personally and locally. And a lot of times he brings like a meta deck, but he has a twist or slightly off with decisions on things like either board wipes or removal from other standardized or more accepted versions of that color combination of that deck style. So I really am curious if he's still on Storms and has loaded a bunch of Horseman Strikes and is not on the Criminal Mind and Alanwi route that we have seen earlier today.
Well, I have one list dropped in the chat. This is me. Unfortunately, I'm trying to be one of those people that can talk while doing Excel sheet manipulation, but I'm not there quite yet. But as
No,
far
that's perfect. Thank you, Katie.
Joshua Lalonde here. So it does look like we got one Criminal Mind. We have a Black Cauldron, so Black Cauldron fans rise up. And then as far as how many Raging Storms, we got 2 Raging Storms. So it's going to be lots of adventure here.
Did you say Black Cauldron?
There is a single Black Cauldron.
I owe this man an epic high five when he's back in town.
Well, it depends if he. Well, I mean, if he wins or lose, he's still a folk hero. I know that there are lots of Cauldron enjoyers out there.
I think we're staged and looks like we're getting our mulligans in. So I'm going to just run with it in Warbot for now, everyone. Sorry about that.
All right. So right now we're doing the altar here. I think both of these decks are decks that are like, well, I have a curve and I'd quite like to hit it. And that is just making sure that you have pressure each turn. So unlike the the Retro Evolution devices we saw where they can get a little cheeky with it, Barber is doing aggressive mulligan. I can't see how many total, but I think there was at least 5, maybe 6. So he is definitely not happy with what he saw there. But yeah, both of these Amethyst decks are going to be looking for a couple things, making sure you get down that board pressure, making sure you have a card draw engine. Amethyst is one of the more greedy colors to be drawing cards, but it's still not guaranteed. You have to make sure you have those cards included in your curve or hope that you get to them. And then the question is Demona, the Demona of it all, as far as who has what. We have 4 on each side. So can we get that beautiful, beautiful curve and then go into the Demona? And then the other thing is the discounts that we will see from the Amber Amethyst, which I'm trying to see. We got the 4 Grandmother Willows here. And then we have 3 hams.
But it does look like Garrett is just starting off this game by starting with saying, here's an evasive, deal with it. With the 1-drop dash from the most recent release of Attack of the Line.
And this is a fascinating include because, I mean, I listened to a interview with Elrathion because Elrathion had dash. He had Randall Boggs, and a lot of people are like, how dare you? And I met it with Eleanor. What are you thinking? And I think the thought process is, well, Eleanor can deal 1 damage, but if I'm playing on curve and I have lots of guys and you're not going to get that out for a little bit, I'm not that afraid. And that evasive matters. Ilon, we cannot go where Dash Par will be going. He is just going to be a dodgeball dynamo and questing here for 1 and not feeling any fear from it.
Yeah, Garrett has at least 2 more turns of questing with that dash before it faces any threats or real danger.
And I think that's like such a point is if you have a fear, then dilute the pressure of that fear. And then that fear I'm talking about is we talked about, what if you have Horseman Strikes? And the answer is, what if? How many do you have? Are you going to use all of them on dash? And so if you have, and here we go, a second evasive here with Jebediah Farnsworth Cookie, you have 2 evasives now. So the math of saying that, yes, you have an out, and possibly, I'm trying to see if he does have the Horseman Strike. He has 2. So you have 2. He already has 2 evasives on the board. So suddenly it becomes pretty untenable. You have to take a whole turn off to do that.
Yeah. And Jebediah is very interesting in this deck because while he is evasive and reckless, I'm going to make the assumption now that Garrett has Dumbos in his deck, which means he can use Jebediah to still gain lore and draw a card when Dumbo enters the field.
Yeah, and that is so important. We talked about the card draw engine. These decks need to make sure that they are fueling because if you're playing on curve, you're also using your cards on curve. So here we go. We have the Vixie who is coming in and bouncing the second card, the Grandmother Willow, down. So this is very, very disruptive because not only is Garrett playing on curve, but he's forcing Barber to no longer be playing on curve. So incredible move here. This Vixie is a very, very, very powerful addition to this suite of cards.
Yeah, that Vixie is another new card from the most recent Attack of the Vine set. Her ability is whenever you play this character, if you have another evasive character in play, you can return chosen character, item, or location that's cost 2 or less to their player's hand. So it's like you just said, Katie, it's a huge tempo swing, and it's just another body on board that enables Garrett to make some other moves or decisions with throughout the game.
And now we see Barber saying, well, I have to make that decision. The problem with bouncing back and unable to hand is, yeah, you want to replay it. So, yeah, he has to miss a whole turn here. Basically, he's missing his turn 3. He could have played his Junior Woodchuck guidebook. Instead, he has to ink it and just say, okay, it'll probably work out. Luckily, he does have some cards in hand. The fact that something got bounced back does do some little card economy there, but it is not what he wants to see. Garrett is advancing down the line with his game plan, and he is just going to quest in the face of these two pretty paltry. He's like, you know what? Give support to Grandmother Willow if you want to. I'd love to see her engage in some challenging.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard. Like Garrett now, Barber, I should say, now has to play the game of how am I going to recover over time long term?
We have medallion weights going down, which is very interesting include here to the deck, but it is going to be able to add a little bit of synergy with the cards. How do you feel about the inclusion of just one lonely little item of the medallion weights? This is the one where the chosen character gets +2, and whenever they challenge a character this turn, you can draw a card, which the draw card, I think, is the secret sauce of why it's being included.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Well, it's not just that too, but like that increased power can get you through some dangerous situations because think about it this way too, right? You can make that medallion weights now makes your 1/1 dash par with evasive enough to take out a Dumbo. It just gives you more versatility in removal through challenging, and you get the card draw then.
Yeah, and I think that it's all these incremental advantages where you're able to slowly gain an edge. Now, a lot of people are probably, I see a couple people in chat kind of saying, well, doesn't Barber have a board wipe in Cauldron? I think Garrett putting on the pressure early and firmly will be important here because both Cauldron and Raging Storm are huge resource sinks. It is something that the Cauldron you have to play and then also dedicate time to putting characters in there. He hasn't lost any characters. We can't put any in there yet. He's been inking some very valuable cards. We saw him ink a Junior Woodchuck guidebook and a Demona here. But Demona is a plan that only works if you have powerful friends. And right now he certainly does not have powerful friends. So he is questing with this Ilanwi here and giving, I'm assuming, the support to Grandmother Willow. So I'm wondering,
no, he supported he supported Jebediah and then played Gaston to remove the Jebediah.
I thought you were psychic. I'm watching the YouTube feed. I'm like, how does he know this?
I'm watching our feed.
That makes more sense because I'm like, this hasn't happened yet. How does he know? And the answer is because I'm watching something.
That explains, there's like a 5-second desync. So he used the Elanwi to support boost. Wow, I shouldn't use the word boost. Support and increase the power of that Jebediah and was able to remove the Jebediah evasive threat that way.
And that is a very, very fun way to use that support. It basically double dips the World's Greatest Mind chip because a lot of questions are, well, World's Greatest Criminal Mind can be a dead card if you include it in your list, but Gaston is still always going to be a body. And then support makes it where, well, somebody is going to be large and in charge. So unfortunately, though, we did lose that Ilanwi in the melee. So that is the last time she'll be able to provide support to her friends. But there's probably more support where that comes from. A lot of time we see the Augustin Madrigal included in these lists, who's going to add even more. But we now feel the pressure because we have Sven leaping into the action here and going ahead and finally dealing with that meddlesome 1/1 child that was played on turn 1, the dash par.
Sven does so much here, and this is a great chance for you to just deal with the Scrooge at the same time. Yeah. Got to deal with it. So this is amazing. This is amazing, like restabilization for Barber here because the evasive threats are gone. And that Vixie doesn't have evasive or alert, so it can't challenge into that Sven and get card draw off of weights.
This is an incredible turn because this really shows what the identity between these two decks are. Barber is the control deck and Garrett is a mid-range deck. So, I mean, Garrett's deck looks pretty good in the early and mid turns, but it can start to run out of steam a little bit. And Barber's deck is just starting to fire up. Yes, Garrett had some powerful tempo losses by having the bouncing of that Grandmother Willow, but as long as Barber stays cool and confident, control decks can handle essentially losing, in quotations, the first couple turns.
Yeah, no. And like, the thing is, you get to 20 lore, you win by getting to 20 lore in Lorcana right now, let's say with the current rules. But you that 20 lore is almost a resource to a control player. It's like, that's the time I have to gain control and win the game.
Definitely. So now it is just responding with more pressure. The issue with sometimes these decks where you have, I mean, this is the downside of Ruby is yes, you have Reckless, but unfortunately you have Reckless, which you'd have to have some kind of partner there, like maybe an Ares, to go ahead and get some lore generated off of these Reckless characters. But we will go ahead on the other side and respond, inking that Augustin Magical, and then putting down, I'm assuming, a little bit more pressure on their side. And there we go. We have that Cheshire Cat and then Grandmother Willow, which we have the discount. And then now we can start moving damage around, which can be very, very punishing, especially because we know that Garrett has things like Dash Bar and Randall Bog. So that is going to be something that Cheshire Cat would love to take advantage of, that very, very small willpower.
Yeah, and now this is a case where Barber has his own ramp in play where he can play a character that's 8 ink next turn. Now, I don't think he has those available to him, but it just highlights how much Willow helps you in a situation. But Damona's just going to say that doesn't matter at this point.
So there we go. We're doing a little bit cleanup. And so that we talked so much about the power of Demona, and the power of Demona rests with your powerful friends. So I talked about how, well, Garrett is putting in some pretty clunky little Reckless characters, but this is why it is awesome, because if you can get it in with Demona, you can go ahead, make sure you fuel your hand, fuel the game plan of being able to deal with some of these problematic characters, then you are doing pretty good. This is when bounce cards become very powerful, though, because if Barber can bounce something back to hand, get Garrett's hand past that 4 cards. In this case, no, he's going to do his own Demona here off the top, exert everything. And now it doesn't matter because he doesn't have to draw a card, because at a certain point with this Demona being exerted, she will not be able to ready because she has 3 cards in hand. It is Demona on Demona. This is something you can see very violent in these 2 matchups is if you have a Demona, the best response is, well, another Demona.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the amethyst mirrors, like the half amethyst mirror. You do run into situations where sometimes whoever Demona's first is at the disadvantage. I don't think that's truly the case in this situation. It seems like a pretty even match as it sits right now. But you do always have to be worried where if you're demoting first and your opponent follows up with another, your Demona is now going to be more frozen in a turn because of card draw shenanigans, or vice versa. There's a little bit of a mind game that comes into play with it.
And I think we talk about like how these decks are matched up. I do think it's important to note that control decks are built to get to this phase and just kind of grind out, because all of this goes towards the Raging Storm. We have a total of 7 ink on board. We are in the territory where everything Garrett puts on board, it may not be there for long. Now, that being said, Barber has only included 2 of the Raging Storms, so it's not something that he's guaranteed to have. Every card he draws is getting him closer to it, and he has a pretty nice board right now. So, I mean, plan A is to deal with Garrett's board without having to do any Raging Storms, because he'd like to keep his Demona, his Grandmother Willow, and his Lisa.
But it's not just that he has 2 Raging Storms. I don't think Raging Storm was his next play here, and he was setting up for that. Otherwise, why would he have played Louisa last turn? He's opening himself to lose too many possible resources, unless he's trying to egg Garrett or bait Garrett into playing something he shouldn't.
Right. And so I guess all my point is to say is that you have to do that calculation of don't make him afraid to lose it all kind of situation. So he just has to be mindful of everything he plays. Can be something that if he gets in the position where he has too much pressure, he may rage storms. And he might not even have it. So it's just kind of that's the interesting thing of a shared board wipe. One size board wipes, they're happy to rip that Band-Aid off right away. But if you have insurmountable pressure, Barber could elect to press the eject button at any moment. But as you mentioned, at this point, he's not too eager to do it. He does have a nice, healthy board here. And then he also has that Dumbo, which now that is going to be a card draw engine. No, there are no other evasives out there, but he is the 8th wonder of the universe, and he's happy to just draw cards on himself if he can go ahead and survive this turn. So then the question becomes is what kind of spot removal do we have? And the answer is we have a few different things. We have the Red Alert card that has been added. We also have just good old-fashioned Isis Vanderchill that can come in and get rid of that Dumbo. But the answer on the other side is, do you have any evasives? I don't think so. I think unless we can get a Peter Pan and Tinkerbell right now, everything is pretty non-evasive.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't even think we've seen a Peter Pan and Tinkerbell the dual shift yet this game in ink or in a discard or anything at all yet from Garrett. I'm assuming he has it. He has to have it though. But we just haven't seen it yet.
I think he inked one. If I
Did
remember,
he?
maybe.
I'm usually better about that. Okay. I missed it.
Maybe, I don't know. I feel like I saw it, but life is long. Okay, we did get a confirmation that he did ink one, so I didn't hallucinate it. I haven't had my coffee yet. This is uncaffeinated, Katie. So now we're just doing that calculation because when you're against a control deck, you just have to say, what do I want to do in the face of potential interaction? And now we have this Violet Par swinging on down. She is able to, I believe this is the one where
You can move 1 damage when you play her.
yeah, just one tiny little damage here. And she has evasive. So finally, we have an evasive on the board for Garrett. So now we're going to go ahead and boost up that Scrooge. He is now sitting on 2 phone books here and is feeling pretty large and in charge and able to quest pretty freely in front of some of these characters because it starts to be that situation of, well, if you want to go ahead and challenge into my giant duck, you can. And he does elect to go ahead and quest with that Scrooge here. And I believe he also quested with his Demona.
Yeah. So Garrett having 2 evasives here makes it harder for Barber to be open to do a second star. Oh my God. Well, that's insanely good here. Barber's now going to draw, I'm assuming he picked himself and only himself, 5 cards. And that just changes the entire flavor of where this game was. I feel like I'm back in Fabled.
Yeah, this is a card that is 10 ink for those playing along, but it's 10 that you can sing together. So in this case, Demona and Dumbo are able to do a little bit of duets here. And now he's like, you know what was good? 5 cards. You know, be better? 2 more cards. I want 7 cards. And this is why I said earlier, Amethyst is known for its greedy card draw because it is able to just keep digging through the deck. Now he does need to do something. To make sure that I do like Liam popped up the comment there of that Demona is never going to ready. And that is a very valid point. He says, Demona, you need to sit down for this because but that makes you think that he's not afraid of the Raging Storm. Every time he's doing something kind of crazy like this, it kind of makes you think he's getting to the point where he's like, listen, Demona, she's not standing back up. I have very little to lose. So I'm very interested to see where he goes here. But he's going to go ahead and play his grandmother Willow, have now a discount of 2. So he's going wider. So the good news is the more wide that he gets, the more Garrett is not concerned. But I'm concerned because he just basically drew a starting hand in the middle of the game.
He just played Whole New World without his opponent getting any effect.
Right. So at this point, and I did say that there was no evasives on the other side. We do have 2 evasives. I just feel bad that I discounted that poor Jebediah. So he did exert that Dumbo in the face of a Jebediah Farnsworth and a Violet Par, knowing that he he likely is not going to be able to retain that value. However, we have 1 damage floating around that we can move around when this Cheshire cat is boosted. Because he does have the ability, now that he has infinite cards, to go ahead. He can even ink, boost, play something else. He has lots of abilities here.
Yeah, this is... I don't even know if moving that damage right now matters, unless it's all you have left that you can do with the cards in your hand and ink you have available. Right. Oh, baby.
So instead, he's going to choose to do the Mowgli here. And no songs or non-actions here, but we did see Mrs. Incredible, super stretchy in there. And then he goes ahead and plays Elisa. Because like you mentioned, moving 1 damage is not going to completely change everything in this matchup.
No. And Barbara has now, in this turn, emptied his hand to 2 cards in hand. And so his Demona can ready next turn and still rebuilt his entire board.
Good news. We have the TCG Penguin in the chat watching right now. So this is very exciting because TCG Penguin is a enjoyer of this Ruby Amethyst deck. And he is watching with, I'm assuming, not even blinking, watching this matchup to kind of see how it goes down here. But we now have what I would call a plethora of characters on the board. It is a veritable cornucopia of options here. So Barber played a lot of those characters on this last turn. I mean, he was able to do second star on the right. He played his grandmother Willow, Louisa, Cheshire Cat, and a Mowgli. So now we'll get that medallion weights. We can go ahead, have Cookie go right on into that Dumbo. And now the question is he going to play the aggressive role, or is he going to try to do some more cleanup? That Demona is not likely. Well, actually, was he able to get down to just 2 cards in hand?
He was. They were both. They were both the 2 cards a hand at the end of Barber's turn. Garrett only had 2 after that. Mowgli came down.
I love that. I love that somebody in the chat said, "You're never going to ready that Demona." He said, "Watch me. I shall."
Yeah. Spartan, good job. They heard you and said, "Not today."
Right. And that is impressive to be able to empty your hand of 5 cards is not.
That's insane.
Yeah.
It's just insane to me. And I'm willing to bet that Barber emptied it that much because he was looking for Storm and didn't get it, but he has another Demona in hand. That's what is being signaled to me at this point with what just happened. Now,
go ahead.
No, I will say this is going to be very interesting because that Scrooge is 6 power, so 6 health. It's going to survive the Demona challenge, right? So that Scrooge is going to stick around another turn. And Garrett just keeps getting to exert cards on Barber's board. So at this point, he's considering challenging in and just trading. Yeah, so he's on double trade with the cat. And he did a very good job of cleaning up the biggest threats on Barber's board, and he still gets the quest for 3 lore.
But I mean, as the song goes, if I lose it all, shout out to Attack on Titan, then you might run into a situation where you make Barber say every single thing that you take away from him makes me a little scared because you make him feel a little personally reckless. So I do think it's important that Garrick responded because he was able to go ahead and get some lore and be able to do cleanup. But it does personally make me nervous in the face of Barber's deck because now if we look at the math, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore on the other side. So Garrett or Barber's going to be very, very, very eager to do his own cleanup. But Isis will help clear the way here. We're going to play our Isis Vanderchill and exert the Isis on the other side. Now there's no rush with that Isis. And unfortunately for Barber, Garrett did a very good job cleaning up the heavy lifting characters. We have Louisa, who's going to be carrying a lot of the pressure on her own shoulders here. But Mowgli was able to take out a very, very tall and wide Scrooge McDuck here. So shout out to Mowgli for doing the impossible there.
And I don't know if you saw that there was a red alert and another violet under that Scrooge. So that's 1 red alert down and out of Garrett's deck now that we know it isn't available to him. 6. It's another Demona.
Demona from Paloma. So shout out to JD. So there we go. He's going to go a little bit wider here. Just keep widening that stance. He says Ohana means family. I love the greed here of this deck just being like, I will draw cards. I have Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. I have Ohana means family. I have second star to the right. I'll do it all. And now we have a wide stance here.
Is there a world if you're Barber that you trade in and deal with the Demona or the Isis here?
I mean, it just depends on how much he values the discount. And the answer is, yeah, he goes ahead. He says 3-1, which is, like you said, it's a pretty big one. I mean, you talk about retaining value. That was a huge value loss because he not only lost 3 characters, but he lost 2 ink. But he's at the point where he has so much ink where losing those Grandmother Willows probably doesn't feel as bad as it would earlier in the game.
Yeah, I mean, 3-1 in this situation isn't that bad when you just drew 7 cards the turn before, right?
Right. So his resources are not something he is so afraid of not having. He only has, though, I believe, 1 card. He's been pretty good at fanning out if he has more than 1. Well, no, I think there's 2 there at least, maybe.
Yeah, so Barber, the thing is, Bloodline has 10 ink now. So he's at the stage where he can Raging Storm and drop a 2-drop afterwards and, have some type of threat on board following up. I'm very curious what that last card is.
It's tough to say. So because at this point he doesn't have any ink left. So that was whatever it is, no matter what it is, he did not have the resources to play it. But we have the Dumbo coming on in, and he is going to be able to fuel Garrett's game plan. Garrett has done a very good job keeping that pressure on turn after turn on the turn. We do have somebody mentioning that it's possible that the last card in hand could be Hades looking for a deal on the other side, and Barbara will be very desperate for a deal. We keep talking about, well, maybe Raging Storm, or I keep bringing up Raging Storm, but the answer is you can only Raging Storm if you have it in hand. And he's never been in a position in this game where he would want to, because he's had a very nice ample board that he would not want to lose, especially when you want to Rage Storms once you have a cauldron full of characters, or once you have a hand filled with options. He doesn't have options. So right now he needs to have something that propels his game plan. So it's time to see, do you want to make a deal possibly? He has more than one card in hand. It looks like he has 2 at this point. So Hades, and I think we're going to start with it. He's exerting 5. Or no. Oh yeah, that's 5.
That's 5.
So here we go.
Going to target Dumbo. Garrett's letting him draw cards. I don't know if I do that there, but I am not a day 2 competitor, so
not yet. You said that you're going to get a Hades next year, so believe in yourself
here. Oh God, don't hold me to that still. Okay, Gaston is huge here. Garrett is still going to be able to draw 2 cards with that Dumbo and Violet capability next turn, but that 2 lore off being removed from the board is going to make a huge difference for Barber for maintaining Garrett's lore. Because now all Garrett can do is get to 16 next turn, when he could have had a chance to get to 18 without that.
So now we have a nice, like we said a few times, an ample board here. That Gaston being so incredibly powerful, the world's greatest criminal mind on a body here, being able to come in and get rid of that Demona nice and cleanly. On the other side, we have, oh man, was he able to draw 5 cards? How did I miss how he got to 5? He got 2 off the Hades. Where did he get the rest of the cards here?
Oh no, that's his ink.
Oh, good.
That's
okay.
All his ink. His hands
okay.
to the
I was
side.
like, how did he do that? He's so good.
He put his hand to the side right there.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so he was able to draw 2 cards off the Hades, play the Gaston, and then I believe he has 2 additional cards at this point, at least 1 or 2. But anyway, on the other side, we got Garrett, who's responding in measure here. He has 13 lore on the score pad, and he is able to get to 15 here by going ahead and using the making history ability with this Violet. It didn't look like, did he increase his lore total there? Or did I miss it? Was he at 13?
No, I don't think he increases total yet, because he should be at 6. No, he went up. He went up on all.
Okay. So there we go. Now we're at 15.
Yep.
So we're now.
I said he should be at 16 by the end of the turn if he quests out. That's why I was just confusing myself. So it's a great decision by Barber last turn to only quest with Isis and Demona, because it means that Garrett can't challenge in and keep damage on anything, that he can move with the cat. Now, if Barber has a Raging Storm in hand here, he has to use it.
Yes, at that point,
I don't see a world where he gets out of this without that.
And that is why you should never give me a board wipe, because this entire game I'm like, Raging Storm, Raging Storm. Now, that being said, Barber has not had it the entire game. So if he has it in hand, it is the time where we have that emergency eject function available to us, because once you have the impossible decision of, yes, I have a very good board, you just have to, okay, he's questing.
It's happening.
Yeah, the storm.
This is it.
Let the storm rage on. He's doing the math. He's like, all right, how much was that? Let's do a little quick audit, because he knows what's about to happen. So the question is can Garrett build back from it? It does look like he only had, well, it's tough to say. He has
Garrett did just draw 2 cards last turn. I think he has 3, maybe 4 cards in hand right now.
Perfect. So that will be nice to bounce back from this board wipe. The question is, Barber has he had to do the Raging Storm here. So now it's, how does he build back? He has not had really great it's fascinating because there was a turn where you were like, he drew 7 cards, but he went through them really fast. Those cards did not draw additional cards, unfortunately. And Garrett is able to come back pretty cleanly here. Go ahead and get down that super stretchy Mrs. Incredible and a Cheshire Cat right away. And Barber, can you do the impossible twice? This Black Cauldron is great if you're able to feed it every turn. And he's going to start feeding it, but unfortunately, you can only feed it 1 character per turn.
Yeah, so I imagine it's either going to be Demona or Gaston. Oh, I see. The Gaston's a great idea, so he can deal with Mrs. Incredible next turn with that Gaston. And then Luisa's solid here because that enables him to challenge into the cat and then move all of that damage off to another character.
And Lisa is notably the only option he had. It was the only card he had in hand. So it was Lisa or nothing. But unfortunately, it's all those things you talked about were, well, the next turn. So Garrett will have 1 turn here free and clear.
Yeah.
So he is able to, and he has pretty good resources. And it looks like he does have a red alert as well. But luckily, Luisa, she's pretty beefy. She's not afraid of any kind of red alert activities here. So now it's just, how are we going to go ahead and use these resources to our advantage? And we will go ahead, crack a book onto the playfield, and we're going to go ahead and read it immediately and get some more cards because he knows he's in board wipe country. If he now it is both if he draws it and he definitely would want to, because as we saw, Barber has to. The thing is there's only 2. Barber only
we're about
has 2.
to see a very spicy card come down, I think. If it's what I think I just saw in his hand, Katie.
I hope so. If it's not spicy, if it is Jebediah Farnsworth, which is, spicy him a little bit.
I think Garrett's running Dumbo, but a different Dumbo than we're used to seeing in the game.
I'm now looking at you're doing a nice little lead up here.
And I think he chose Mrs. Incredible. Look, we're not there, so I can't hear that. But I think he chose Mrs. Incredible for 2 lure. Yep. And he's going to give her evasive with this Dumbo. This is from Fabled, everyone. It's an evasive 2/2 for 3 that lures for 1. But its ability is Aerial Duo. When you play this character, chosen character gains evasive until the start of your next turn. So Garrett was just able to essentially get both of Mrs. Incredible's effects on her during the same turn. And in this all evasives deck, that is a huge value to him.
Yeah, and you can see how it synergizes. It synergized in this turn because you were able to get both of those effects. Right away, we have Gaston going ahead, shooting his arrow nice and true at that Mrs. Incredible, who was able to do 2 things at once. And then right away, we have Isis Vanderchill coming on in and taking down the inexplicable Cheshire Cat. That being said, on the board, we do have 1 lore presented.
Randall Boggs was also played last turn.
Yeah. So, I mean, as far as getting all the cards exerted, that is going to depend on how many cards we have in hand. I think he has enough, or he should be able to. So, I mean, we have, there we go. Unfortunately, no, he's gone. Because Luisa's going to go ahead and get that surface pressure right onto his back.
She has to pick the Randall just in case Garrett has a way to exert all of his inkwell.
Right. So there we go. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say Randall isn't worth anything unless all of your inkwell is exerted.
Right.
But you have to, there isn't a lot in Ruby Amethyst that you can sink ink into, but it's too risky at this stage of the game to leave that around on the board.
So, like you mentioned, having that game on board means he absolutely had to deal with it. And there we go. Red alert finally showing up here and taking down that Gaston right away. Barber, he's not out. He has 12 lore, but unfortunately, he doesn't have infinite answers. And that, for everyone paying attention, that was just game 1. So it's not over. That was a handshake, but that's just a game 1 handshake.
Yeah, and for everyone's awareness too, top 8 onwards for the CCS 50K finals today is untimed. So this isn't like last round where it was a 75-minute wait. A 75-minute round. Wow, tongue twister, everyone. It is, we can go as long as we want.
Yes.
So we should get 2 Buzz's Arm decks against each other in the finals, right? Is that what we want then?
What we want? What are we talking about?
If we got all the time in the world, so we should get a Buzz's Arm mirror.
No, that Buzz's Arm deck, they did not make even the top. They were banished into the netherworld. But shout out to people out there for bringing in the spicy decks in a world where decks. I mean, to be fair, these two decks, it's interesting because the Buzz's arm, I'm calling Buzz's or battering arm. I don't know. I haven't found what I want to call it yet. But all that to be said is that deck is innovative. It's a very innovative deck. These two decks are not, I mean, I don't want to say they're not innovative. That sounds mean to these two players, but they're not something that's completely shocking. We've never seen this before. These are two archetypes that we have seen in the meta. As you guys have talked about, the Amethyst Amber is just kind of playing the Blurple spot. That's why I kind of like it being called Yerple, is because it is basically purple, but with the Yerp in it and a little cauldron. That's fun.
With the Yerp.
Yes, and the access to a true board wipe. All characters are banished. But on Garrett's side, I mentioned this with Justice, that it does perform very similar to Amethyst Steel of yore, the pre-rotation Amethyst Steel, where it's just a nice stable deck that's going to draw cards, it's going to quest, and it's going to have a little bit of spot removal, and it does all of it pretty consistently. So Garrett was able to get the win here. Now, as far as who's going first, I believe, it would have been Barbara. Barbara had the highest seed, correct? Or was it Garrett?
No, Garrett went first in game one.
Okay.
So Barbara will go first now, right? I mean, he lost, so he's definitely going to pick first.
Yeah. So, and I think that going first can really matter in these kind of one ink the same. It looks like we have Barbara headed out, or they're taking, both of them are gone. So they're probably both saying, let's take a little bathroom break here. So
I do not blame them.
No, I know. I personally need a cup of coffee. I woke up, I got a time zone wrong, and then my dog, we need to go outside. It's raining, and quite frankly, no place in the world was good enough for her to go to the restroom. So I had a pretty interesting morning, and I could use a little cup of coffee. Oh, we can get a little Justice in here, and I can go get a cup of coffee. Justice, get in here.
I think we need a little Justice in here because he's been giving us tips the whole time, and I've been seeing like, I'm trying. Well, no, Liam stepped away.
Well, if you say Justice 3 times, which I think we did, he appears.
It's so funny. I said that, and I saw that he'd stepped away from his computer for a moment, but he's back. Justice, you watched that game like a hawk. What did you think?
I did. That was a really great display from Garrett there on just, keeping the pressure up the whole time. Super close back and forth. I kept going between thinking like, okay, Garrett's like in a decisive lead here. And then Barbara found a way to pull it back without the storm the first time. And then Garrett swung it back to his end. And then the storm finally came down, but it was not enough to stop Garrett getting over the line. And so, just a really great showcase of what you can do with this Ruby Amethyst deck. You can just keep on applying that pressure.
Yeah, I really like the Ruby Am deck right now because it feels, not to make the joke, very fair. Nope, because it's just like, it's consistent. You have the lines always, not always available, but like you have a very easy way to say, okay, my mulligan isn't perfect, but I still have a 1, 2, 3, 4. That doesn't exist in some of the decks in the meta right now. Like some decks, if you miss that second or third, you just sit there going, I don't know what to do.
And it does also still get its like fair of unshared tricks, right? We saw a textbook perfect response from Garrett there in his 1, 2, 3. He just went evasive, Vixie, bounce your Willow back. And you could not pick a better starting curve there, Garrett.
The losing the Willow, especially because that deck depends on it to be the ramp into like a turn 4 Isis or Dumbo in some cases, you're done. Well, I don't want to say you're done, but like it's a very debilitating move towards you if you're the yellow-purple player then.
Yeah, and those evasives are the way that Ruby Amethyst can stay in the lead here. But we saw, a great display of sequencing from Barber using that Elanwi and that Gaston to answer the Jebediah first, and then coming in with the Sven on the following turn, right? Doesn't matter how the cost of these cards doesn't necessarily fit your curve sometimes. That just gave him a board state there where traded down that Gaston into the Scrooge that had been boosted after hitting the Elanwi, and found a way to control that board and have the only evasive on it after that trade was all said and done. And so, that's what the Ruby Amethyst deck, right? It's taking to the skies. And if you can match it there, it's easier to get a hold on it, but it's still a struggle, right?
It's taking to the skies. That is a great way to put it at this point. I love that. That's perfect. Yeah, no,
So-
but like it was weird seeing the Scrooge keep getting boosted, and I wasn't making my joke of "Are you going to pay the one?" Whenever I usually see a Webby's Diary with a Scrooge getting boosted, like the first 2 times, I almost did it each time.
Yeah, we get a much nicer solution to draw in Ruby Amethyst than the sort of awkward diary interactions, right? There are many, many more options to find to draw some cards.
All right, with the fist bump, I'm going to send you all back to the table. I just had to chime in to say Garrett riffle shuffling 3 times just hurt my soul. All right, take it away, Kate.
That's why you have to be very, very, very sure about who you're lending cards to. Sky has completely changed his shuffling pattern exclusively because he now uses my cards, and I'm like, we're done with that behavior, sir.
And I will say, while we're waiting for this game to start real quick, I'll have some people in chat are saying bead prep is a million times better. Yes, we know bead prep is a million times better. No, we do not have bead prep in the current core rotation. Be sure to tag Villain in a post every day on Twitter reminding him that bead prep is out of rotation. He'll love it.
But there's going to be exciting new promos announced yesterday at the D23, the ultimate fan event. But now we have Ilanwi coming down. On the other side, we have a Peter Pan on there, as we know that Peter Pan can be shifted later to give my favorite shift card in the game because it just says characters gain evasive. It's just very, very straightforward. But on the other side, we have Barber missing his turn. No, he didn't. Okay, I thought he missed his turn. Did he do it?
Did he? It did. No way. He
doesn't have a turn to a character. So Grandmother Willow.
is there no Willow coming down here? It looks like he's considering. I'm curious what he's thinking through here.
He's thinking through the man. It'd be really cool if I could play a card right here. But it does not look like he passed. So at this point, Garrett is saying, all right, I'm happy to go ahead and quest free and clean.
And this is kind of going to go to what I was just saying last with Justice just now, is like the Ruby Amethyst deck. If you miss a play on your 1 through 4 and you're playing against Ruby Amethyst, they oftentimes just have maybe not the best 1 through 4, but something they can do that just puts you on the back foot. And that's what's happening here. Barber's now going to have to consider just trading his Elanwe with that Peter Pan to clear Garrett's board so Garrett can't get that shift in time. And that's exactly what he's going to do here. Now, the Horseman Strikes did do a lot. He is going to refill his hand with 1 more card and have that direct evasive removal. But it's still a case of he missed Willow.
Yeah, he missed Willow. He missed, just having a character. We talk about some of the power plays of this deck, and a lot of times Isis Vanderchill and Demona come up, but those are only good cards if you have friends. And right now he has no friends on the board. But on the other side, no friends on the other side as well. So it's kind of like he set them back in resources right now because Garrett was only able to get 1 lore off of that board.
Yeah.
And he now has the Cheshire Cat, which is another one that needs some friends with it. You can't move damage if there's no damage around.
And see, this right here, though, is why missing that Willow hurts so much, right? Barbara just had to play an Isis for no effect and no challenge. Like, there was an effect. He got to exert the cat, but you can't challenge the cat. You can't deal with it now.
Right. So that is the downside of not playing on curve, which not only did he miss turn 2, but yeah, that Horseman Strike is a huge tempo sink. But speaking of comeback, this Whisper of Vanessa is able to get evasive and also help with catching up, because if we can quest for 3, we can catch up and put pressure on. But it's kind of interesting. Barber generally going first, you don't talk about catching up, but he has to catch up because he missed that turn 2.
I think Barber is in a situation where he may be about to catch up, though. I think he is trying to bait his opponent into medallion weight challenging the Isis, but his opponent is not taking that deal. His opponent is just straight double trading with the Isis. I did not expect that. So Garrett is seeing that Barber was just trying to, I think, feign that there was a Demona in his hand and calling his bluff, I think. But Barber is going to draw another 2 with the guidebook.
Yeah, friends on the other side of the book.
I just like doing that because it just feels like you're hard casting friends. And for the first 4 sets of Lorcana, I always said there's times when hard casting friends is still fine if you can't sing it. And that's all guidebook is to a degree to us right now.
And that's a valid point. The thing about guidebook is it can't be expressed enough how much boost and things like guidebook matter, because it really helps with getting as much tempo as possible on your turns, where you're able to say, I'm going to play this and later I'll finish it, or just put it there and have it ambiguously threaten. But now we have the Ursula Whisper of Vanessa battle here. This one is going to go ahead, get her evasive, and then go ahead and challenge, or rather, yeah, Medallion waits up and then go ahead and challenge into the other one and saying, you shall not gain evasive, for you are not going to stay on this board, and had a Louisa underneath here. So
I do like chat's wording of that, friends on the other guide. I'm going to use that from now on. That's
I got
perfect.
friends on the other guide.
All right, so Sven just going to come down and trade with that Ursula. So Barbara doing a great job of controlling Garrett's board, keeping characters off Garrett's board, and still getting to quest with that Grandmother Willow with less risk of impunity or a clapback.
Yeah, but speaking of clapback, we are entering the ultimate clapback territory of a board wipe here soon. But first, I'm going to look for a deal. He says, I'll take it. You drew 7 cards last time and still lost. I'm not afraid of you drawing cards, but you should be a little afraid, because the Horseman Strike is the immediate punish here.
All right. I want to count, if someone can chat can do this for me, I want to count of how much lore that Grandmother Willow is going to gain us this game.
Yeah, I think 2 here so far, right?
Yeah. And we've got a second Dumbo and a guidebook. So Garrett's just saying, I want to draw 2 to 3 cards next turn, and you can't stop me.
Yeah, and as right away I said, the guidebook, Friends on the Other Guide, is good at making sure that you can split the cost across 2 turns, and that's exactly what he's going to do. But on the other side, he says it's time to get the Cauldron Brew in. So this is a crock pot that you set on low and slow, and you can come back at the end of your workday and cash it in, because it's a one-time activation per turn. Either you're going to put something in or you can take something out, but it's 1 per turn going in, as much as you want coming out. So if you slowly invest your characters into that crock pot, then once you do Raging Storm and you come back the next turn, then you can go ahead, slap the side of that thing with a wooden spoon, and everything comes pouring out. As long as you pay.
Yeah, Katie, did you know you can play cards from under Black Cauldron with Retro Evolution device?
No, but that is, I'm seeing red.
So I'll go for it. Sorry.
Oh, no. So we got that January Woodchuck book. We're taking a look in the book, and we're going to draw 2 cards right off the top. So both of these both these players, it behooves them very much to keep their hand full. And that is exactly what Garrett's doing. Like you mentioned, drawing 3 cards and then 4, if you include the 1 for turn, and just keeping his options open. He knows that he is in Raging Storm territory. So he has to kind of do that thing where make him have it, keep putting on pressure on the board as much as you can, but not getting too greedy, because you don't want to use up your entire hand. And you also just don't want to exert in the face of a man who could emergency eject the entire board at any point.
That's Sven's about to come. Is it only Sven time? It's Sven
right
time.
Away. He's redeeming. Oh.
He has to pay 1 for the pot first, and then another 1 for the Sven. So yeah, he was doing the right amount, I think. And so that Sven's going to deal with the Dumbo now. We're going to pop the guidebook, or are we saying, is there a second guidebook? Oh, man.
We've had first guidebook, but what about second guidebook?
So this is amazing for Barber here, though, because this means next turn, he can just pay 2 to draw 4. That is a huge, mathematical advantage to him.
Right. I mean, we said, because, when you say you're paying 6 to draw 4, that sounds bad. But when you say you only have to pay 2, that sounds a lot better. So that's why splitting across turns feels so good, because yes, you kind of lose a little bit of momentum, but if you're using it as like the leftovers, where you're just getting a little bit of using your leftover ink for those advantages, it feels a lot better. So now Garrett is a little bit on the back foot here, because he's sitting across from resources, cards, potential cards, and characters on the board. So he says, I'll get my own book, and we're also going to go ahead and do Demona, which that will exert everything on the other side. He hasn't exerted yet because it's an implied exertion. But now that Mrs. Incredible, super stretchy, is going to come in, and she can have her pick of the lot here. And In this case, it's kind of, do you want to go after the Grandmother Willow resource? He has a lot of ink, so losing Grandmother Willow is not the worst thing in the world. And so he does go ahead for the best challenger here, which is that 4/4 Isis Vanderchill. So saying challenging is what I'm most afraid of right now, is what that challenge told me.
Yeah, this is great though. I do think I do think Garrett's at a little bit of a disadvantage right now though, because of the early cauldron. Because that cauldron is just letting Barber decide, what do I want to put under it for my future turns? And he hasn't even started dropping Raging Storms or any heavy removal yet. Like, has he seen a Gaston? I don't think Barber has seen a Gaston yet.
No one top decks like Gaston, so he could come up at any moment. I believe that's in the song. So, but to your point, yes, Gaston would be absolutely devastating against his board right now. We have Dale ready for a shot, but definitely ready for the Inkwell right now, because that is not necessarily so powerful in the specific matchup. So that is going to go right down. Now, if we're keeping track at home, it does look like at this point we have 9 ink in the Inkwell. World's Greatest Criminal Mind being sung by Hades, getting rid of one of the 2 powerhouse characters. So if he does have a Gaston, that is going to be a board wipe, no wipe. But instead, it's Demona going ahead and exerting his Demona, making that Demona cannot. She gets knocked down. She does not get back up again.
And also, Garrett already had 3 cards in hand, so that was just a pure. Yep, this is scoop. This is you're now in a situation, if you're Garrett, where you're just going to likely move on. I think that was his decision he just made there, because Barber just drew back to 3 cards in hand. I wasn't able to draw any of them. My Demona is frozen, and he's just starting to load up multiple pieces of removal and heavy-handed hitters that will just keep gaining him incremental advantage throughout each play of the card.
And I love, okay, I don't want to say I love the scoop here because it makes it sound like I'm like, good scoop, but I think it shows that Garrett has played against this Amber Amethyst matchup, and it makes sense. It is technically, I think it is the number 1 deck in the room, because if we go ahead and take down Amber Emerald and we break it down into the sum of its parts, because not every Amber Emerald deck is actually aggro. So if we kind of break it down, I think, I have to double check, but I think there was more Amber Amethyst in the room than Amber Emerald aggro. All that to be said, Garrett's played against this deck and he knows the shenanigans of it. So he is basically saying, we go to game 3. I'll go first. It went well for me the first game, and I kind of know where this one's headed. It is untimed, so he did not have to, but he just is a player that just, he knows, that at this point, there's not any benefit for him to keep playing.
So I have a quick question, Kate. Since you have the deck list, is there 1 or 2 cauldrons in Barber's list right now?
Well, right now, there is, I think, 1. Yeah, just 1.
1. That's insane that he got it that early. That's very good for them.
Speaking of, insane, he only has 1 second star to the right. He only has 1 Ursula Vanessa, Whisper of Vanessa. He only has 1 World's Greatest Criminal Mind. So he's been doing a very good job finding those little one-ofs. I dropped
that riffle shuffle is killing me inside. I'm sorry.
Listen, you're allowed. If they're his cards and he didn't borrow them from anyone, you're allowed to do it. He doesn't have any enchanteds. Live Moss, I say.
Live Moss.
So here we go. He's riffle shuffling over and over again. But the thing is like, after you riffle shuffle, they're seasoned. The cards are malleable. They're used to it. So I don't know. I'm trying to be positive about it.
Let's go send those in for PSA grading and get 10s back. Watch.
Right? He's like, I've found the patent pending. Subscribe to my Metafy on how to riffle shuffle your cards without getting any damage. But going into turn 3, I think we saw that the Cauldron was done 2 ways. We saw the Cauldron used to great advantage, where it's able to kind of get things back. It's interesting because the Cauldron is kind of like a slow using your discard as a resource, because you get to pick anything you want to put in the Cauldron, and then you have to wait a turn to get it back out. But cards like Gaston, is going to be beneficial, right? So, if you're able to put something in there that you're going to have to use later, it is something that Barber has access to and Garrett does not. But we saw Barber had 2 slow starts. He missed his turn 2 in that game number 2, but he won. And then we had him have the Vixie bounced the Grandmother Willow back to hand in game 1, and that mattered a lot because he lost that game. So he can bounce back from tempo loss, but it's not easy, especially on the draw. So we're going to go ahead and see how Garrett pilots this. What other kind of things are you thinking about going into this match?
I think if I'm Barber, I am mulliganing hard, so I at least have 1 Horseman Strikes in my hand. I need to have a way to guarantee I have removal for an early game Dumbo or that Peter Pan and Tinkerbell shift if it comes early.
And I think the Horseman Strikes is such a fascinating card to me because we talk about things on a body. It's not something on a body. You are simply taking your entire turn 3 to say no, or whatever turn it happens to be. But I mean, if you're doing it in your opening hand, it's because you want to go ahead and get rid of an early evasive. And that Dumbo can come down when there's already evasives on the board. If we already have a cookie, Jebediah Farnsworth, or you already have your evasive engine started, then it's not as beneficial to use a Horseman Strike. So as we talked about, I think there's only 2 Horseman Strikes in the deck, which is crazy because I think he found both of them last game too. So his deck has been very nice at giving him what he needs when he needs it.
All right, so here comes a Jebediah into the Inkwell, and we're playing a dash with that 1 ink. So Garrett's starting out this game like he started out game 1.
The dash. Maybe
oh my God.
I was trying to be nice about riffle shuffling, but if you do have to unbend your cards before you play them, maybe that is not a great singing endorsement. But we have Louisa coming in with her Challenger 2 on the other side. She can push through a lot, but she certainly cannot push through evasive. So she is going to be pretty grounded here. But on the other side, we are going to deploy Randall Boggs. And this is great to have early because, I mean, you are going to get, generally speaking, I mean, if he played it, he knows he's going to get value because he knows he's playing on curve and he knows he's going to have things exerted, which means next turn he can quest for 3.
It goes to what I was saying earlier, where Ruby Amethyst just has plenty of ways to utilize the cards it has to have a very good 1, 2, 3, 4 and use all of your ink. So this Randall is likely going to quest for 2 this turn and next turn at least.
So now it is a question of, is he going to be able to get that Horseman Strikes on curve here? Does he have it, and will he deploy it? He didn't play on curve because he has the Ilanwi coming down on the other side, but then in response, we have a Scrooge who wants uppies. He's going to go ahead and boost him right away and make him a 4/4. So we have a pretty formidable board. So the question of the day is, can we stop 2 lore from next turn? Can we stop? Yes. Because then he would be able to draw a card. It's kind of like that incremental. You can lose a little bit momentum by not playing on curve, but then he didn't have a 2 cost on turn 2. And then it's possible here, if he does Horseman Strike, he's not playing another character on turn 3. But no, we have Cheshire Cat. So we have no damage to move. So this is interesting. He has characters. So this is setting up nicely for a Demona turn. But with everything having evasive, it makes it less and less valuable to get that Isis Vanderchill or Demona.
Albers in a very dangerous spot here right now because he cannot exert anything in front of that Scourge with it being a 4/4 right now. And it looks like you're paying 4 and it's an Isis. So Scourge is going to take out that Cheshire Cat right now. And he will survive the challenge because of that boost from last turn. And Garrett's going to be able to quest for 2 with Randall, go to 6. Are we going to quest the dash 2? Why wouldn't he quest a dash? Okay. That lack of a dash quest makes me think that he has the shift in his deck and it's coming down next turn.
Well, we have the deck list. I don't see any Dashel Robert Parr.
Yeah, like I feel like he's dodging a Sven by not questing with the dash there.
Well, it could be something. I'm trying to remember. There's a card that says if you have an evasive in place, maybe he has a Vixie and he's trying to like temper, saying like, okay, if I keep one of my evasives on the board, that makes it where if I play a Vixie, I already have an evasive and I can't lose both. But he can't lose both. I guess that's very interesting. I'm kind of wondering. I'm sure chat will come in and say, well, obviously.
He's saying, everyone's telling me he's playing around Sven. I agree he's playing around Sven, but it almost makes me wonder if the shift is still there. I could be completely wrong.
I mean, I don't think it is because we have the deck list, right? So I don't think it's in there, right?
Hey, I'm crazy. That's fine. But I will say we are getting a trade in. So Lonwy is going to trade with that Scrooge. So Scrooge is no longer a threat to Barber. And there was that 3-drop Dumbo that gives all of your characters evasive on play underneath the Scrooge. Sorry,
So-
Kate, they sent you down the rabbit hole looking at the deck list.
I
That
know,
was not
yeah.
my
I'm like,
intent.
I don't think there's a dash, but yes, it is kind of making sure that he cannot get as much value. That, like we mentioned, that 2-for-1. So now we are going to go ahead on the other side. I mean, Barber has been just kind of playing on the back foot here and just trying to respond over and over again with not a lot of things to respond with. He lost a Cheshire Cat. He doesn't have Ilanwi. He has inking that Dale ready for a shot. Unfortunately, he will not be taking a shot in this matchup. And he's just hesitating a little bit with this play. And
so Jarrett's going to get to 9 lore now. He's going to go to 10. I want to point out that Randall has now quested for 6 lore since he played it on turn 2.
so now we're going to go ahead. We have that Ursula Whisper of Vanessa coming in. This card can be very good at doing a little bit of catch up, having something that can quest for 3. Garrett has definitely prioritized in his deck building, just getting a lot of lore heavy. I mean, that Randall Boggs, the Ursula Whisper of Vanessa will be able to just kind of put on immense pressure. We have to look at how far away are we from the possibility of a Raging Storm. I think he has one in his hand, and the answer is far. He only has 4 here. We have no Buzz's Arm to discount that Raging Storm, so he just has to keep playing on curve. The good news, well, he hasn't been playing on curve, but he should start because he has 2 nice challengers on the board. The bad news, it's going to be good news first, bad news later. A lot of evasives on the other side. So there we go. There is that Sven able to leap in and take care of that dash that we said. Why would you protect that child?
If Garrett plays Throne here, which he is, that means that he can now quest to, well, the Ursula is not boosted yet.
Yes.
Garrett can quest to 12 right now. If the Ursula's boosted, he can quest to 15. But he did get the draw card. I think it was 2 cards off of that, and Barbara did get the draw 1 off of it. But at this point, Garrett may want to trade with the Sven.
Right. Yes. And it's just basically thinking about what's the worst your opponent can do if you don't respond? And the answer is that Sven will keep coming for your evasives forever and ever. So, and here we go. He does go ahead, take that trade. And then we have that Ursula able to go ahead and clean up in the Louisa. So he has definitely done the I've given you there. Wow, we're going very fast here. We have Gaston going right into the Scourge of the Wyvern clan, taking her out with just 1 small arrow. Now we've seen that there are some red alerts in here. So if I'm Gaston, there might be a punish. But instead, no, we're going to keep that pressure on. We have the super stretchy Mrs. Incredible. We're going to boost that Ursula Vanessa, quest for 3 here, keep that pressure on firmly.
Yep.
And then it is an ink count on the other side. I believe that he only has 6 ink, maybe going to 7.
Yeah, yes. Garrett Barber's at 6 going to 7. So we are not in Raging Storm territory yet. Correct. And that Ursula's evasive. But the Ursula's getting hit with the Horseman Strike. That's amazing here because that means that Garrett can only get to a maximum of 16 next turn based off of what's in board and we know is in his deck so far from this match. So Barber is able to keep him from getting to that critical 18 stage where just 1-2 drop surviving on the board can get him over the final edge to win the game. So Barber's going to play ink a guidebook and play a Dumbo. So that makes me think that he still does not have the Raging Storm on tap, Katie.
I thought he had it in hand, but it's tough to say because he has to, both of them have to make sure that after the Raging Storm, you're able to rebuild your society. So it's possible Dumbo here, he's going to do a little cheeky Dumbo, making history. I thought he had it, he might not, but all that to be said is no matter what, if you're going to have a Raging Storm, you must be able to rebuild your society, both of them. So at this case, we're going to go ahead and get a little bit of value here with the Mrs. Incredible. We're going to protect, the Peter Pan, and there we go. We have a Hades. We're looking for a deal, probably going after the Mrs. Incredible or Scrooge, and he does take that deal right away, letting him draw cards. Like we mentioned, it feels bad to draw cards, but the other side, Garrett needs to preserve his resources and kind of just not play around the worst case scenario. Raging Storm is not guaranteed. So at a certain point, he needs to make sure that he is protecting his board as much as possible, because if there is no storm coming, and the more that he plays things down to zinc, well, you know, it's not coming this turn. So he can go ahead and be a little bit comfortable. So we're going to play the book, draw 2 cards. We're probably going to make sure that we get a card off of this. Well, it's tricky because if that Dumbo draws a card off himself, Cookie will be very happy to make sure he
Yeah,
doesn't do it again.
I mean, Barber needs an ink to draw something here regardless, right? So I think it's
Right.
you ink and you draw with the guidebook. I don't think you expose the Dumbo at this point. Because everything is too, right? That Mrs. Incredible, Garrett chose at the end of it, beginning of his last turn, that she was evasive. That's why she only requested for 1 last turn. So the only thing that can challenge into her right now, if Barbara wanted to do so, would be that Dumbo. And I think Barber is having that thought process of, if I pop my book right now and he demonas, I will not draw off the demona.
So there we go. We're going to take a look. It's in a book. We're drawing 2 cards here. We're just going to keep digging towards answers. And every card he draws makes me nervous because it makes it where if he can get to that Raging Storm, then he can build back and keep the pressure on. He is the control deck, and he is against that mid-range deck that I'm trying to see. Does Garrett have any cards in hand at this point?
No, I'm not sure. I think he used all of his stuff last turn.
All right. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
that's
is.
it. He was top deck mode right there. So that is a little dangerous for Garrett here that he's top decking now. Like he doesn't even know what he. Oh,
does
I
know.
guess he
He
saw
knew. It's
it
just not
then.
that exciting, unfortunately. It is the underdog liquidator, which unfortunately is not going to get him closer to his win condition. So he will go ahead, quest with his sorry, there we go. We're
Yeah,
gonna
he's
do a
going
little cleanup here and quest out with the rest here, getting up to
16. He should be at 16 now. They haven't updated the tracker yet, but he should gain 1 lore from Mrs. Incredible, 1 from Peter Pan, and the challenge happened with Scrooge. So here we go. We're at 16 now. So at this point, Garrett still does not have win on board unless he top decks a Shift, Peter Pan, and Tinkerbell. So Barber's going to start by getting a draw with the Dumbos, making history ability. And I think at this point, he's just hoping that he hits a Raging Storm to reset this board. And so he can start gaining like a very good controlling position of this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm so see. He went ahead. That's 4.
It feels like a Hades. Yep.
Yeah, let him draw. He says at this point he has the win on the board, so it's just his job to deal with it. Now he can deal with it in the sense that they can just go do some old-fashioned challenging. We have Hades into the Peter Pan, but unfortunately that's his only challenger available. He already drew a card off the Dumbo, so on the board we have win. So that is a win for this game number 3. So we have Garrett advancing with his Ruby Amethyst deck into the top 4, and Barber here on the Amber Amethyst control deck is unfortunately knocked out in this top 8 round.
Yeah, that's a shame. I was really hoping Barber would win that because he's like one of our locals, but that's the way it goes sometimes. And Liam is coming in fully prepared for the top 4.
Red alert! Red alert!
I heard we had Randall Boggs in the house. Red alert! Yeah, we gotta keep it on lock.
That's amazing.
So that was a very, very, very fun. It kind of shows that like board wipes are fascinating because the entire match is like, is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? And I think that is like when you were against a Raging Storm, it is the psychological thing of how do you play? You play differently when you're in the face of mass extinction events, but Barber didn't have it. He wasn't able to do it. And it's a thing where he couldn't, even if he did do it, could he even come back? And the answer is probably not, especially without Cauldron or anything like that. Justice, what are your thoughts? How are you feeling?
Yeah, that was the Randall Boggs show for sure, right? Coming off to an incredible lore lead there. And, that Storm, even on that final turn, probably wasn't going to do anything there because that lore differential is so huge.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, I'll say it again, like Ruby Amethyst, like I don't know why it's not a higher percentage of the meta share, but it isn't.
Well,
here we go.
I've talked about it a little bit. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Assuming I have the colors of decks right, these are our top 4.
How crazy.
Is that right? Haymaker won. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, where's Zan? Is he there?
Zan is in top 4 of the top 2 of the first bracket.
Go back. Yep. So Zan
the
is
Cinderella bracket.
Yep. So this is their other semifinal match: Zan versus Garrett, who we just saw win, and then a green steel mirror
everybody, if you're at home, start Googling what the ducks do, because it's going to be very imperative that we all have them memorized, which I do.
It depends. One of them could be green steel bots for all we know.
Could be. Doubt it. But
There's
could be.
ducks, there's paradise, there's bots, there's like a version that's none of those. There's a lot.
True. So I will get those decks up. But in the chat, let us know. I mean, I hope you guys don't pick the Zan Syed match, because that will probably, it could be over fast. It might not be. He has the aggro deck. And as we saw, we put Zan on stream yesterday, and he said, hey, I heard there's some announcement coming. So how about you guys go and watch the D23 stream, which is what we did, because that round ended in like 10 minutes. I did see he played against his Club Lorcana co-host, Nathan Tripp, right?
And
it was fast. So either Nathan said, that's my boss, I can't, or they just played really, really fast, which I'm kind of surprised it went as fast as it did, because they both have Under the Sea. So
I mean,
and they're both the
somebody got hit and then they're like, that's it.
Yeah, Sky called it the Mickey. He's like, stands on Mickey. I'm like, what are you saying to me? He's like, Mickey, the Mickey build. I'm like, stop saying Mickey so fast. But it is the Mickey champion and Mickey expedition leader. So it is
Mickey. I'll say it much nicer.
Right, to stress me out more.
Justice, you were watching that whole last match kind of in the tank. I saw you in our Discord chat, like highlighting key plays and stuff like that. What did you think of that last match? And were there any particular moments or key plays that that kind of stand out to you?
So it's all about that board back and forth in that match, right? And so, you know, another matchup where that on the play, on the draw can have a huge difference in terms of who gets to establish tempo, and a really rough set of games for the yellow-purple player, right? No ramp in games 2 or 3 and bounced back to hand in game 1. So, you know, definitely some stars aligning for Garrett in terms of just getting, you know, the lines that he wants to see, getting to start very aggressively in game 3 into that, you know, doesn't even have to bounce Willow back with Vixie. He's just able to like set that Scrooge up instead, start making him big, and then, you know, leaving very little room for Barber to get back into that game. And I think of the 3 of those games really showing like the most decisive victory when Red Purple just got to do like take to the skies and quest for 3 every turn from that second turn for a while.
Yeah.
I do want to do a moment where we have a moment of breathing. So shout out to the people in the chat. I saw we had the entire Goon Nation of the Lorcana Goons out there in the chat. We have both Twitch and Facebook and Twitter and YouTube. Everyone is watching all across the world. So
and one person on Facebook.
No, one person.
Shout out the one Facebook.
That's my mom. Shout out to my mom. I'm just kidding. No, my mom. But I mean, she's checking her AOL email while watching on Facebook. Just kidding. Why not put a dig on Facebook? It's punching down. But I do think this is okay. So we're thinking about the top 4. I think the top 4 is pretty interesting compared to what looking at the battle last night. It's interesting that Amber Amethyst got injured in the melee, because I was telling Mike this, and I don't know if you heard Justice, that I think technically Amber Amethyst is the most popular deck in the room, technically, if we break it down. But it is one of those decks that just, much like Blurple, gets hurt in the melee and doesn't necessarily convert all the time.
I am sanity checking myself real quick. Do I have the colors of the decks correct?
I cannot tell you that by sight alone. I would have to
deeply.
I'd have to deep
like
Google.
I know Zan is correct. I know.
Yeah.
I lump it this way. I know the one bracket is correct, and I've been told by multiple people, both players in the other bracket are on Emerald Steel. But if that's the case, the numbers don't add up.
Dominic Brendel is correct. Emerald Steel.
Okay.
And Haymaker, I'll need a real name.
I have Haymaker's list pulled up, and it does appear to be the way that you would think.
Well, there we go.
I pasted it twice. Help. Okay, it's fine. But you're activating the sounds that me and Leah make when we're trying to double task.
That happened. Like we're
we can talk or we can copy and paste. Unfortunately,
I'm sorry. I was trying to like do the task in the background, and I couldn't.
Everybody in the tank. Also, this helmet
is you are physically in a tank.
Restricts the brain, the blood flow to the head.
So Oh, go ahead.
No, it's okay. So we saw Ruby Amethyst last. We know the Emerald, Amber aggro list pretty well. Looking at the other side, we have a green steel mirror. Interested in your take, Justice, in the mirror, some key cards, and what are some different builds we're likely to see? Because I don't know if we've seen either of these players yet.
Yep. So there's really like 4 distinct combinations of packages that you can play in green steel. So you've got your character package and your draw package, which is either for your characters, it's like your evasive Todd Vixie lines, or it's just non-evasive, something like bots. Bots really like a third type of character package you could play in there with, instead of just, you know, the evasives or the non-evasives. And then your draw is either the Touch Paradise combo or the Ducks package. And so pick any 2 of those, and you can make a green steel deck that is, you know, we've got 2 in the top 4 here. We had 3 in the top 16. And word from the D23 top 8 is 4 green steels in that as well, along with 2 Yerples and 2 green-yellow Eleanors. So,
wow,
you know, a lot of green steel coming in doing strong, and a variety of options that can have. For the mirror specifically, Angela. You probably are not going to be familiar with the 3-cost Gargoyle Angela if you've not been playing this deck and you haven't seen how it interacts with the mirror. But she is an all-star, and I would be surprised if we did not see some really impressive like board swing turns come down from that card in this mirror.
Yeah, Angela's peak, saying Lee Barb's in the chat. Yeah, interesting. Well, I'm willing to bet in one of these decks we'll see her run. Players are sitting at the table, so we're going to get down there in just a moment. Actually, we should head down there right now. They are shuffling, they are cutting, they are fist bumping. So we're going to head down. We are going to watch the green steel mirror of Dominic and Haymaker here. We just watched Garrett play out. Garrett on the other side. He's taking on Zansiad in the top of the bracket. That match could go quickly. We're going to watch the green steel mirror. With that, Justice, we'll see you in just a little bit. Mike as well. Katie and I are going to take it down to the table. We're going to get ready to watch some green steel.
Green steel. And I have created the Dreamborn link. So well, not Dream. It's not a link. You guys can't. For everybody at home that's like, I want these deck lists. They will only be publishing the top 16. Everybody below top 16, their deck list will not be published. So too bad. So sad. But I have the meta breakdown, and people on the internet have said, Amber Emerald could be anything. I did have that breakdown, and I will post it. It's just I went to bed, unfortunately, but I will make a little graphic at some point.
Yeah, I know you will. You're deep in the weeds.
I know. Somebody was like, she didn't do the data analysis on this. I'm like, but I did. I did do it.
You and Justice together, like cracks me up. Two data nerds. If I like you, Justice, and Knive together on a podcast or on a show, I would be money. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, or the actual nightmare scenario for people. It's just people going, oh yeah, did you see this? Like, I found a statistic that 100% of the people named Dylan made the top 16. That's 100% conversion rate for people named Dylan.
There's something there.
Yeah, there's something there. Change your names. Dylans are up big, but we don't have Dylans. We have Haymaker versus Dominic, but it is a mirror, but it's not a complete mirror. I did drop in the chat, Liam, the 2 images of the deck, and I'm pulling it up as well because there are a lot of. Wait, is this beat for beat the same? I copy and pasted the same. I have to go back. Liam, talk. I am so sorry. I copied.
No, that's all right.
I was like, this list is exactly the same.
No, there's actually. Did you? These are very close if they're not, because they're different order here.
The one I made the image for, unfortunately, I copy and pasted the same thing twice.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. We're together. But yeah, they are the same. So at least one of them here looks like Haymaker on kind of the Ducks package. I see number of Darkwings there. A couple of those Angelas that Justice mentioned kicking around as well. Another card that I've been super impressed with recently that we see 2 of in here is that Rapunzel, the defender, tower defender, allowing her to, when she comes into play, bounce a character back to your opponent's hand. Big card there in this deck because green obviously cares about discarding as well. And so this card on a single turn able to impact your opponent's board, also dump a card in your discard, which some of your characters care about. When you're trying to get 2 cards in your discard to activate some of these abilities. There's also some sneaky Broadways in here, which is a card that I saw played at Ink Inc. last weekend, but I didn't know was kind of a meta staple. So some fun cards kicking around here. And we are off to the races with that Todd alone there coming out on turn 1. The Todd into Vixie is one of, I think, the strongest openings in Disney. One of the strongest turn 1-2 openings in all of Disney Lorcana right now. It's incredibly popular. And so this Todd, innocuous on its own, but does serve as a shift target for the Todd and Copper, as well as enabling that Vixie line. If we have the Vixie, and we have a Mushu there. The Vixie not only allows you to put on some evasive lure pressure early, but it serves as a 3-cost singer for a number of different songs, including that Strength of Raging Fire. So well before, Amethyst steel decks used to go 1, 2, 3 strength. Now in these green steel decks, you can go 1, 2, and then strength on 3 with that Vixie. So a great card. On the other side, we do get an evasive quester over there, that White Rabbit coming down, courtesy of its underdog ability, giving you a 2/2 quester, able to answer some evasive stuff or do a little evasive questing on its own, but can't answer the Vixie because her 3 willpower on turn 2 is just really good.
Yeah, so it really is now a situation where both these decks are kind of behaving like a nice traditional mid-range steel deck, where you're just doing a little bit of shenanigans, a little bit of removal. And in this case, you also have, this one, I'm trying to.
I really like this card.
Oh,
I
yeah.
really like
Violet.
this card. And it's really good in the mirror as well. One of the most popular removal cards. There's a number of things that do 2 damage bouncing around in the meta. One of the most popular ways to remove cards in the mirror against any steel deck is with snowballs, courtesy of Angel, flinging them across the board. This Violet insulated against that resist 1 on turn 2. Really good, as well as that ability to challenge for 3. So I love this card in the mirror. It's a great turn 2 follow-up. If you're not going to go Vixie, getting a Vile Power board ain't too bad.
Right. And I think it's also so important against things like Eleanor. If you're afraid of dealing a damage, then this being damaged, being reduced by 1 feels pretty good, because where Violet's going, Eleanor is not scaring her. But we're going to have 2 of these 1-cost Darkwing Ducks coming down. This Darkwing Duck actually can, I believe, I'm trying to see if this has the shift package in it. No, this one doesn't. So these are just Darkwing Ducks, but they synergize quite well with the 2-cost launch pad. Which could be something later that Haymaker will be deploying, and this increases his chances of having that in play if he plays it later.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love this. This Ducks package is a lot of fun. A lot of cards that synergize well together. And the other thing it does set up is the Terror That Flaps in the Night, a great removal card. Does 2 damage on its own. Again, I mentioned that because it is really, that's one of the reasons Violet's so impactful. A lot of 2 damage cards running around. But Terror That Flaps in the Night does 3 if you have a character named Darkwing in play. And that can be incredibly impactful. So that's another reason to run these Darkwings. You fuel that removal card. And here we set up one of the card draw engines in Emerald right now. It's that Mushu. Mushu does draw a card upon quest if your opponent has more cards in hand. There's a number of different ways to draw cards in Emerald. Oftentimes people running the Eleanor package, but this Mushu is a great alternate way to do it. A lot better when you're on the play, as Dominic is, because your opponent is likely to have that card advantage. But susceptible. It doesn't survive much with only 2 cards.
Yeah, we talked about the snowballs, and he absolutely has a snowball-shaped target on his head. But to your point, I mean, in a room where people are being pretty greedy with Amethyst, then Mushu is very, very happy to take advantage of that. But there we go. Angela, we know where we love her, and it's a card we all, as we talked about, are familiar with. But you're going to be able to, like we said, give that challenger +2, resist +2 until the start of your next turn. So it is, once again, a little bit of insulation against damage, but also giving some fuel to the challenge fire.
Yeah, and really great card. And it kind of, I was talking to Franz of Traverse Tavern and talking about this card, and he said all of a sudden they had this realization that this card, a bunch of people working on this build was good. Not only does it enable some sneaky surprise challenges, but that resist 2 insulates a number of different characters who you want to be doing things, especially like Mushu, for example. If you want to go in a quest and make it vulnerable to a crackback, giving it resist 2 for a turn feels pretty good. So a lot of utility with this card. And as I mentioned, there are also some players running Broadways nowadays, another gargoyle character. And so that secondary ability of getting rid of the Stone by Day, not inconsequential in and of itself. Doesn't often come into play, but it's also a small, yeah.
It can. Especially, I mean, he has that Broadway in there. I did note that people have said, hey, lore's not updating. We are working, it's not syncing with OBS right now. So the connectivity has died. But as you guys might not know, me and Liam, we are not in Atlanta. We are in our respective homes. So we'll work on getting that updated. I think there's not much lore on the board. They've been doing a lot of cleanup on both sides.
And there we
But
go.
we'll
Yeah,
get there.
to see 3 pop up. I'm not sure if they were manually updating on our side yet, or if that's integrating with the tablet on the table, but hopefully that's fixed. But it's back and forth here. This is what really what you expect with in these matchups, and really, like, these mirrors oftentimes are a game of attrition. Both players dropping characters, removing their opponent's threats, and sometimes it just comes down to who has that last impactful character that can stick, or who draws into more strength of a raging fires. But it really is a game of attrition, as both players are going to go back and forth here.
Yeah, steel mirrors can be brutal as far as like matches that can be really very grindy, as they call it. This is one that can be, because it is a lot of, well, can you deal 2 damage? Well, I can deal 2 damage. And then do you have resist? I have resist. So in this case, we have our own experiment 624 coming down on the board, and we're going to discard another Darkwing Duck. This is the 2-cost uninkable. And then we'll go ahead and get rid of that Mushu. Like we mentioned, he is very fragile. He is able to get a little bit of card draw and challenge, but he's not very good at withstanding these snowball barrages. So now Haymaker is up in character count. Now, the biggest thing is, how do we make sure that we keep drawing cards here? It's kind of funky. He has 1 card on one side, 3 cards on the other. I'm kind of wondering what that card in Purgatory is.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, what do you sitting over there?
Right.
Yeah, kind of fun.
Fun, scary, all of the above.
Both players thinking this through. This round is on time, so both players able to take their time. And in these matchups where you're just, again, swinging characters back and forth, and where you have to make the decision to fling cards in your hand across the board, sometimes like this, a launch pad getting flung across the board to take out one of those Darkwing Ducks. The board stayed a little less foul over there now. Like, one wrong move, like flinging one wrong card, or choosing to protect one resource instead of removing an opponent's threat or stacking up some damage, can make all the difference. So a lot of like micro decisions happening each turn. And there we see that Terror That Flaps in the Night coming down. It does deal 3 damage courtesy of that Darkwing Duck on the board. So we'll get rid of that Angel. Her resist not coming into play because Dominic has cards in hand. And yeah, but one decision to like send a card via Angel or not can change the entire game. And so both players are going to spend time thinking this through. Back over to Dominic.
Yeah, so that it is a story of how much damage can you inflict. And I love seeing this Angel and Eleanor being able to be used together. Unfortunately, I don't think this matchup is great, because, I mean, you have to exert with Eleanor to work, and exerting in the face of a steel deck feels incredibly bad. And it's been incredibly difficult with all the damage that's being dealt. We'll go ahead and do our own Terror Flapping in the Night, but this one will only be for 2, and only able to get rid of one of the Darkwing Ducks, which I believe is the last of the Darkwing Ducks available. So that launch pad synergy is now gone because we have lost the duck needed for that combination. So both of them have puzzle pieces that work really well together, but they're kind of spread apart on the board here. Eleanor and Angel, I think, are fun because you can fling a card to deal 2 damage. Then you get a card back, assuming you have things exerted with that Eleanor. And then you get to deal another damage and refill your hand that you lost with the Angel. But unfortunately, they have to be on the same side of the board, and they're not.
Yeah, Eleanor, probably not the best draw engine in this particular mirror, because your opponent with all their damage-based removal can deal with the characters that you want to keep on board to exert them. Part of the problem, and we just had something flung over there. Okay, Angel flinging a snowball at Eleanor, stacking up 2 damage. It's Angela. The problem in this particular color combo is, in Amber, you have a number of different bodyguards and cards that you can drop into play exerted. And so even if you don't have characters established to use with Eleanor, oftentimes there's ways to get an instantly exerted character in play. But in this color combo, there's not a lot of those cards available. And so Dominic will have to establish a number of characters, have them stick around for a turn in order to make use of them.
And that is the hardest thing to do in the face of these damage and spot removal. And speaking of not being able to stick around, we have this Rapunzel coming in. Now, it is all magic comes at a price. You don't get to just say, well, she came into play, go ahead and get rid of this card. You do have to discard one of your own cards to get the full advantage of her. She is the tower defender, and you have to discard a card in order to return any character. That's the good news. You can return any character. It doesn't matter. It's not like a cloud kicker where you have to look at their stats. But in this case, he did not elect to do so. Right? He didn't discard a card.
Yeah, I had to take a brief off to send a note real quick. It's a problem with producing it, dude. But yeah, I didn't see.
The good news, chat will let me know. They never blink.
Chat never blinks. Right?
It's incredible.
Over 1,000 folks there watching. Chat sees everything. I do really like this Rapunzel Tower Defender. I've seen her do a ton of work in this meta. As I mentioned right up front, it has the Kid Cloud Kicker effect of establishing a body while bouncing an opponent's character back to board, or send one of your characters back to board, and put a card in your discard to fuel cards that care about discard. So many different lines that it opens up. Eleanor there being removed is back over to Dominic. He did lose Eleanor now just with the Rapunzel and that Violet Power who's been sticking around since turn 2. Vixie being established over on Haymaker's side. The board state has started to shift, I think, not decisively, but leaning heavily over to Haymaker's side.
There we go. Mother Knows Best coming down, being sung by Rapunzel. I love that.
A flavor win. And there's that Violet Power who's been around since turn 2 with her 3 strength coming over and challenging that angel, removing it from the board. And now Haymaker left with just the Launchpad and the Angela. Some utility characters. Angela's kind of already done her thing, though, in Launchpad without the duck he wants to see on the board. So
shout out. Okay, so earlier I was confused about which was his hand. It turns out that Haymaker has what I've seen the first time, a jaunty little card or deck. He has his deck close to him and at an angle, which I've never seen before. So now he's going to go ahead and play that Vixie down. This is another, like we mentioned, you're able to, you sometimes get a discount, but in this case, she's just a nice, solid, evasive character. Not super well statted. She's a 1/3, but that 3 matters a lot in a meta where 2 damage is kind of the magic number. 1 to 2, 3 feels pretty good.
Yeah.
And they're checking the discard saying, all right, what have we seen? We have terrors flapping in the night. I think we've seen at least one. Both of them have been flapping around. The Darkwing Duck critical load has been lowered a little bit. We have Haymaker, I believe, only has 1 card in hand right now. He had 2, but he played that Vixie, so now he is down to 1. It's so sad. It's so sad seeing Eleanor's without being able to exert characters freely. In any other matchup, well, it's interesting because in dogs and aggro decks, you're always exerting usually. In this case, these characters are not as likely to want to exert because you are in a steel mirror where you are punished for exerting.
Yeah, in other matchups, I mean, you have a lot of evasive characters, which I think what you're hoping to do is establish things like the White Rabbit. You've got Vixies running around, and so you're trying to build up a scenario where you can exert some of these evasive characters, which are kind of immune to the crackback. But yeah, in this mirror here, that's not as palatable a move. And I think this is the 3rd snowball we've seen thrown at an Eleanor in this matchup. Angel just with her
good aim
in her sights, good aim, consistently flinging cards across the board. But man, it's just back and forth here. Dominic, 1 card in hand. Is that it?
So here is something that can be kind of fun. So right now, Haymaker just completely, or not right now, I'm looking at the YouTube stream again, but previously, Haymaker emptied his hand. And so right now, this Angel is feeling pretty good because she has Resist 2. But if you have Mother Knows Best or Rapunzel, you can you can go ahead and put a card back in the hand and then go ahead and target the Angel. Now, there's a lot of reasons why that's going to be difficult, specifically because it doesn't look like Dominic has any way to deal damage or the ability to bounce. But that's an interesting thing he can do with his resources of Rapunzel and Mother Knows Best, is make it where he'd work very hard to get her being untouchable, and he can make Angel touchable. But in this case, doesn't look likely because he just played down a 1-cost Todd and put his hand down, which makes me believe he will not be doing any of those things.
Yeah, really, really low on resources. Both these players sitting on 4 ink, low hand sizes, so we're kind of top deck mode. And some of the problems, like these decks, and they always have, the previous Amethyst Steel iterations have had to find some sort of card draw in the mid game. And here we're going to get a little bit of card draw. Haymaker giving some extra lure to Dominic in exchange for drawing a card, getting a pretty well statted queen on the board. But you have to find card draw in the mid game to refuel your hand because you're generally playing out characters in the first couple turns as a Mushu gets flung across the board into Eleanor. And then in these builds too, you're also utilizing cards for discard resource, oftentimes to Angel, but there's others too, or like Rapunzel. And so you have got to get some sort of card draw engine on board. Eleanor, that Mushu rocking, finding sneaky draws with the Queen. Otherwise, you're just sitting in this mode where you end up top decking with 4 ink, and that's the scenario both of these players are in right now. So got to start stringing together some card draw here to kind of get an edge. Oh, Dominic looking, and now that's just a Violet Par.
This is this is why I hate to say this is why card draw is important, but it is.
This is why drawing cards is good.
Yeah, in games, you want to have options, but it is rough because when you're in this mode, he has to play this Violet Par. Now, it's not the worst thing in the world when you're against things with angels taking aim at things, but the more that these players are put on the margins for card draw, but yes, this is miserable for a lot of reasons because now we can we can't fling snowballs, so we don't have cards in hand, but we can go ahead and be pretty liberal with our questing to get this Eleanor feeling good because yes, Dominic can swing back with challenging, but he doesn't have really good challengers on the other side. Literally, Violet is the most aggressive challenger. So he just needs to exert one more character here to get the Eleanor trigger. And then he is able to go ahead and draw a card. So that way next turn he has 2, and then he can go back into the snowball flinging mode. And he does have 3 exerted characters right now. And he's not so sad if Dominic does a little bit of challenging because Dominic has no cards. If he loses his cards in a challenge and he has no cards being drawn, it's not the end of the world for Haymaker. In fact, it's pretty good.
Yeah, like incredible top deck for Haymaker there, getting that Eleanor on the board. And even, as you pointed out, and we will draw into some removal, get rid of that Eleanor immediately. She's already done a little bit of her damage, though. Like, Dominic's forced to spend his entire turn leveraging his entire hand, dealing with that Eleanor. And she's already replaced herself in Haymaker's hand. And now Dominic can do a bit of challenging. I mean, that feels good. Rapunzel there is going to crack into the Queen. We'll have the opportunity to take care of something else here. Angela being taken care of. And Violet Par, again, showing off the value of that resistibility, sticking around from that challenge. That feels pretty good. So not a terrible top deck for Dominic there either, able to respond to that Eleanor, do a little bit of control. But Haymaker did get a card off of it. And now there's 2 in hand to respond where Dominic has none.
Yeah, and this is why, steel mirrors can be so brutal. It is just a lot of response over and over again, and they have the ability to do spot removal like no other deck can right now. And speaking of spot removal, it is Strength of a Raging Fire coming right away to get rid of that evasive, and then Violet Par is going to be, was she crushed by a snowball?
Snowballed.
Yeah, she was crushed. She got 2 damage, but she has 1 resist.
Yeah, she had 1.
She already had 1 ambient. Dang it.
So from the Angela. So the snowball able to take it out. And here we have a Darkwing Duck coming into play on that side of the board. And it looks like that's going to be it. Dominic saying, I don't have enough to deal with your board. Haymaker all the way at 15. And that's going to be it. And again, I also, honestly, there's a resource, a game of, who could find more resources, who could find more card draw. It really, really quickly as we get into the next game, we have somebody jumping into the green room here who has a lot of insight on green steel. He's been cooking on green steel.
Did you call an emergency Franz?
I did call an emergency Franz. So I'm really interested in Franz' take on this mirror and what he saw in that last game. Franz, you're in.
Howdy. I'm making sure that all
I want to know, did Liam emergency call you or did you emergency say, get me in here, it's green steel?
I explicitly told Liam, I was like, I heard that there was a green steel mirror and the potential more stuff for the final. So I told Liam, I was like, hey, if you need any extra analysis, let me know. I can hop on in. It has been an absolutely incredible weekend for green steel, both in this tournament and over in the D23. I've heard that we have 4 of top 8 over at D23 being the green steel. We are trying to figure out whether or not it is the Touch Sky, the Ducks, or anything in between. This obviously very much a Duck mirror. Dominic, I was able to source Dominic's list last night as he is a local to me. Congratulations, Dominic, to making it this far. And then Haymaker, obviously a very accomplished player in his own right. Both of these decks are very, very similar in the base. We have the Darkwing Duck package as well as some of the evasives. Dominic leaning a little bit more into the Mushus and even having some interesting tech cards like the Violet Par 2-drop, very interesting 3/2 like essentially beater, having that resist 1 to potentially take out any of those aggro decks that are running around. But he's also running the Mother Knows Best as well, an option that people have been running around with. Very interesting cards coming from both players here, and it's very interesting because both the players can have different openings that kind of make other openings weird. It's very interesting. Like the game, this mirror changes so much based off of what is played on turn one by both players.
If you could pick one or two mirror breaking cards, what would it be?
We're definitely looking at Angela, and we're looking at Angel. Those are the two cards specifically that I think that can absolutely change the course of a board state that is otherwise a little bit messy and sticky. If one player is turning stuff sideways into a potential Angela challenge, and Angela coming down and making, say, a Pegasus take out a Vixie for free and keep that resist 2 is absolutely huge. And Angela coming down to be a safe singer is really going to be important as well. Keep an eye out for that, as well as any angels coming down can really start to take over a board, especially if it's dueling angels, because then it turns kind of into a little bit of a hand resource war, and the board just gets really weird and sticky. I find these mirrors, when they get to that point of Angela wars without too many Eleanors coming down on one side, to be very, very interesting.
Fascinating. Well, it's been a fun match to watch so far. I love that we're watching kind of the duck mirror. And Franz, thanks for stopping in. If you want to hang out in the green room, maybe we'll get your take after this match is done, because I'd be interested to hear what your thought on the series is.
All right. Hope everyone else enjoys this game.
Yeah, me too.
And if you don't, come on, steel mirrors are fun. But as you mentioned, I mean, it is this steel mirrors always feel like there's a standoff phase and then the incremental value phase, where suddenly one person gets just a chip of just one little piece, like you said, an Angela or a Eleanor, a Angel. And Eleanor, like we mentioned, is a little bit fragile in this matchup because you generally don't want to be the first one to exert in a steel mirror. But if you can get those Angels and just start picking away at stuff, you can get those terrors flapping in the night. It can really matter, because if you're able to retain your value, chip away at your opponent's value, it can be wonderful. But there we go. We have Dominic on his turn 1. He did not play anything, but we have Todd on the other side.
Yeah, setting up a number of different options. There's the shift. There's also, if you're running it, there's also the Vixie, which you can cheat in. On the other side, Launchpad and Crack coming down, the 2-cost and Inkable. It says draw a card, then discard a card if you have a character named Darkwing Duck in play. And we know Dominic is running that, so able to establish that Launchpad. And if you can drop a Darkwing, it'll be net card draw. Let's see what the response of Hamburger. By the way, big shout out to Franz, somebody who's been cooking on this deck, as I mentioned, since the start of the meta, and a great player anyway. I'll make sure to drop links to Franz and Justice and all the other people that you've seen on the stream today into the show notes over on YouTube. So definitely follow these folks if you're not. Fantastic members of the community. We do have that Vixie discounted coming in here again. A fantastic turn 2 play. It's evasive. It's a quester. It's also a singer. A very strong 1-2 line in the meta, almost as if these cards were meant to work together.
They're all in this together. High School Musical coming to Disney Lorcana in 2028. No, that is not true, but there's Launchpad McDuck. It's not Launchpad McDuck, but either way, maybe he needs a duck ally. That is one of the things that is good, and he does not want to exert if there's no benefit. So on the other side, we have that Vixie. Vixie, no Todd. So this is full retail value Vixie.
Well, yeah, full retail value Vixie on turn 3, and also inking a Strength of a Raging Fire, which I think feels bad in this matchup, possibly knowing that this is likely to come. But he has another one, and look at this hand. We have Eleanor there on turn 2, protecting the Broadway and the Angel. It's interesting. So he did ink a Strength, either because he didn't want to, just needed an inkable, or because he was insulating against a potential Ursula on turn 3, but either drew into another one. In any case, I don't know, having Strength of Raging Fire insurance gone now.
Yeah,
I wonder, it is interesting, like, because you have one, yeah, I don't know, but nevertheless lost it there, and that feels pretty bad. Haymaker choosing to establish the Vixie on 2 rather than the Ursula, unless he drew into it. And now gaining information on Dominic's hand, able to plan out his next ink.
Yeah, and we saw that I think he had a Broadway in there. I'm not sure what the other ones were as far as like different.
An Eleanor and an Angel.
So that is pretty, yeah, like you said, that is a nice curve out there. So as we mentioned, Eleanor is very, very powerful. Maybe not in this matchup. So at this point, like you mentioned, it might be an angel into the Broadway. And then if we can get the defender out there, I do think that Dominic would be interested in knowing what Haymaker has in his hand, because Haymaker does have access to Strength of Raging Fire, and he hurled his Thunderbolts. That has been, I think that Traverse Tavern mentioned that was a debate in the community, is whether strength he hurled his Thunderbolt is worth including in this deck or not. And Haymaker said, I think so. So that is the Canadian style versus the North Carolina. That's where these two players are hailing from.
Yeah, a little bit of lag coming in from the venue. Apologize, folks. Doing the best you can to bring you the match, and it looks like it's catching up now, though. It is back over to Dominic, though. It's now in the tank, kind of thinking through. We did see very top-heavy hand. Eleanor available on 4, and then there's the Angel as well, and a Broadway. It was the previous hand. I'm not sure what he drew, but yeah, losing that strength feels pretty bad. And trying to get a peek at what he drew.
I just got a little stunning piece of information.
Oh?
Zan Syed has been knocked out. He's not playing in the finals. It is Martin Garrett who will be in the finals.
Interesting. So red Ruby Amethyst taking down Zan in the semis.
Somewhere Baker is running around in little circles going, yippee, yippee.
But to be quite honest, and as we take a break from the green still talk about that news, like that's what we've seen, honestly, the last few weeks is a couple players, a couple devotees bringing in these Ruby Amethyst lists and then piloting their way into, you know, a top 2, 3, 4 finish, or in the case of the CCQ at Gen Con, both 1 and 2. So like, it's a deck that's good, and I am consistently amazed that I don't see more people bringing it in, because it continues to outperform its meta share, both in top cuts and in top 2 finishes.
Well, the good news is we're going to get to see it no matter what against Emerald Steel, which seems to be the other darling of the meta right now. So there we have Vixie singing Strength of Raging Fire, and then we're going to quest out, because now Eleanor will have her coordinated efforts to get a damage, a card, and a lore here. So things have now swung into the favor of Haymaker here. He is up on... he has cards in hand, 2 cards in hand. He has cards on board, and he has a nice curve with the ink. So now they're just doing a little audit here, saying he sang with the Vixie, quested for 2, and then a lore off the Eleanor, and that is 3 lore here.
Yeah, I think maybe making sure that everything ink was dry. I'm not sure, but just going through the motions here. Really, really impactful turn there, getting that Eleanor in play, plus the song. Able to swing the board state where she replaces herself. Fantastic turn. Yeah.
So yeah, there's lots of people very excited, because I think if we have Garrick versus Dominic, it will be a North Carolina mirror, I think is what I'm seeing in the chat. But Haymaker's saying, I'm not going to make that easy, because unfortunately he has a very nice board right now. And it is, like we said, it is all going to be about that incremental value gain. We have a Broadway coming down, and he can do bodyguard. And the good news is that Haymaker doesn't have a lot of good challengers, but the bad news is he has a handful of cards. And like we mentioned, it could be Strength of Raging Fire, it could be Hurling Thunderbolts, and bodyguard does not matter in the face of those kind of spot removals. And is it worth it to even get 2 lore? Is he just going to keep everything upright? Or is he going to say, I need to quest now because I might not get to keep these cards, knowing that it's very easy to deal damage with Haymaker's deck. No matter what, he's probably going to have 1 damage, but then it's just a question of what else will be there. So instead, he's going to do his own challenging and saying, let's shut off this Eleanor engine as much we can, and just debating the best way to use these. Unfortunately, this Vixie, not so good at challenging. She only is a 1/3.
No, great at questing, not so good at fighting. Broadway, one of the most well-statted characters in this deck. It does feel like a good answer here when Haymaker's sitting on an Eleanor and will want to exert a bunch of characters in order to activate that ability. But, you know, it is tough when you're staring at a green steel opponent, a green steel hand where they have 3 cards. They're likely to have things able to answer, even high willpower characters. So we'll see if there is an answer available. But
I don't know. Can you hear my dog snoring?
no.
Okay, good.
No. We can't hear your keyboard, though.
Listen, you got to get the thonky keyboard. It's excellent for streaming and for privacy. But there we go. So he was able to do a little bit of cleanup with not a lot. The problem is he has one card, I believe, in hand. He has 2 damaged characters that are very, very frail in the face of some kind of angel maneuver. If I am Dominic, I am a little worried because I would love to see my North Carolina friend in the finals, but Haymaker is making that very, very difficult here.
Yeah, it does feel tough. Once again, Dominic stretched for resources. Does have 1 card in hand, up to 5 ink. Now we do have an angel come down. Franz identified one of the mirror breaking cards, and there's plenty of characters susceptible there to a fox being flung across the board. It is Todd on Vixie, and Vixie off to the discard pile, and now 3 characters able to exert in order to get card draw off of that Eleanor, and we'll ping that launch pad just to boot. Broadway left there. Will he be able to crack into that Eleanor next turn? But Eleanor has already done some significant work. Not perhaps a terribly impactful top deck here, but we will get to see the hand. Oh.
There is Launchpad coming on down, and unfortunately, he is very good if he's being played with those Darkwing Ducks. A little less good in this exact scenario. He is out of the snowball territory, but into just the peril of not being necessarily a game-winning card because Eleanor is back, and now with Eleanor and Angel, he is firmly back in snowball territory. Unfortunately for him, or fortunately for him, we're going to aim it at Broadway. Broadway taking the first chunk of damage here needed, and then Eleanor finishing the job, getting a card and getting a lore. Things are very, very good for Haymaker. Haymaker is throwing haymakers, as the chat aptly put out.
Yeah, and really the difference so far this match, it's been the Angel. Haymaker has had pretty much an unchecked Angel both games, able to just deal with whatever Dominic puts on the board. The other problem is that Eleanor, and there's the handshake, Dominic saying, "You've got it," and Haymaker takes it in 2. This is a mirror, but it went pretty quickly. Haymaker taking it down. And I think the Angel, one of the stories of this matchup, also the Eleanor. Dominic never really able to get a card draw engine going. Haymaker multiple times able to get his Eleanor clicking, and yeah, another thing I noticed too was Terror the Flaps of the Night. A lot of damage-based removal in these colors. It used to be Along Came Zeus, now he hurled his Thunderbolt, Strength of Raging Fire. It used to be Let the Storm Rage On, all songs. And Ursula Deceiver was a card that you used to play around some of that removal. Terror the Flaps of the Night is not. It is potentially a 3 damage removal card that you cannot pick with Ursula Deceiver, and we saw that there. So, yeah. Really great match, great run by both players, and we will have Green Steel in the finals against Ruby Amethyst. I'm going to bring in our other folks in the green room, though, Katie. What are your thoughts on what we just saw?
I mean, it's fascinating how game 1 was, okay, it's a steel standoff. Everybody's just going to stand across the dance floor and see who's going to start dancing first. But then we just saw how much having, like you mentioned, you said, what are the mirror breakers? And the answer was Angel. She did a good job. And people were saying if Angela, that would have made it even worse. But I think Angel did her job there pretty well. And I love the synergy, friends. I mean, you probably did this in testing, that Angel and Eleanor are such beautiful best friends, able to just say, I fling this and then more card, please. And it was very beautiful. But Franz, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, that game 2 specifically was just a series of tough draws from Dominic as well, missing the 1-drop into the opponent, going in 1-drop into 3-drop into remove the second Strength Raging Fire after you have inked your single Raging Fire. So Dominic just never really had a chance to have a turn to push tempo on his own side, whether it was an Angela or a Strength Raging Fire turn on his end. And at that point, by the time we were able to get down that Broadway, we had an Eleanor already in the chamber, and then a second Eleanor, and then an Angel to really start to clean up whatever Dominic was trying to do. So it was just a bit of a fortunate series of events from Dominic there, and just an absolute haymaker of a draw from Haymaker.
Yeah. Very aptly named.
Justice, how what do you think of that match?
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw both sides of the Steel Songs matchup there across, game 1 and game 2, right? Game 1, very, they're both top decking, low resource. One of you is going to get ahead eventually by drawing slightly better. And then game 2, more of an absolute blowout, from just constantly shutting him down and, never giving him a chance to get back on the board and reestablish. And, some people in the chat talking about how, Green Steel Mirror, doesn't look like a whole lot of fun. And there is a little bit of truth to that.
Yes. I do love that every deck has to say, well, I always lose to this deck and I hope I never see my own deck.
Yeah, yeah. Some mirrors are really this one though. I mean, the green steel mirrors are just it's a war of attrition. Burning through resources, drawing, discarding, flinging snowballs, and then at some point it like breaks, and one player just manages to find that one extra piece of card draw that seems to put him over the edge.
Yeah, it's just unfortunately for the green steel players, when we get into the mirror, there are just so many different lines that your opponent can take. It doesn't really matter, especially if you're on the draw. It doesn't really matter what you are drawing. There is almost always something that your opponent can draw that immediately answers it. Do we want to go for a Vixie on turn 2? Well, they can go for their Vixie on turn 2 into a Strength Raging Fire because we didn't play an Ursula. Do you want to play an Ursula on 2? What if they just don't have any songs and they just go for Darkwing Duck into Launchpad, and all of a sudden now they have even more hand advantage than you do? Do you want to go for a Darkwing Duck into a Terror that flaps? Well, maybe they're not playing any large characters that your deal 3 is very, very good into, and then you have taken your turn 2 off to not play any characters. So there's so much to play around in this mirror. Sometimes you just have to pick a line and go.
Now, we had a mirror. We're going to have the opposite of a mirror. It is 2 very, very different deck lists. So, I mean, Franz, as an enjoyer of this deck list, how do you feel headed into the finals against Garrett's deck, which is going to be a Amethyst Ruby evasive deck?
Yeah, I think the Amethyst Ruby evasive deck very specifically is a deck that a lot of green steel players do not want to see as much. They're playing a ton of native answers for our Vixies. They're playing a ton of native answers for just our evasives in general. But that's really what the Darkwing Duck deck kind of was built to shirk around a little bit. Even though the Darkwing Duck and Launchpad isn't necessarily fantastic, it is into this matchup. It is something else to be doing that isn't just playing evasives that get absolutely demolished by Garrett's evasives at the same time, and Haymaker is playing those Thunderbolts over those on the nose best, which I think in this matchup specifically is going to be very important. We have those Dumbos that are being played that are susceptible to a Thunderbolt. We have Luises that are susceptible to Thunderbolt. We have Cheshire Cats that are susceptible to Thunderbolt, and if Garrett's playing the Shift Dashpar, that is also something that is very susceptible to the Thunderbolt. So this matchup is always going to come down to who can the green steel player get down multiple 3-cost singers? Can we take advantage of Eleanor, and can we start to get those turns where we sing either a Strength Raging Fire plus a Thunderbolt, Strength Raging Fire plus a Terror that flaps in the night, and can we take over the board state because of that? Because as Justice knows, Purple can have all of the Cheshire Cats on the board that they want, but if they only have one character on the board, it's not going to do that much.
Yep. Great summary there. I think this big one to watch is, a lot like green steel versus yellow purple. It's can you just stay ahead of them and keep your tempo high enough to not really give the Amethyst player a chance to get good value out of their cards like Isis or like their Demonas, right? You got to keep their smaller evasives off the board. There are still some great opportunities for green steel to get value from its stuff, like Terror that Flaps in the Night, being able to take out Jebediahs or Scrooges if they're coming down, right? You can just respond to the Scrooge immediately with that. And so as long as the green steel player can win the war in the sky, they can find a way to squeak ahead in this matchup. But that is a harder said than done against Ruby Amethyst because they are playing their own fairly large evasive package. So very tricky.
Question for you. I'm doing the math right now, but 68 of the decks in the room, so 62%, 63% of the room had Amber. There's no Amber in the final. Do you have any initial thoughts with that fact?
It's a well-balanced meta, right? Like there are, I think actually like we're seeing more and more tournament data start to pour in and support this. There is no definitively best deck. There are interesting choices you can make in terms of what you want to take and what you want to target. And finding the best deck for, the North American and European championships coming up is probably going to be, some part making a really good meta call on the day and some part having a really good run where you see the matchups you want and you dodge the ones you don't.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting to see people so high on Amber, and Amber, it's not here right now. So I do, like you said, it's balanced. There is an answer to every problem, which is good, but also kind of scary because I think if I am a player headed into the North American Championships, I'm saying there's good things about every deck, and then there's also vulnerabilities, but the good news is everybody has vulnerabilities. But I am glad I don't have to pick a deck. I get a bet on one and say, oh, I think this will win. Ha 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 ha. But I don't have to bet one that I think is going to win. Liam, what are your thoughts?
Oh, I don't know. I think Justice said it very, very well. I agree with his
Right.
take. I do wonder, one of the reasons why most people running Amber nowadays is because of your early game ability to ramp. You do have Willow, which is,
Mhm.
one of the best cards in the game, and a lot of people running a Cood, and yeah, so it's that early game that allows you to ramp into an Eleanor, things like that. In a meta where Willows are everywhere, everybody starts running answers to Willows. And so, when a deck and a color combination is like 60% of the meta, it's kind of like the old days where Diablo was everywhere. You had to run Diablo answers. I do wonder if everybody's thinking about, how do I answer those early game Willows? How do I make sure that I check, Eleanor lines? And so at some point, those Amber decks kind of fall off. We did see here on this side of the bracket, Amber, everything drops off in the first round except for Dylan losing to Haymaker earlier, and then once again all Amber represented in the other side, and then falling off in the semi. So I don't know.
We all agree that Sapphire isn't real. So that's the good news.
There's 5 colors. We have 5 colors now.
Yes. Yeah. Sapphire has removed itself from playoff contention.
It's the best it's ever been. It's fantastic. I'm so happy.
Yeah, right. September. They've had a good run, all right. You had Tipo and Sale for years.
Ruby's back. Sapphire's gone.
Right.
Green yellow is not an unbeatable force at the top of every single tournament. I mean, come on. This is Lorcana. It's great.
Right. Everyone's eating good. I think I'll be very interested to see what the reaction is. It sounds like you, both Franz and Justice, you seem pretty happy about the meta, but I'm sure there'll be somebody who'll say it's too open.
Granted, I'm not preparing for a North American Championship here. I'm not preparing for any extremely competitive event, although we do have CCS Raleigh as a CCQ coming up. So I'm not necessarily preparing for big events, so maybe that's part of it. But just in general, I'm having a fantastic time playing this meta.
Right. I think it's like, do you like casting the meta? Do you like playing for fun in the meta? And do you like trying to win $14,000 or a championship? Yeah. And I think those are 3 different stakes, but I think everybody can agree that it's certainly not solved yet.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Judge. I'm sorry.
Well, I just think, there's still an opportunity here, right? We have a few more weeks to Continentals. We learned a lot this weekend, and, maybe there's a best deck hidden in here somewhere, right?
Right. And that's the thing, too, is I still think there's some meat on the bone that we haven't seen. I think these players are probably still holding back some. I mean, candidly, the reason that the top deck lists are only being shared to top 16 is because those basically in the top 16, since it's being streamed, those are public. But anybody who wasn't in the top 16, a lot of people said, well, I don't want to share my deck list. I am still fine tuning this. If I had some spice, I'm going to finish spicing it up. So I think there will be still some surprises, which I'm excited and scared for.
Yeah, it's all, yeah. And like Josh Paul, Mo Shamblin, they're going to wander into Continentals with like some sort of something we've never seen.
Hey, one time I saw Josh Paultree play dogs. So it can happen. All right.
Well,
the surprise was.
He played Circle Dogs before Circle Dogs was cool.
That's true. He did. And then when it became cool, he's like, well, now it's not good. It was fun. It was surprising.
That's right. Well, this is great. Any Franz, Justice, any closing thoughts before we head down to the table here on this matchup or what we saw in the top cut in particular?
Just keep an eye on these first few turns. This green steel player is absolutely going to try and keep his board very, very wide while taking out Garrett's important cards, and Garrett is going to try and push down those evasives as much as possible and keep Haymaker from building too wide of a board and getting too much Eleanor value.
Yep. Keep an eye on that Vixie. See if we can see like a 1-2-2-1 opening from Haymaker here. And, if he can curve out into an Eleanor still while keeping some of those evasives off the board from Garrett and not getting punished too hard by a Vixie, he should be able to stabilize all right.
Well, we'll see if that happens. Justice, Franz, thanks for stopping by. We'll check you again after the game if you're available. But for now, we are going to head down to the table, and we're going to take a look. Katie, it was 7 rounds of Swiss yesterday, 128 players, all of them invited here. This was an invitational only. Then we had a 16 into the top cut, and it all comes down to this, the finals for a huge prize pool. It doesn't get any better than this.
It doesn't. And I mean, no matter what, somebody made a point in the chat. They said, why does there need to be a best deck in format? And the answer is there doesn't need to be. I think it's a question people want to know because I think there is financial gain in saying, I know what the best deck is and I brought it. So I think no matter what, people will want to know what the best deck in format is. But to that person's point, it is kind of fun that we don't know what it is. Both as a viewer and as a player, it means there's still mystery and there's still some surprises. But these two players do know what they're up against. It is open deck list for them, so they have taken a peek. Both of them have Mischief to manage in their deck, and that Mischief is going to be returning things to hand. We have Rapunzel on Haymaker's side. We have Vixie on the other. We have Forced Exertion through Isis Vanderchill and Demona. But then on the other side, we have Spot Removal. Both of them do have Spot Removal, but obviously Steel has the upper hand. Only Red Alert on the other side. But we're starting off Randall Boggs into the Inkwell with Rafiki, a Mystical Fighter down on the board, and on over to Haymaker. Can he respond and play on curve as well?
Yeah, we'll see. We know we like that Todd Vixie opening. We're going to have plenty more resources here being on the draw. We're going to Rapunzel into the Inkwell, followed by the White Rabbit coming to play here, 2/2 evasive, courtesy of its underdog ability. This will be able to sneak out some early lore, perhaps. Although plenty of evasives on Garrett's side of the board are in deck, and here is one of them, that Jebediah coming down and checking that early quest from the Rabbit. This card is reckless and evasive, so Cookie coming in and saying, not so fast.
He says, not so fast. What if I have two? So we have the second, one being played.
Rabbits do multiply.
They do. It says it's scary. Turn 3, we're going to have exponential growth here and have 4. But there we go. We have Vixie doing exactly what I said she can do, getting that White Rabbit back to hand. He took his entire turn 2, playing an underdog card, no underdog ability, and now he has it back to hand. That's a huge momentum loss. Both of these players need to keep characters on the board to get full advantage of these synergistic abilities. And I'm talking about having Isis come in and have characters on the board to challenge, or for Haymaker, have things like Eleanor come in and have characters to take full advantage of. And now he just lost one of his 2.
Yeah, it feels like a really big tempo play here from the Ruby Amethyst player from Garrett. This is the Cloud Kicker line that we're used to seeing in Emerald. It's the 1, 2, 3, bounce your opponent's character, and then all of a sudden your board state looks a lot better. Really like that line. We do see a Darkwing Duck come down, and paired with the Terror that flaps in the night, that will now deal 3 damage, dealing with that Cookie and protecting his evasive quester. That Rabbit now free to head off on a quest, gather some early lore. And that's one of the things I think Haymaker is going to want to push his lore advantage if he can. I do feel like for some reason, I don't know why, but I feel like inevitability in this matchup is with the Ruby Amethyst deck, probably because of the existence of Demonas. So I do think gathering some incremental lore throughout the game will be important. I do think we have the lore bot needs to catch up a little bit. I do think we have some lore on Haymaker's side. We'll work on getting that fixed.
Wake it up a little bit. So shout out to everyone if you are hanging out with us. We know you've had so much Disney Lorcana this weekend. This is the second time we've seen Garrick have to unwrinkle his cards because we've seen him riffle shuffle. So he'll play them and then he has to like unpringle them. He's doing it right now. So this is a little cautionary tale. If you fold your cards in half, sometimes you have to unfold them.
Yeah, crazy work. What is this? The 90s?
Yeah, he's like, I don't fear it. But I would have guessed he's been playing cards since the 90s. He may not be that old, maybe not. But either way, that is like a fun tell that like he's like, I fear nothing. But there we go. There's that Angela giving a little bit of a resist. As we saw, Angela was super powerful in the mirror. In this case, she's a little okay, we're going fast right into it. Mrs. Incredible, super stretchy. She will be able to get evasive or maybe get a little bit of catch up on the lore, depending on which way he takes it. And she is feeling pretty good in the face of Steel's damage. She has 6 blow power, which in a world where you're just throwing 1 and 2 damage at a time, you're going to have to throw a lot of damage to get rid of this Miss Incredible. At least 2 solutions for that problem.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons that I do like, I talk about inevitability. I do think inevitability is with Ruby Amethyst in this matchup if the game goes along. It just has a lot bigger body characters. Haymaker, of course, is running, things like Broadway in his deck. So there are some bigger characters, but where you have Mrs. Incredible running around in the same deck as Demonas. You also, even Isis Vanderchill as a 4/4. You have a lot of well-statted mid-game characters, which if Garrett is able to widen the board a little bit with those, they just become incredibly oppressive. And so both players trading back and forth here, and we're seeing kind of that tail where they each have 2 characters, but Garrick's are a lot better statted. Yeah, Miss Incredible also able to, with her evasive by choice ability, able to check that White Rabbit as well.
Love that. I'm evasive by choice. Okay, it was my choice. Although we saw that he has the ability to make her have both because he has that little tiny Dumbo in his deck, the Dumbo flying elephant, where you can actually give her evasive and let her quest for 2. You can give anything evasive, which is kind of fun. The Dumbo synergy is very interesting. He only has 1 of, but that was a fun little inclusion we saw in the top 4 match.
Yeah, I really like cheeky little one-ofs, these little tech cards that surprise your opponents. It's a very Frank Karsten thing to do, I feel like.
Right. I know. Timothy, I've called them Timothy Q Mouse cards sometimes. Like, is it like a Timothy Q Mouse situation where you're putting it in there for the vibes? But it matters. And in this case, we have that bodyguard coming in. It is a 4/6 bodyguard. It does have the Stone by Day, but this deck operates on the margins. I don't think they're too afraid of having too many cards. We have not seen Haymaker have many cards. And then we'll go ahead and do Strength of Raging Fire. Right? Did he just
yeah, Strength of Raging Fire. Flinging at that Mrs. Incredible, getting that 3 damage on there, making it a trade into the Broadway. So some choices there. But interesting, it always a danger in a deck that's likely to be burning Cheshire Cats and other damage moving cards. But here, definitely wanting to make that Broadway a tough choice. And there is that paying off. Garrett taking that choice, 2 characters into that Broadway. That feels like a pretty good trade. And yeah, really great there. All of a sudden, Haymaker with the board advantage and flinging 2 more characters on the board with a launch pad, 2 cards that will draw you cards in the right scenario. And so getting his card draw engine online, that feels like a really great sequence of turns there.
Yeah, and the thing is, he did say in the right scenario, meaning they both have to survive to see and tell the tale. And there we go. Isis Vanderchill saying, chill out, Mushu, you shall not survive to tell this tale, because Cookie went right in to that Mushu who cannot quest any longer. Now that launch pad, all we need to do is a simple thing. We need to get a he didn't. He went ahead and activated it no dark rays, which means we're going to draw and discard, which means he didn't like the card in hand. And I can see why. It is a simple 2/2 Todd. So he needs to get something better. And this is actually good. There we go. Asking you shall receive.
Yeah, really showing the power of Launchpad here. I mean, any card that allows you to draw a discard, to be frank, like even that interaction right there, just Launchpad able to get rid of that Todd in favor of the Darkwing could be something that turns the tide in this game. We'll see if Launchpad survives. It does not. Really, Garrett forced to remove it because now it is net card draw with that Darkwing Duck on the board. But that Darkwing Duck will be way more impactful than that Todd. Due to its ability to synergize with cards like Terror that Flaps in the Night and that Launchpad. And followed by another Broadway coming into play here in Bodyguard. Feels really great. That card a difference maker so far. And Darkwing showing his value there, cracking in, surviving with his high willpower, dealing with that Isis.
Now we talk about comebacks and how do you get back to this game? The answer is card draw. And luckily, he has Garrett has way more ability. We'll get his name updated. I just realized it's blank. But if you guys don't know, that is Garrett, not Garrick. It's very... interesting. There we go. We have Violet coming on down. She is going to be able to move 1 damage when she comes into play. A little Cheshire Cat, a Diet Cheshire Cat. And then she also has evasive. So Garrett is taking full advantage of the evasive power here. And then we have Miss Incredible able to do some challenging of her own. And then we have Peter Pan coming in. We're doing the little math here because I think we moved the damage and then we did the challenge. So now after all that is said and done, she has 4 on her.
Yeah, and 4, she should have...
Or 3. It says 3, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, it was 4. And yeah, I think there was a little bit of a thought there. I think trying to decide if it's worth getting rid of the Darkwing, the biggest reason is to prevent a 3 damage Terror that Flaps in the Night, I think. The Launchpad you'd have to establish, but in this instance, choosing to get rid of that well-statted Broadway. Haymaker top decks a Strength of Raging Fire, flips it, makes a decision, gets rid of the Mrs. Incredible, and now Garrett left with just the Peter Pan and the Violet Par. Haymaker going for a quest, pushing himself up to 9. I think this is where he wants to be, although...
all it takes is 1 book. If it's like a single book could be devastating here. It doesn't look like he has that, though. We got another Violet Par. So we have damage that we can move, but not a lot of tempting targets. But we can move 1 damage over here to Angela, start the damage. And then it is a kind of a situation where they're just staring at each other saying, who's going to get the better top decks, I feel, at this point. I do feel like the top decks are going to be probably better for Garrett because there's more cards he can draw, which gets him back in quickly. Now we just have a Violet versus the White Rabbit, which the Violet has the better stats. But, and here we have a Darkwing Duck, just the 2/2 version that doesn't do a lot. But if we get a launch pad, we have a stew going. But right now, no, that is not a stew by itself.
Yeah, and this when in a war of top decks, the problem for the Emerald Steel deck is a lot of its card draw is conditional. You're relying on things like Eleanor. You have to set up the Mushu. He has to survive. We're going to get a hand check here. It is a red alert. So not able to discard it there, but now Garrett knows, and that's sitting there. And the problem is, to your point, all we need to do is draw into a book. All we need to do is draw into. I mean, you could play the Demona, but there are cards that net you cards, and Haymaker doesn't have a lot of those. Although, well,
Not a ton anymore.
Yeah.
I'm like looking and I'm like, it draws so many cards, but it really is. We have our medallion weights and we have your winter guidebook. Dumbo. Dumbo would be quite nice if we could get a Dumbo out to stick, but I think Haymaker would be very happy to hurl a Thunderbolt at that Dumbo if he so chooses to make an appearance. So it would be nice to be able to get an evasive on the board, insulate ourselves. And there is the Cheshire Cat putting on minimal amount of
Great.
pressure.
Great top deck here, though.
But enough pressure.
Yeah.
Just one damage is enough to get rid of 50% of his board.
Yeah, there are better top decks, but the ability to answer 2 characters here every single turn now feels really good, especially when you have an evasive quest over there that you can't answer. And now, this feels really good. So now Isis Vanderchill, the most well-statted character on the board, is going to go off on a quest, gain a lore, and that Cheshire Cat able to remove, doing that 2 for that 2 character removal there, I think is what's giving Garrett the edge here. Let's see.
Haymaker is sitting comfortably at 13, so he just has to be able to retain his board. The problem is every single character that Garrett puts on the board makes a Demona be more punishing. Now, is there a world where he doesn't want to give Haymaker any cards? Maybe. But if Garrett can get back in the game and get cards, it is something he has to be aware of. That Eleanor is really great, but you have to have a coordinated effort and get 3 cards exerted to user. And I don't think Haymaker is going to be too aggressive if he can help it. But then he also knows that if he chooses to be right, so he can't be too conservative because you might lose the chance. If you don't use it, you lose it.
Yep. And here comes that dash power crashing in, getting rid of that white rabbit. And yeah, you're right. That coordinated effort's not going to come into play here. Although there are bodyguard cards in this deck. We do have Broadways. We've gone through 2 of them, though. And I don't know that you run 4 of them here. I'm not positive if these lists are running
3.
So we do have another one available. So that could work, but
it's still, it's not a guarantee. So now we are at 14 to 3.
Was that a draw pass? Oof.
Over on Haymaker's side?
Yeah.
Oh, makes me think maybe it was a strength that he just can't use. Or I'm trying to see, is there anything in his deck that would be too expensive? No, he can play everything right now. So
there's that red alert that's been sitting in hand for a while. Came down, took care of that Eleanor. Nice juicy target. Now that cat's going to go off for a quest, and again, it's all about the top decks here. We drew into a Todd, and what is that other card? It is something that costs 3. Might be a strength. But nevertheless, we're not going to see it now. Back over to Garrett for a response. It is a well-statted Mrs. Incredible, and it does feel like the tide has turned. The corner has been turned.
He's certainly turned the corner, turned the tides. The tides have turned around the tide corner.
The tide, the corner, the table, everything is turned.
Everything is turned. And so clearly Dean Haymaker's optimism because, there we go. We got an Eleanor, but like we said, the coordinated efforts are a little uncoordinated right now. He's just going to have to keep everything upright and hope that it pays off. And then Garrett is going to have to say, okay, what is my clock right now? We have technically 1-2 with that Incredible, depending, but even if we don't buff it up, that's 4. But then we have a very tall 6/6 duck. And then there we go. We have Rafiki joining the party, boosting up the Scrooge McDuck, and then just questing on out, feeling fearless.
Yeah. And it's just a tall order. And again, the Ruby Amethyst deck, it just has a lot of big bodies. And even anything like 4/4 and up, of which there are a lot in this deck. There's 5/6s running around. We are going to get a hand check here with an Ursula Deceiver. Is there a hand? No, that was
he said, I'll show you nothing. And there we go. He did have a Strength of Raging Fire that he was hoping to invest in a little bit. And that was a Cheshire Cat with a Vanessa Whisper, or Ursula Whisper of Vanessa underneath. However, that was all he was able to do this turn, is play the Ursula and do a Strength. And now he can go ahead and quest.
It's all he can do, but you talked about the Lord Toll, and here all of a sudden, questing for 3, we're going to get another ping for the Eleanor. That's going to go up to 18.
Yeah, that's huge.
We're pretty close. And getting rid of the cat seems, kind of innocuous, but it's 1 lore. And at this point, it might end up being a race. And Garrett here, that 1 lore making all the difference, because Garrett will be able to quest for 4. I think 5 if the Mrs. Incredible does her thing. So that 1 lore from the cat could make all the difference.
Yeah, he's saying this race involves you stopping me, because at a certain point he cannot not or he cannot ignore what's happening on their side. And this is a great response.
Oh yeah.
There's that Demona push in case of emergency, because yes, Haymaker gets 3 cards, but it is now or never. He needs to make sure he gets things exerted. And now it is time. He has 4 characters on his side, 4 characters on Haymaker. He has to use them to his benefit, but they are big characters, so it's not that hard to do. And he's able to feed some damage onto his characters. That will be very, very nice later if he's able to get a Violet or a Cheshire Cat back on the board. In this case, he was able to clean up but he's only able to get rid of 3. That Darkwing Duck is sitting there. Does he have a way to deal with it? I'm trying to see.
I don't think so. And what he's done, if I'm doing the math right, 14, it should be 13, I believe. Yeah, there we go. So he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the board with Mrs. Incredible's ability. Now 8. And so he's put game on board here and forced Garrett to deal with it. He did give him 3 cards with the Demona. And so Haymaker will be able to put game on board himself, dumping a bunch of little characters on the board, but will also at the same time have to find a way to deal with at least 2 lore over on that side of the board, and then hope that Garrett doesn't have a response. So this is it. Because you want, you can deal with the Rafiki, but you need to get something else off the board as well, and you want that Darkwing to quest and then to set up one character to threaten game at the same time. So this is tough. If you don't have any removal, then I think it's
and it's funny because he has lots of ways to fling damage. I mean, we talked about it a few times that he has 4 terrors that flap in the night, 4 strength raging fire, 2 heroes thunderbolts. He has 3 angels. So he has lots of ways to inflict some damage upon his characters, but unfortunately they do not appear to be coming up at the time he needs them most. And unfortunately, Darkwing Duck is not going to be able to handle it all on his own. He needs to quest if we want to get towards that pressure we need. And like you said, he needs to get to 19. He needs to control the board. I don't think he has the tools to do it right now.
Yeah, really tough. One of the things making it even more difficult is the characters that quest for 2. Because if you remove a 2 lore quester, I think you're good. But the characters that quest for 2 are just out of reach of a Thunderbolt and/or. Okay, so we're going to get a challenge on the Isis Vanderchill there, and we are going to establish some stuff. But is that? I don't think that's enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's going to be it. And so Garrett takes game 1 just barely. If Haymaker draws into like one other removal card, a strength or something else that can deal with one other character while establishing a threat in the board, he could squeak that out. So everything coming down to the wire there. But Garrett turning the corner and able to take game 1 in the CCS 50K Invitational Finals. I can't think of a better way to spend a weekend.
D23 sounds pretty good. I like, but no, I've had very much fun. I think both of us were foaming at the mouth to stream this tournament, to the point where we were contacting strangers saying, "Hey, you got a camera?" And the answer is yes. The skipper came through and said, "I have a camera and I am ready to have a vast mateys and to get a stream going." So shout out to 2000 Voice Mike for setting up the chat. Shout out to Haymaker, not Haymaker, shout out to Haymaker, sorry, but shout out Haymaker.
Shout out to Haymaker.
Yeah, shout out to the skipper for doing it. Shout out to Liam for getting the stream up and running. Shout out to me just because I'm here,
Shout out to you. No,
and also shout out to Garrett, I guess, because I gave Haymaker a shout out.
Yeah, shout out to all you. Shout out to all of you watching. And we also have to mention the judges.
Yes, oh my gosh, the judges are working double time.
Yeah, I mean it's their job to judge the tournament. It's not their job to help us find stream matches and facilitate that. And they are leaning in, giving us the information that we need to commentate this tournament, as well as making sure that we have great feature matches. So shout out to the judge team there and Charlie's for allowing us to stream this, because there is a world that this doesn't happen, and we were almost living in that world. But as a result of everybody working together to pull the stream together, we have 1,500 people watching right now live on various platforms, including one person watching on Facebook, which I always just find amusing. There's always
what I'd call this? I'd call this coordinated efforts.
That's right. Yeah, 1,500 people choosing to spend their Sunday here with us, Katie, watching the finals here of this event, an event that is a year in the making, because people started qualifying for this and picking up these Charlie's points a year ago. And
whoever wins
this.
And whoever wins this is like the ultimate Charlie's winners. We've had Charlie since before DLCs even existed. CCS has been doing these tournaments, but this is the largest one yet. These players are playing for a $50,000 prize pool. I believe the first place winner will be walking away with $14,000, which is enough to buy, I think, a Honda Civic. So that is a huge deal, maybe used, but that's still great in this economy. So these players are playing not only for money, but for the fame of being the first winner of the CCS Invitational. Yep. But then after that, I want to know if both these players are qualified to go to the North American Championship. But I guess we'll find out. I think Haymaker is. I think I saw him at some point. But chat, let us know. We know we have fans in the chat because we have Slab Sharks from Canada. Oh my gosh, Haymaker sending back 6. That's a pretty aggressive mulligan. But as we know, he is trying to go ahead, put pressure on. I'm trying to think. I mean, in this matchup, his situation is he needs to be getting towards. I'm trying to see. I mean, in this matchup, I want to feel like Garrett is favored just due to the fact that he's able to draw cards so freely and he has such big bodies. At the end of the day, we saw how much that Haymaker can deal these little pieces of damage over and over again, but they're little pieces and it just doesn't do a ton in the face of these giant bodies. Off the top of your head, I mean, do you feel like there is a way in for Haymaker in this game number 2 being on the play?
It's really, really tough. I mean, normally in a matchup like this where you're trying to avoid this mid-late game like big body surge with these Mrs. Incredibles and Demonas and things like that, the answer is to run under. And Emerald Steel has a way to do that with this 2 Lore Quester Vixie on turn 2, as well as some early evasive characters like White Rabbit, which you can establish. So this deck can go fast and try to run underneath its opponent. But Garrett in Ruby is playing the perfect answer for those cards. Cards like Cookie, which drop down on turn 2 and check any early evasive questing that your Vixie might want to do, or your White Rabbits, etc. And we saw that last game. So it's just tough because the various ways, the various avenues that Haymaker has in this game are checked by some of Garrett's answers. Really what it comes down to is I think you have to try to outvalue your opponent. As you pointed out, the Ruby Amethyst decks aren't bringing quite as much card draw to bear as they used to. You do have the books, you do have the Demonas, but you probably don't want to refill your opponent's hand in this matchup. You do have the Dumbos. But if Haymaker can get an Eleanor online or a Mushu or something to continually draw cards, perhaps he can outvalue Garrett in the late mid game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, it's so terrible to be like, well, you can hope your opponent doesn't have what they want, but sometimes you do have to hope that they do not have their all gas, no brakes. So we're starting with the Peter Pan. As we know, this deck is all about evasives. We can have the evasive Tinkerbell and Peter Pan shift in, but otherwise it's just nice to have a body on the board. On the other side, we have Darkwing Duck, which we saw synergizes so well with that 2-cost uninkable launch pad. We're going to quest here saying, listen, if you want to challenge and get rid of your Darkwing Duck, I don't actually feel so bad about it. And now the question is, did he? Okay, here we go. I thought he passed. I was like, oh my gosh. But no.
Oh, goodness, no.
Yeah, and so there we go. There is that Randall Boggs that we saw who's so good on curve. He is able, yes, he only has 1 willpower, which is pretty scary against Haymaker. However, he is able to go ahead and quest for 2 next turn. But in this case, no. Well, what did he do? What did I miss there?
Really fantastic answer. This Darkwing Duck deals 1 damage to a character when it comes into play.
Oh,
so
yes.
That 1 willpower looms rather large here when Darkwing comes down and picks him off. So it's a really fantastic tit-for-tat answer there. And if Haymaker can keep up these responses, he'll be in a good place. But a lot harder to do damage-based removal when you have a ghostly Ebenezer being boosted every turn. So now a 4/4 on the board on that side, which is going to keep growing.
And now we're seeing why people were a little bit scared when people like Orathion were including Randall Boggs and Dashpar, because I said, hey, you know what's really hard for Haymaker to do? Deal more than 5 damage. But 1 damage, he can do that all day. That is not hard at all for him to do. And there we go. We have him dealing 1 + 3. That is 4 damage, which is enough to get rid of that giant ghostly Ebenezer. His corporeal form has materialized, and he has been banished with another Randall Boggs underneath him. In response, we'll have Isis Vanderchill coming in and exerting the Darkwing Duck, who there's so many, but this is the 2/2 Darkwing Duck, not the other one, the 2/5. Those 2/5s are going to be a little bit more tricky to deal with.
Yeah, 5, a really, really great lore power total for this point of the game. There's so many cards built around dealing 4 damage, just in Disney Lorcana in general. But in the meta, we've gotten so used to providing 4-cost answers for Eleanor. And everybody's thinking about how do I deal 4 damage, on turn 4 or 5 in order to remove this Eleanor threat. And 5 kind of changes that math. Now, we do have a Mushu come into play as well. I talked about the importance of establishing a card draw engine. This is a 3-2 evasive, which can draw you a card if your opponent has more cards in hand. So now we have this hand size sub game, which is going to go on here. If Garrett can't remove that Mushu immediately, everybody's going to be thinking about hand size, because the last thing you want to do is give Haymaker a way to outvalue you. So we'll see if that Mushu sticks around.
Yeah, that Mushu, like we mentioned, Mushu in a mirror is scary. The 2-size stat line, I cannot express enough how important that is. But in this case, it is just removal. It's going to be removal on the other side. And being a 3 will matter a little bit because he is able to go ahead and swing back with 3. But we see them staying upright because that makes me think that he could be trying to get towards an Eleanor. He has 4 cards in hand. On the other side, we have a red alert. And there we go. Red alert right into that Mushu, which valid. That Mushu, he has to quest to get that value. So now we have the 2 Darkwing Ducks, which like you mentioned, the stat line cannot be ignored because of the ability where he can require multiple things to go into him. Both of them we mentioned this in game 1, they absolutely need to have characters on the board to synergize with. Unfortunately, my goodness, that is a whole flock of ducks on the other side.
A lot of ducks on the board, period. A real foul board state there. The superhero variety on one side, the ghostly variety on the other. And yeah, I think getting 4 of a single card in play almost never happens in Disney Lorcana. I really love when we see it, so hopefully that happens. But we're not going to see here. We're going to have all 4 ducks go off in a quest. That 5 stat line.
He got his ducks in a row.
He got his duck. Nailed it. All right, we've peaked. The ducks in a row. Eleanor going to come down, deal a damage, draw a card. Yeah.
And there we go. I mean, so now things are looking pretty good for Haymaker because, like I mentioned, you need to have friends in the right places for these decks to work. If we get to a Demona, if we get to an Isis, then we will need to have friends to make it as valuable as possible. Now, Scrooge McDuck is a good friend to have. Not only is he going to be a 4/4 and get bigger and bigger, but we can use our leftover ink if we're playing off curve, which it looks like we are here, playing that 3-cost Violet Par. We can move one of these damages over and start to lower the math of getting rid of those 2/5 ducks, or those 3 2/5 ducks. So there's 1 damage being moved over with the Violet. And then we also could boost our Scrooge again. But we also see a Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, which is very, very tempting to get down here. I do not think either player has item removal.
No, I don't think so either. And yeah, I mean, thinking through things here. Now he is boosted. We do play the guidebook, and we are going to draw. So, oh no, we're going to play the guidebook and boost. And now that Scrooge McDuck going to crack in and remove one of these undamaged ducks here. The benefit there, of course, now Eleanor will have to become vulnerable if Haymaker wants to use her ability on his turn. And oh boy, does he, because he really, really, really needs to keep that card draw going.
And this is where that giant bodyguard, the Broadway, comes into play. If we can get that 4/6 out, then that can help swing things in his favor. Now, that being said, all we need is 1 more boost on the Scrooge McDuck, and that is an easy way to get rid of that Broadway. But in the meantime, we'll go ahead and get rid of that altogether with the Terror flapping in the night for 3.
Really fun card here. 2 ink to deal 3 damage. Uninkable, or inkable, by the way, is really good. And one of the reasons why I think the ducks are so popular right now, getting rid of that Scrooge McDuck, that is incredibly impactful. And now everything, not insulated. I mean, Violet Power will be able to do some work, but still, it'll be a trade. And that feels pretty good. Garrett taking a turn to draw, or taking a moment to draw a couple cards here. Violet, of course, will answer that Eleanor, get her off the board. We saw that coming, and we'll see what Garrett drew to develop the board here, because Haymaker is slowly climbing towards victory. It's an Isis.
It is. And there's Cookie, Jebediah, Farnsworth. And I love seeing that Haymaker is able to get some value on this board. It is kind of showing why people took the detective part. Well, I guess the duck and the detective, but not necessarily the detective synergy. The ducks from the blue steel deck took them out, put them in the shell of the emerald cards that are good. And it is showing why it is powerful. It's 2 synergies that are quite good. Now, Garrett has not the best 2 cards in the game to be by themselves. Now, they can be good if we can get some friends out. If we can get a Dumbo, then Jebediah can draw a card. If we can get another Isis or a Demona, then that can also be pretty impactful. But now we're seeing Haymaker saying this deck is all it's quacked up to be, because we have a Launchpad into a Terror Flapping in the Night for 3, getting rid of that Jebediah and insulating him from the Dumbo punish.
Yeah, just ducks everywhere, flying, flapping, drawing cards. We have 2 launch pads set up here. We're going to get rid of one. Garrett said, I'm tired of seeing you get that free card draw there, and establishing, again, a well-statted Mrs. Incredible. And this is the point of the game now where these big bodies are available to Garrett. Big bodies which can challenge in and remove multiple characters before they're dealt with. But that will leave Haymaker with multiple cards here. We're going to draw a card off the launch pad and see... Oh, it's a fox. It's a couple fox and a Mushu. Vixie and a Mushu.
Vixie and a Mushu, 2 pretty best friends here. Both of them evasive. So to let you know, Liam, there's a moment where I sounded like possibly I lived in the past, and I was on YouTube. Sorry, but
Oh, no.
I'm in the future now, and the future's looking good for Haymaker. We have on board 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we don't have game on board quite yet. Garrett must respond, and he has to do a lot with a little. He can use this super stretchy Mrs. Incredible to hit that long predator duck and do a nice clean banish on one side, and Miss Incredible can live to tell the tale. But those 2 Miss Incredibles are going to be working full time. They're probably not going to be doing any questing for a while, because they are going to be a mom with a job dealing with Haymaker's board.
Yeah, and that Haymaker would love to have that launch pad here. Garrett getting those off the board. We did draw him into a Tear at the Flaps in the Night. It won't be enough to remove that Mrs. Incredible, but we may as well stack the damage up, and then we're going to run that Darkwing into it. Yeah.
I think he was going to, and then he can't.
Right.
He doesn't have evasive, so he's like, you know what? I'll quest. Why not? I'll go to 17. You have to take out 2 of my characters here, and you will not be questing. I just have to keep putting pressure on. I'm feeling pretty good if I'm Haymaker. It's a race, and he has a pretty good head start at 17-1.
Yeah, and this is what, we talked about earlier. It's all about this deck. The way it's going to win is by getting some card draw online and outvaluing Garrett. And he managed to do that earlier with a couple Eleanor triggers, as well as those launch pads doing a lot of work. Garrett does establish a Vixie, not a terribly well-statted card. And Eleanor coming into play here. That could loom large next turn. We're going to quest all the way up to 19. And now, Garrett has to deal with 3 threats. 2 of them will be easy. 1 of them will be hard, and nothing but a cookie. It's on to game 3, Katie.
Yeah, and I personally, Liam, we get paid to say this, which is why we say it every tournament, is we're sponsored by Big Game 3, but it's because we love a Game 3. It is exciting because both players got to say, this is why I brought it. All right. Haymaker is able to do removal over and over again. He's able to stay in the game and keep driving that nice barreling quest line down the middle. But Garrett has shown, I get to draw cards and I have giant evasives, and what are you going to do about it? So both players have absolutely been able to prove themselves on why they're in this stage. And shout out to Garrett. I was looking at the top 8 over in the CCQ. There is not a single Ruby deck in the top 8, and he is here in the finals of a 50K.
That's it. Yeah, it's fascinating. Again, I will continue to beat this drum. Like I know Ruby Amethyst has its fans. It continues to come into tournaments in a pretty low percentage. Nobody's talking about this as being one of the best decks. Everybody's talking about Amber. Everybody's talking about Eleanor. Everybody's talking about Touch Paradise and Ducks and Emerald Steel. Ruby Amethyst continues to win tournaments. And the fact that it's still, I think only 7 people brought it in to Charlie's out of 128 is surprising to me.
And it's a pretty good story here, because of those 7 people, one of them is at least going to be saying, well, I made it to the finals, but it's looking pretty good. Garrett is going to be on the play. And we saw Haymaker has a pretty hard time being the punishing Haymaker dealer when Garrett gets big bodies. We saw that Randall can be good. Randall probably not good in this matchup. I feel like if I am Dash and I am Randall, I'm sitting on the back fences, and I am not going to try to clock in today against Angel and or Darkwing Duck. So that would be my hope for Garrett, is to avoid those cards in this matchup, because we saw how Haymaker is able to feel pretty good if he's able to do such big moves with so much little damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I see folks in the chat. Thank you all for joining us today. All weekend long, it is all coming down to this. This is what we've all been waiting for. Game 3 of the finals, Haymaker versus Garrett. We're going to see which one of them takes this down. And as you pointed out, Katie, like the prize pool is great, but also one of these players is going to get to call themselves the first Charlie's Invitational champion before we kick off season 2 of the Charlie's Tournament Series. And a very, very stacked room. Golden Mickey winners there, Continental invitees, Worlds players, all in there. And one of these players will rise to the top. So thank you all for joining us on Twitch, Twitter, wherever you're watching from. We appreciate you. And
I'm happy,
here we are.
because my hypothesis is people would want to see this. That's why
Yes.
me and you were like, we have to stream this because I think people want to see it. And having this many people watching makes my hypothesis true. People wanted to see what was happening at the Charlie's Collectible Showcase. 50K. So I'm happy, Liam. I'm just very, very happy that people are supporting this.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry if I'm getting notes from Twitch about. I'm trying to take care of the ads. I can't turn them off, folks.
Right. And when you set up, because like, I don't know if you guys know this, Liam is not a Twitch streamer. He is a stream. He has had streams. He used to be a Twitter streamer. And so when you go stream on multiple platforms, it just defaults. It just says you have ads. So you do have to go into Twitch and manually mess things around in there. And so not to speak for you, but I don't think you call yourself primarily a Twitch streamer.
I'm working on it.
But we are doing our alters here. I didn't get to see, I was thinking about ad meta. It does look like, well, who knows? But they black sleeves are my enemy. I can never truly tell the depth or the width of the piles here. But we are going to go ahead. We've done our alters. We are cutting, and we are about to play. Like we mentioned, Garrett is going first. He went first in game 1. He plays nothing. He inks a Randall Boggs, as we talked about. Randall, not so good where we're headed. So he has been inked, and there is no turn 1. Both of them have 8 1 costs in their deck. However, Matthew has White Rabbit in his deck. He has an underdog card. So technically that is 4 to 12 1 cost, depending on if he's play draw. So he is just thinking about it here. This is quite the tank for the first turn, which makes me think he either has lots of options. So he is going to, okay, so there we go. We're going to ink that Ursula. So that makes me think, not Ursula, Ursula Deceiver, which makes me think he had a couple 2 costs that he was debating on there. Ursula can be not the greatest in this matchup. There's not any song she can get. So I think that is a valid thing to ink here.
Yeah, it's really interesting because you're not likely to hit much, but you do get information.
Right.
And so sometimes players just will play that if it doesn't hurt their tempo too badly, just to see what they're up against for the next few turns. But in this case, it is ink. And now that evasive quester coming in, Jebediah coming down, Cookie once again to check that early quest that Rabbit would love to go on. And now we'll see what the turn 2 response is. Last game, we got a Rabbit on turn 2 as well. So we'll see what the response is here.
We'll see if the Rabbit runs with it here. I did get confirmation that Garrett is not qualified. He will be playing on LCQ. So this would be very cool because then he could definitely pay for some nice accommodations at the LCQ if he is able to win $14,000 here. Haymaker is qualified for the championship in North America. So this is 2 top of their game players. I imagine Garrett has been at many of the DLCs. Here we go. We're inking Experiment 64, and then we're going to go wide here in response to Garrett missing his turn 1. Well, I didn't miss my turn 1 on turn 2. I went extra wide. Deal with this.
Yeah, really great here. Establishing the discounted Vixie, also establishing the Terror That Flaps in the Night for 3, getting that kind of combo piece art. There's a lot of cards in this deck that work well together, that combo off of each other, and we've got a couple of them in play here. So, you know, now the risk here, of course, is that when you're dropping 2-on-2 plus the ink, that's a lot of cards you're burning through, and so you're going to have to get that draw engine online eventually. But it does feel better to go this route on the draw when you have that extra card. And it does feel good to do it too, as you pointed out, Katie, when the Amber player or the Ruby Amethyst player misses their turn 1. I'm trying to get a peek at the hand here. We do have the guidebook, which feels good to have at this point of the game, although Garrett considering inking it there. There's a Vanessa as well. Guidebook will go into the inkwell, and instead we'll establish this great tempo play here. I loved Kit Cloud Kicker. I love this Vixie Expert Fisher coming down, sees that Jebediah evasive character, and bounces a card back to Haymaker's hand. Love that tempo play.
It's so great because it's terrible to say Kit's name, wonderful to say Vixie Expert Fisher.
Yeah,
I got it.
So nice. Rolls off the tongue.
Kit Cloud Kicker. Oh, It's terrible. So
And,
there,
yeah.
it is miserable, and who knows what his subtype is? He's a surfing kid,
Yeah.
something kid. But there we go.
Tongue twister.
We have Haymaker who has to respond to this tempo loss. Now he can also do some tempo plays. He has the ability to bounce things back to hands. In this case, no, we're gonna give that Mushu down. He's a 4-2, and like we've seen before, he has evasive. And if he quests, then we have to look at hand size and is taking advantage of the greedy nature of Amethyst. Amethyst loves to draw cards. If he does decide to take a look in a book, then it will be a punish here, because then a Haymaker has an evasive that's drawing him cards. And as we've seen, Mushu very miserable against a steel deck, but feeling pretty good in this scenario, but not anymore. Unfortunately, there is the punish here of Isis Vanderchill chilling him out.
Yeah, and Cookie paying dividends there. It's become a very popular card in this meta to check early evasive characters, and a 3/3 on turn 2 is really good when you're trying to lock down your opponent. And Cookie paying dividends here, sitting around since turn 2. Isis coming down, unlocking that Mushu. And so now back over to Haymaker for the response here. And in a game where players are going back and forth, unfortunately for Haymaker, you need to be doing more every single turn in terms of your board presence, because Garrett's board would continue to get tall. His answers are cards like Isis, which are 4/4s. He ends up playing, Demonas later, 5/6s, or Mrs. Incredibles. And Haymaker doesn't have those stats. So it's about value. Losing that Mushu hurts. We'll see what his response is here.
Right. In a lot of the decks, because as I am prepping for the championship, every single deck I look at, the answer is, what is your win condition? Then what is your ability to draw cards? And then how do you do removal? But drawing cards is the meat of the bone for all these decks, is how do you keep it going? So Mushu is plan A. Now we've moved into Eleanor. And Eleanor, I think that sigh is to kind of telegraph, ooh, because you have to turn sideways for Eleanor. We saw in game 1, it was miserable. He wasn't able to do it.
Well, and really the impact of losing Mushu here looms even larger.
Right.
There's a world in which you could have stacked that with the Eleanor trigger and drawn 2 cards, but at the very least drawn 1 with the Eleanor, and now that not available. So really punishing there. But the nice thing is here, we're going to get that Scrooge McDuck Ghostly Ebenezer online, and it looks like we'll have no way to remove any characters, and so that card draw will be available. The downside is Isis and Ghostly Ebenezer are pretty well statted, and so they'll be able to answer anything over there, everything over there.
But we can do some fun things. We can play a character that possibly can, like a bodyguard character, then sing. So if we can play Broadway, sing Strength of Raging Fire. The problem is, well, that would actually be good. Do that.
Do that.
But
do that.
It's because that's why bodyguards have been included. We saw them included with like Chief Powhatan and David in the Amber Emerald builds, but we see Broadway being included in these builds for the fact that Broadway is great because he's a 4/6 and it plays perfectly on curve. In this case, though, you can only play what you have, and he's been able to keep a pretty decent hand size because he's been playing not a couple cards per turn. But as we know, he's included 4 Terrors that Flap the Night, 4 Strength of Raging Fire, and 2, he hurled his Thunderbolts. I'm interested to hear Franz's take on that, because that was one I know he said was very controversial. But before you do any of that, is he going to be playing anything? We have the hesitation where it's been pulled out of the hand, inking that Mushu, launch pad. And there it is, Terror flapping around in the night, dealing 3, which is enough. And he was telegraphing. He did both at the same time, the Eleanor trigger and the Terror flapping in the night onto the Scrooge McDuck.
Yeah, and really great sequence there. I was thinking if he has some removal plus a character, that would feel like a really great turn. Isis heading into that Eleanor immediately. We knew it would, and Vixie's going to take out that Darkwing Duck to make sure that draw that unconditional draw doesn't happen with that launch pad. So that's the response that Haymaker knew was coming when he took that play. Oh, goodness gracious. And then the cat, that feels bad. The cat answers when you weren't accounting for, and getting that extra character off the board feels pretty good for Garrett. And now Haymaker left only with that launch pad. Now, not a terrible card to be left with. If you drop another Darkwing there, you can start drawing some cards. But Garrett's board looks pretty good with that Isis and that cat on the board at this point in the game.
Yeah, he is feeling... It's hard because all these games are going to have moments where momentum starts to shift. You say, "Oh, they're pretty evenly matched," and then you get to a turn where you're like, "Well, it's getting worse." And for Haymaker, things are getting worse each turn because now he has all these tools, and Haymaker is scrambling together a plan. We have Eleanor, which, as we know, is part of it, but every single turn is better and better for Garrett because we have access to Red Alert, we have access to another ISIS if that comes in. He's probably, the good news is the more thin Haymaker's deck gets, or not deck, his hand, the less likely Demona will come down. But Garrett has lots of other things he can do in the meantime.
Yeah, possibly one of the considerations. We're putting this Vixie into the Inkwell here. We're getting to that Demona turn, and we know that Garrett would love to crack this board open and then challenge in with the Isis Vanderchill, remove both those characters. So probably inking that Vixie for that. Instead, we'll get this Vanessa, who will come in and boost immediately, getting that extra lore and that evasive. And now back over to Haymaker. No answer to anything on Haymaker's side of the board this turn. And now Haymaker will draw for turn. We have 2 cards available. Let's take a hand check. It's Mrs. Incredible.
Yeah, she is.
And another Eleanor. That feels good. That feels really good.
Yes. What's better than one Eleanor? 2. The thing is can they survive one turn? And as we talked about, there's lots of ways to ruin the coordinated efforts here. Garrett is sitting here with, we have.
Did you find?
I think it's on
something?
ISIS. I think I see a small.
Oh, it is an
yes.
ISIS. Oh, that
And
feels
there's the
bad.
punish.
There's so many cards that can answer cards here. The odds of drawing into one were really good. That's probably one of the better ones you could have found. And so, yeah, one of the better ones you could have found. I mean, would have loved to keep both those Eleanors on board. That feels rough. And now Garrett feeling free to go on a quest here.
Now there's. We talked about the bodyguard. So this is another time where Broadway, if you can hear me, we ought to turn the lights back on and put on a show because it is all hands on deck at this point. We need people singing. We need people protecting. We need exerted characters because at this point we have some absolutely bodacious babes on the other side and the Cheshire Cat able to hold a lot of damage. So it is all hands on deck for Haymaker. If I am Garrett, I'm feeling pretty good right now with my board state.
Yeah, really. Man, really. But I was hoping to see him kind of try to claw back with a double card draw, double damage there. But now only left with 1. And what do we have? It's that Rapunzel, which is a great card to bounce a card back to your opponent's hand, but you need to discard a card to do it. And so she'll just come down as a body on the board. And Haymaker here, knowing that Garrett is going to answer probably everything on the side of board, just knows I need to get card draw. Will remove that ISIS. That feels pretty good with that extra damage. But now Garrett looking at some pretty juicy targets over there with plenty of bodies to crack in. Let's see what the sequence is.
Yeah, there's lots of tempting morsels over here. And it's so tricky because, I mean, we talked about how they Stone by Day ability. I was like, this deck, that he doesn't have a lot of cards at hand. There's not going to be many times where Haymaker is like, oh, I have so many cards and it's such a problem, which means that these cards where you're able to discard a card to take advantage of it, like Angel and Rapunzel, become a little bit more scary. Garrett here able to do a lot here with a little and able to go ahead and get rid of 50% of Haymaker's board. All that is left is an Ursula and Rapunzel. It's certainly not the powerhouse of this Emerald Steel cell. So we can exert, and there is the Angel coming in a day late and $1 short because, like I mentioned, you do have to discard. Angel with Eleanor is amazing because you can go ahead, discard a card, and Eleanor will go ahead and fill it back up after. But in this hand, she is by herself. We need to keep everything upright. Garrett is inching closer here, and he's able to do some incredible questing, moving damage, questing, getting things moved along. And I think he's about to crawl up to, depending on what this Miss Incredible is at, 16. So yeah, it's all on the line here for Haymaker.
Yeah, it's really tough. And at this point, you need to answer your opponent's board. You want to keep that Eleanor online, and there's not drawing in any removal. It's just tough. So this is the point of the game where you're like, all right, maybe I draw this out another turn. Maybe I find something. We're gonna have to figure out what we can get off the board. But this is the challenge for this deck. There's so many things that are big bodied in the mid game. And we're seeing a couple of them on board there, and it's just difficult for Haymaker to deal with when he needs to.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think. I'm going through the permutations. I'm doing my Doctor Strange thing, or I'm meditating and thinking, is there anything? And the answer is, I'm going to go with my heart says no. But there's no reason to just give up. You have to go ahead and fling what you can. Perhaps to fling a strike. That feels bad. Did he fling it or did he sing it? Either way, we were able to get rid of one thing here. We're going to challenge it. And there it is. There's the fist bump. We have Haymaker, who is able to deal some haymakers to not what he needs. Garrett, who is able to be the first champion of the CCS 50K Invitational. Liam, how are you feeling right now?
I'm glad we got to see it. There's another world in which this all went down, and we're all sitting here reading about it afterwards, and we're like, man, I wish we could have seen that. But fantastic performance by all these players, and Ruby Amethyst rising out of a pretty sparsely populated, a meta which was sparsely populated in terms of Ruby Amethyst, making it to the top cut here, navigating all the way through, taking down multiple different color combinations and decks in order to do it, showing why it's been taking down events. And I, again, wonder why it is not more popular. It is consistent. It draws cards. It removes threats. It has evasive characters in it. And it just seems pretty good. And it is the first Charlie's Invitational 50K winner. It's really great. I don't know. I'm glad we got to saw it. Thank you all for hanging out with us this morning as we watch this. There's plenty of places you could be, including the other Disney Lorcana channel right now, which is streaming the CCQ over there. So thanks for joining us for this Charlie stream.
Right.
Hey,
oh, go ahead.
Oh, I have plenty of closing thoughts. I have plenty of thank yous. I have people want to bring in the green room. But what are your closing thoughts on this match before we bring some other folks in?
I was catching up on the chat. It looks like there was a mistake that happened that didn't necessarily matter with an ISIS. So we do see it. It's difficult when you're casting to necessarily catch all the things. But there was an issue with an ISIS. But that was a big win from Garrett, where if there was a lore that was erroneously gained, I don't think it necessarily mattered on the outcome. We can talk about that in the post, but I am very happy for the players because this was not an easy room. There were lots of things where people who brought in their deck, they're like, I think this is the best deck. There was tons of people, not by tons, but there was a certain measured amount that brought Retro Evolution Device. They didn't get to see the finals. These two players got to see the finals. And I think it is going to be very interesting to see how people react to this moving into the North American Championships. And I cannot wait to see that. I will have my eyes glued to social media and into YouTube and all of that because I cannot wait to see. We're going to try to get an interview as well. But yeah.
Yeah, let's see. We'll see if we can do that. So don't go anywhere just yet. We're going to bring in one of our a fantastic analyst. We're going to bring in Justice here, who's been joining us all morning and yesterday to get his thoughts. We're going to review the meta share one more time to show you what that looked like and how this tournament shaped out. Give you our final thoughts, our thank yous, before we sign off. With that, I am going to bring in Justice here before we go to our interview. Justice, how you doing?
Really great. Thrilled to watch that finals, right? What a showing from both players. Loads of fun in that matchup. Just, incredible stuff from both decks. Ruby Amethyst showing exactly how it wants to handle this matchup, getting those Vixies when it mattered. And then on the other side, Haymaker, right? Just trying to do what he can, trying to keep stabilizing on the board. There were just a few really critical turns that game where it could have gone to either one of those players, right? A double song play from Haymaker to instead of getting swung back with the ISIS, or if Garrett hadn't drawn an ISIS or Demona on that turn to take out the second Eleanor, we could have been looking at a very different game. So super close, but sometimes that's the way the cards fall for either one of these players, and they both did everything they could have in that match to try and swing it in their favor, but Ruby Amethyst winning another one, right? This deck has will
people take it serious yet? That is the question of the day. Are people going to look at this deck? It has won a CCQ. It has won a 50K. Will the top players in the world say maybe it is one of the top decks?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh no, go ahead, Justice.
I think my estimation for Continentals is going to be rising for Ruby Amethyst. I think it's definitely climbing the expected meta share.
However, people are going to tech against it. So I'm excited to see, Liam, did we have the interview?
We do have an interview. We have Garrett sitting in the chair at Charlie's ready to come in. So everybody prepare your best questions for him. Chat, if you have any questions for Garrett, let us know. Here he is, your CCS 50K champion, Garrett. Congratulations on the win, sir. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Great. It was a lot of fun. I mean, everybody been going to the CCS circuit all year, and it was just really fun showing up with everybody, and we had a good time. Two of us made top cut playing the same red purple list. Me and my teammate Jordan. We felt really good going into the tournament, and it paid off. It was really good. So it was super fun. I had a blast.
Why Ruby Amethyst? Like, what was your consideration coming into the meta? Why did you say this is the deck to take down this tournament? And why do you think it was so effective in this room?
I think people. So from our testing, we kind of got bad feedback from other people. They thought yellow purple was yellow purple was very good into red purple. And in our private testing, our team actually felt like we were very favored into yellow purple. So I thought there was going to be we thought there was going to be a lot of yellow purple and aggro and green steel. Those are like our three decks that we thought were going to be pretty popular for the Invitational. And we thought red purple was very good into all three of those decks. I think some people are just playing red purple a little bit. Their builds were a little bit off. Like if you see our build, we have 3 Mrs. Incredible and 3 Ursulas, and we were playing no Hades. Hades is the worst card on the draw against Demona, like in Demona mirrors. Like you just can't play that card on 5, and so we just wanted to have an impact card every time on the draw against yellow decks, yellow purple. So just jamming an Ursula or Mrs. Incredible every time and overtaxing their Gastons. And our characters are bigger, so we'll have Isis and we have Scrooge. So like when they play at Demona and they have Gaston and they have Augustin and other cards, our 4/4s are going to trade with are overstated. They're bigger than their 3/4s. So our Demonas are better, and our cards should be able to stay on the board. Now there's play to that matchup for sure. It's still a purple mirror. It's still fun, but that was the matchup that I think people were like thought that yellow purple was favored into red purple, but I felt like it was pretty play draw dependent, and like on the play, if you get to go Randall into Vixie into Isis, you disrupt their ramp and you're feeling good. So that was the top deck that we thought we were going to be playing, and we thought we'd catch people off guard with red purple, and then green steel and aggro I knew would be around in the top cut, and so it was awesome and had a fun time. So that's why we took red purple. I think it's pretty underrated right now. I think Jebediah is one of the best 2-drops ever printed. I love the chef. I love the little cookie. Yeah, but I really like it.
I love that you call out Cookie because I think it was Villain. I was watching the episode. He's like, if you're not running Cookie, what are we doing? And it makes sense. He does a ton of work between working with the Dumbo, finding the evasives, and just being a nice challenger. I see why.
Speaking of the Dumbo, the one, Dumbo the flying elephant, what an inclusion there.
Yeah.
Has that like been performing well?
Very well. So like we were kind of like in the yellow purple matchup again, like when you're trading back to Monas and maybe they're playing Ursula, maybe there's so many like tech cards for the purple matchups. You can play Mrs. Incredible, you can play Ursula. There's so many times just playing a Dumbo and giving your own Demona flying and then taking out something else is crazy. Or in the green steel matchup, just giving your Scrooge flying and then being able to take out a Vixie or a Mushu. That came up a lot. I gave Isis evasive quite a bit this weekend, being able to challenge into a Vixie or a Mushu, just unexpected, and it just is very, very, very good. I just didn't really have that much. I had a couple spots still that I feel like I could play with, but and that actually came up a lot where just evasive got people off guard. So.
Yeah.
And then as far as cards you didn't play, the Louisa Shift package feels like a big omission here.
I think Rafiki's a better 1-drop overall, and then I didn't really mind the Louisa Shift. I don't like it into yellow purple. It is very good into green steel. That is the one thing. It is the Louisa Shift is very good, but Rafiki's better when you can punish hams and launch pads. So that's one of the nice things to be able to, like, if they turn their ham sideways, our 1-drop can just trade with that. You also have Jeb to do that if you want to do that against ham. But just punishing those lines and then just 3 power being able to kill the launch pad, I feel like actually came up sometimes. Just makes it kind of feel bad for that scenario. But we felt our green-yellow aggro matchup was good enough where we didn't really like Louisa as much because we don't like it into we don't like it in the purple mirrors, and we didn't like it into we didn't need it into aggro because the deck has so much removal. But it is good against green steel, and it is still a good card. And that's still arguably depending on what you're playing against, you could still play it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
I hear an ambient baker in the background, I think.
Yeah, is that him celebrating out there at D23? No, it's a really, really interesting list. I love to see how you've altered it. I love the no Hades as well.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of times, or recently, it's felt like an auto include in a lot of Amethyst deck. So working that out does kind of make sense. And it is interesting because you just saw that through the gameplay. And I think this is we saw you a couple times. We saw that in the gameplay against in both of your matchups where it just felt like with the bigger bodies in the mid game that you're building into instead of the Hades, it just over time your board slowly became just incredibly impressive with all of the willpower that your opponents had to deal with, and that's kind of how you just eventually overpowered them. Not even by going wide, just by going. It's almost like Amethyst Steel. Yeah, tall and wide.
Yeah. That was kind of our idea. We kind of felt like people were undervaluing, like, we can just play big stats, and if we're getting 2-for-1s out of our characters, I don't need to draw as many cards. And then also, medallion weights was insane this weekend. That card was so good in the purple matchups. Like if you already had medallion weights on board and you draw an Isis, you can play Isis, tap something, and boost something else, and just draw a card. It's like a mini Demona. So it's like I didn't feel like we needed Hades because our bigger characters will get us to the late game, and then we have so much good card draw. Like we're a very good Dumbo deck. Like yellow purple struggles because they only really have Dumbo and like Sven. That's really if they're playing this incredible mate, a lot of them are really just playing Ursula. So like their Dumbos are a lot worse than ours. We can top deck a Dumbo and draw 3 cards sometimes in a purple mirror, where like they're not going to be able to do that. So like if we can just get to the end game and like trade very well, then like our card draw will come somewhere. And then sometimes the games just end, especially if it's like some smaller characters trying to tempo you out. It's really hard to tempo you out when our characters just are so big, and most decks aren't questing for a lot. Like the green steel deck and the green yellow aggro deck, they get out pretty wide boards, and then they try to like end the game when a couple removal spells or a Rapunzel or a bodyguard, and then they're just gonna try to like 2 or 3 turn you instead of when the green steel or green yellow aggro deck builds 3 wide and plays Eleanor and then quest, they're only questing for 3 usually. There's not really 2 questers. So your big characters are going to be able to get you back in the game.
That's awesome. Well, Garrett, congratulations. You are not only are you a Charlie's champion, which is there's a hollowed ground of Charlie's champions from Zanziad to Zach Bivens. There's plenty of others who've taken down Charlie's, and they're all very, very talented players. But you are the first invitational winner who's risen above all of the invitees, people who've performed well at Charlie's before. So congratulations on that. Before we let you go, kind of a 2-part question. One, do you have any shout outs that you'd like to make? And then 2, how can people follow you and what you're doing? Do you have a social media where people can keep up with your...
And a bonus one, what's next?
Yes. Okay. Well, for first shout outs, of course, my lovely wife, she's at home. She's so awesome. She's just phenomenal. And she actually loves Lorcana. She couldn't be here this weekend, but we're starting to play Coconut, and we're so excited with our friends to play Coconut with some people who don't really play competitively, but it's just a great format to play at home. So just a shout out to my amazing wife. She supports me in everything that I do, just being able to do that. And then next, our new team. So I'm a part of a new team. We just announced it the past couple of weeks, Team Manifest. So just huge shout out to them. They're fantastic. If you want to go find them, you can find us on Twitter at TCG Manifest. We just been grinding so much for this invitational, and then of course Nats is only 2 weeks away for North American Nats. So shout out to my team. They've just been phenomenal. We've been testing nonstop, and it's been super good. And then shout out to a couple other teams, Team Snuggly Duckling and Team Ohana. We collaborate a little bit with those guys, and they're just fantastic. And of course, shout out to my home state, Texas. We have a lot of guys that just bombing my phone all day with text in the top 8 every time I win. And so that's really, really, really awesome. But if you want to find me, I'm on Twitter at GRatMartin. That's my Twitter handle. You can find me on Twitter, and we have a new YouTube page for Team Manifest that we're going to be posting. We'll probably have a red purple video soon. So yeah, that's where you can find us. And then next I'm going to be at Nationals. I'm actually not qualified, but I will be playing the LCQs and hanging out and having a good time at Disney. So it's going to be super fun now.
Right. Now you got some pocket change now.
Yeah, exactly. Disney's going to be great.
That's right. I'll send you my address if you have any souvenirs that you want to send me. I'm always looking for shoulder buds. Congratulations. It's always great to see all that hard work pay off, and appreciate you shouting out our community. And everybody, you should follow Garrett. Like, Charlie's changes metas. Charlie's champions go on to do great things. So if you're not following Team Manifest and Garrett, you should absolutely do that. Garrett, congratulations again. An amazing performance. Congrats on taking it all down. And last thing, if folks are asking for your deck list, So I'm sure a lot of these are going to go in ink decks, especially the top 16. So you can always find them there as usual. But in the off chance that for whatever reason you all don't find them there, folks, if you're watching right now and you want it, we just gave you Garrett's socials and how to reach him.
Yeah.
So ping
Hit
him.
me up.
Yeah,
I'm sure he'll share it.
he's
So,
nice.
He's nice. Look, he's nice. Yeah. So
yeah, just hit me up. I'll do whatever. Even though
No.
my beaver looks angry, I'm really nice. I'm
fair. This is my anger interpreter.
yeah.
Thank you so much, Garrett.
Oh,
Congratulations.
thank you guys. Thank you so much.
I appreciate that. And congratulations again. And give my best to everybody there.
Thank you.
Oh, phenomenal! It's always amazing getting to talk to folks when after they've achieved like something so incredible and getting to kind of experience that joy and that emotion when it's fresh. So
Yeah,
big
I
props.
can't wait. I think this has been. I've learned more in the past 24 hours of casting than I've learned in the past 3 weeks of studying, because I just think, you have your simulations, and I know, Justice, you talk about this at length. Like, how much can you learn from theoretical data versus how much you can do from tournaments? And I think it's always going to be complicated because people do weird stuff before tournaments, but they generally bring the thing they believe in the most when they're at a tournament. So this was a room full of what people, I assume, believe in the most, and I think we learned a lot. I mean, we learned, even if you didn't make the top 16, still knowing what certain players brought, knowing that some of the top players brought in Retro Evolution device, knowing that who brought songs control, who didn't. I think that tells a story, and it is going to be two things. Is now we know what was the best today, but will people tech against that deck, or will people tech to beat that deck, or rather undercut it, or are they going to try to tech against the thing that's teching against this deck? And that will be what we get to see in 2 weeks.
Yep, I expect a lot of development there, right? Evasives were maybe slipping under the radar for a lot of people in the lead up of these last couple of weeks. Green Steel started taking advantage of that, and I think Ruby Amethyst came in here really strong, continuing to drive that home. And so, now we're probably going to see some of these Yurple decks adjust as well, play more copies of the Horseman Strikes, and that brings us back around to like decks that can find a way to cut these evasive packages and play characters that don't get punished by that. Opens up a whole new set of, how many steps ahead can you think you can get from this meta?
Yeah, people pointing out in the chat. Yeah, if Ruby Amethyst gets really popular, all of a sudden does Amethyst Steel become more popular again? Like, it's just the wheel keeps turning, and I don't know where we're going.
But either way, we're getting on the ship and we're going on it.
Yeah. Well, we thank you all for hanging out. I've got a bunch of thank yous to do and a bunch of notes, but I do want to make sure, first off, Justice, thank you so much for jumping in here really at the last minute and giving us some incredible analysis and some really great thoughts as well. It's a great fantastically commentated game in round 1 today. Any closing thoughts on the weekend for you? And then I want to make sure people can follow what you're doing as well. So let people know where to find you.
Well, thanks so much for having me on. I'm glad I reached out. I'm glad it worked out because this was a load of fun, and thrilled to really get to watch and see some absolutely incredible gameplay today from so many top level players. Could not be more blown away with what we've seen this weekend between the announcements for the competitive season coming up and the excitement going into the Continental Championships over these next couple of weeks. It's really just been a joy. For me, you can find me on Twitter primarily at Lorcana Justice, on YouTube as well. And, I'll be doing all the same stuff as usual.
Yeah. And you all heard it, folks. Like, if you're not following Justice, like a great observer of the game, great player, and somebody who analyzes the data and where things are going and all of that. So incredible insights always on social media, etc. I don't work with you enough because you're overseas and the time change is always hard.
You're always going to bed.
You're always going to bed. Like, what's up with sleep over there?
Trickier for the West Coast players, but for these East Coast events, right? It's a little bit more manageable.
Yeah, that's true. But thank you so much again. Katie, as always, fantastic job this weekend. What are your observations on the weekend before I do my
I'm excited. I am so excited to go back and just kind of relook at all the deck lists through the light that we have now. Things are always fascinating once you have the end of the story to go back to the beginning and just kind of work your way like a Tarantino film. So I will be doing that. I'm going to put together a little graphic of the top 16 and then also let people know what the breakdown was at Amber Emerald, because I know that is a burning question in a lot of people's mind. And yeah, it's a lot. And I'm going to watch the rest of the day. I just ordered a sandwich and I'm going to watch the CCQ. That's my plan. But you can find me at KatieCastTCG or the Lore Keepers Inn. That's where my YouTube content lives. But then my handle, I'm making it funky. All right, I got lots of names. You can find me wherever now. But thank you, Liam, for being the man in the booth, doing the digital stuff here. Thank you, Skipper, for helping us. You're gonna do that, so I won't steal too many thank yous. I'll thank you, Liam, because you won't thank yourself.
I will not.
So
But I
thank
appreciate
you,
that.
Liam.
I do want to plug your content as well. A lot of people asking about data, like always in the tournaments. I know from the chat you're like, what's the meta share, etc. If you're not following Katie, Katie spends a lot of time breaking down data on a week in and week out basis of different tournaments. And you can see what she did here for Charlie's with the meta share on day one, as well as the top 16 cut and the conversion rates. This is on Katie's social media. And so if you're not following Katie, you can get the data for this tournament as well as multiple other events. She's always spitting out data and hard numbers. So if you're not following Katie, I don't know what you're doing with your Disney Lorcana life.
And if you were at a tournament and you're like, man, I wish I had the data. Well, data doesn't, it only lives if people communicate it. So for some tournaments, I simply cannot, because I personally, even if one deck list is missing, I get like upset because I'm like, but this doesn't tell the full story. What if there's a dark horse deck? I don't know. So for me, I really love the judges being able to, if you contact people like me in Justice or things like that, we know the fear is that people are like, well, I don't want my deck list to be public. But if you give us like the meta breakdown, we can make graphics that don't dox anyone, but tells a story. Because I think everyone benefits from knowing what the room looked like. I can see why people's tech choices don't want to be leaked, but I do think that if judges can work, because it's the judges and TOs, or people that want to know the behind the scenes. When deck lists aren't shared, it's because a lot of reasons, but it's logistics. It just didn't happen in the chain of command. All that to be said is I love making graphics, and I think Justice does too. And it all depends on sharing.
Yeah, shout out judges. Judges really doing an unbelievable amount of work.
Right, because a lot of tournaments, I mean, this is the last thing I'll say, is that some tournaments, it's paper. I think this tournament was paper. So they basically had to go through, and in a 108-person tournament, that's not fun. So the reason why is it's literally these judges are not paid to sit at a computer and type in deck lists, and yet they do because they love us. Lore guides. Thank one. I want a sandwich.
Thank one today. Send him a note on social media. Thank your favorite lore guide. Thank all the lore guides. But no, fantastic shout outs from both of you. And I will close it up by saying thank you first to the other people behind the scenes, the team who helped pull this stream together at the very last minute. Thanks to Mike, not only for organizing this, but also being on Lorebot in the background, doing some commentating, really jack of all trades. And thanks for Skipper, who was playing this weekend, but took the time, even though he was playing, to haul his shop's rig down there, set it up, get us this amazing stream. It was a one-person show on site in terms of setting up the tech and making sure that the laptop was ready to go and that we were running, and even interrupted rounds at times to make sure that we didn't freeze on Charlie's end. So shout out to Skipper, shout out to Mike. Also shout out to the lore guides, not only for what you do on a day-to-day basis, but Googly Glimmer Terran, or Googlimers Terran, folks down there for helping us by pulling stream matches, communicating with us, coordinating with us, giving us deck lists. And so a team came together at the last minute to make this happen. We appreciate all of you. Thank you to the Charlie's team on site and Pate for helping us to make this stream happen as well. And thank you for Charlie, not only for allowing us to do the stream, but also for hosting this event, hosting a fantastic tournament series, and just all around supporting Disney Lorcana. Also, big shout out to Ravensburger, as always, for making an awesome game. And lastly, a shout out to you all watching right here. There's a lot of things you can be doing on a Sunday morning, and we had 1,500 people at peak, not including the Twitter viewers, watching the finals. 1,500 people who wanted to see some Disney Lorcana. So we appreciate all of you, because if you're not watching, we're talking to ourselves.
Which we do, but it's more fun with you. Yeah, we'd still do it, but it's more fun.
That's true. It's more fun with you. And you watching these streams lets tournament organizers, lets us know, lets Ravensburger know that there is a demand for in-person Disney Lorcana, and you're more likely to see more of them in the future.
Right.
So share the streams, be in the streams, get your friends in there, because that's how we show the demand. Inkdex will have these deck lists, I believe, at the very least, the top 16 in the near future. So take a look out for that. We will have links to all of our folks who are on stream today and all the people we mentioned in the show notes on YouTube if you're watching this on a delay. My normal live stream will be Monday night tomorrow at 8 p.m. if you want to catch up with the goings on in the world of Disney Lorcana. And there were a lot recently. And with that, is there anything else I should say, Katie, or should we go over and raid the?
Yeah, how fun is that? We get to raid Disney Lorcana. Like, this is a scrumptious morsel for me. We get to raid the boss here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get that going here. I think I'm doing this right. Oh no,
You just have to go to the Twitch dashboard. Everybody else, unfortunately, YouTube viewers, you're gonna have to manually. You're gonna
Yeah,
have
you
to
have to
type some
manually head over
stuff.
there.
You have to use all that.
I'll
But it
cut
does
some,
look like
some last minute shout outs.
Oh,
Actually,
yeah,
while I've
go
got the
ahead.
chance. My podcast, Arcana Llama podcast, I
Yes.
co-host with Atlantis. Watch that, and shout out to our Hunter's team. I have definitely gotten a slap on the wrist before because I keep forgetting to do that. But
right. Listen. That you are you promoted yet out of the juniors?
no comment yet.
Okay. Well,
But,
I if you need any endorsements, I
Yes.
will be one of your what's it called? Referrals.
We're
Or,
references.
References. Yeah, they can call us and we'll say, honestly, this Justice guy is great.
we'll say fingers crossed for season 3.
All right, good. Because
Hey.
season 3, the season of villainy.
Feels like
But
a
you
good
seem-
one.
Yeah, I'm excited. Me and Liam, unfortunately, I don't know. Liam, I want those promos. So I guess do we have to get better at Disney Lorcana to get them? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But with that, Katie, Justice, I think we're good here. Unless you have anything else, I'm going to hit this raid button, and then we're going to chat with our YouTube viewers only, and then we're going to say goodbye for the weekend. Here we go, raiding over to Disney Lorcana. And bye-bye, Twitch viewers. And with that, we're left with YouTube and the one person on Facebook. Shout out to all of you. But thanks, everybody, for watching.